Lu Fei originally had a lovely son, but she never expected that her husband and best friend would secretly hand over her 6-month-old son to those heartless people for the sake of profit. She was unwilling to be betrayed, and she searched for her son's whereabouts everywhere. In despair, she fainted on the ground. However, when she suddenly opened her eyes again, she found that she was reborn before her son disappeared. At this time, the end of the world has not yet come. At this moment, the flame of revenge in her heart is burning. She decided to kill He Miao and her husband who betrayed her in her previous life. However, just when everything seemed ready, she went to the black market to buy weapons, but was called to the police by He Ge, and the police began to pay attention to her every move. The road ahead is full of dangers. Can she escape successfully? In this life, can she successfully protect her son? Let us wait and see. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Lu Fei's eyes were bloodshot, and her thin body was tightly grasped by the tentacles of the 8-tentacled beast. She was gradually shriveled by the monster like a rag. Her consciousness gradually became blurred, and the only thing that made her feel unwilling was that she hadn't found her son yet. Lu Fei suddenly opened her eyes and found herself lying in a clean room. Looking up at the white ceiling, she couldn't help but feel confused. Such a clean environment no longer existed in the end times. Suddenly, the sound of a baby crying brought her back to reality. She looked down and saw the little baby, her baby crying loudly in the cradle. Baby! Lu Fei hugged the child excitedly, tears streaming down her face. If this was a dream, she would rather never wake up. After feeding the child, Lu Fei gradually realized that everything was real. She was reborn and returned to before the end of the world. Thinking of those days that broke her heart, the anger of revenge burned in her eyes. In her previous life, He Miao, her best friend, actually sold her cub to those heartless people in the small base for a few packs of biscuits and a bottle of water. This time, she will never let the tragedy happen again. Just as Lu Fei was immersed in the anger of planning revenge, the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, she saw that the person who came was a representative of Azure Technology. In her previous life, she had rejected the inheritance because of her stupidity, but she didn't expect that she would have a chance to start over again this time. Ms. Liu, this is all the property that Mr. Lin Liu left for you. A representative took out the document and handed it to her respectfully. He holds 60% of the shares of Weilon Technology. If you agree, you can directly inherit these assets. Lu Fei glanced at it calmly and said calmly, I don't want shares, I want cash. Another representative widened his eyes and tried to dissuade her. Ms. Liu, the shares of Blue Technology cannot be measured in money. It can bring in millions of dollars in revenue every day. Lu Fei sneered and remained unmoved. I just want money. Finally, the representative gritted his teeth and announced the number, 10 billion. Lu Fei was shocked and couldn't help laughing at herself in her past life. Wow, it's so valuable. Why did she refuse her ex-husband's gift in her previous life? Lu Fei and Lin Lu's encounter is like an idol drama. When she was in college, she saved money and bought a small house. That night, she picked up this man who was so handsome that even stars would pale in comparison in the community flower bed on a rainy night. Although she knew that she shouldn't take a stranger home easily, she couldn't resist the attraction of this face. In addition, she had always wanted to have a child, so she couldn't help but be moved. After being taken home, Lin Lu lost his memory, but showed extraordinary intelligence. After learning programming, she could easily earn a month's salary by taking orders. The two lived happily like a young couple until one day, Lin Lu suddenly disappeared without any warning. Lu Fei waited for him for 3 days, and on the 4th day, she returned to normal. However, in the 2nd month, she discovered the little life in her belly due to pregnancy reaction. Lu Fei, who had returned to reality, looked at the two people in front of him. 10 billion? Are you sure? Absolutely sure? The representative nodded. Lu Fei's heart was instantly burning. She directly asked for the full payment to be deposited immediately. When she was met with evasion, she simply said, then I won't sell it. Seeing that she was about to give up, the man hurriedly made a phone call. A moment later, Lu Fei's phone kept ringing. Dozens of transfer information were transferred in, totaling 10 billion. After signing, the representative hurried away, leaving behind only a pile of documents and a thin metal box. Lu Fei verified her fingerprints, irises, and biometric information one by one. She opened the box and found a flesh-colored card inside. When it fit against her wrist, a huge space of 163 square meters emerged in her mind. Lu Fei was shocked. Isn't this the legendary extra-dimensional space? She tried to put the file into the space. Sure enough, the file instantly floated in it and could be controlled at will. Lu Fei was excited to have this magical space. She took her son downstairs and bought a live chicken. After verification, she found that the living things in this space would maintain a constant state without the passage of time. For her, this space was a guarantee of survival. After confirming the magical function of the space, Lu Fei felt extremely satisfied. With 10 billion in hand in the space to stockpile goods indefinitely, it is simply the biggest trump card in the apocalypse. However, she also knew that if this wealth was not stored safely, it would sooner or later be coveted by others and might eventually become someone else's granary. After being reborn, Lu Fei understood that if a natural disaster strikes, the safest place is the capital. This will be the core area heavily guarded by the Dragon Kingdom. The authorities will do their best to establish a safe zone and gradually expand it into a large base to provide the last refuge for mankind. In her previous life, she had witnessed the soldiers of Dragon Country fighting bloody battles in the apocalypse, protecting the last order and hope of mankind. She knew that this was the real safe haven for her and her son. Therefore, Lu Fei decided to use the space to stockpile supplies as quickly as possible, and then fly to the official protection area with her baby so that they could be settled down before the natural disaster and ensure their safety. As for why she didn't go to the capital to stock up on the spot, Lu Fei was more confident in the city she was familiar with and knew every cheap and hidden place to buy. In this countdown to the end of the world, she was unwilling to waste even a single moment. In her previous life, she had walked through countless dark bases in order to find her baby and witnessed the cruel scene of the annihilation of humanity. In this life, she would never let her baby suffer the same fate again. Lu Fei's first task was to fill the space. The area of 3 football fields could accommodate countless supplies. She listed 5 categories: food, daily necessities, tools, medicines, and skill books. Her goal was to spend all 10 billion in 7 days. At this moment, she wished she had more hands. Before she started, she decided to fill her stomach first. There were 2 bags of dumplings in the refrigerator, and Lu Fei ate them all in one go. This is a luxury in the end times. A bag of dumplings at the base can be exchanged for half a month's rent. And now, after eating the dumplings, she felt full of energy. She tried to press the table and gently lifted it up, and actually lifted up the reinforced tabletop. This made her smile triumphantly. It seemed that the training in the last days had left her with some benefits. Then, she began to plan the purchase of supplies. The first was drinking water. In natural disasters, almost all water sources were polluted, and clean water became a luxury. At this moment, she held the sleeping baby in her arms, full of love. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. It would be great if I could hide the baby in the space. As soon as she finished speaking, the little man in her arms disappeared. Lu Fei was so scared that she hurried to check and found that the baby was floating in the space and sleeping quietly, breathing steadily. She was ecstatic. It turned out that the baby could enter the space, but she couldn't. After settling down, she took her bank card and went out. The first step was to cancel the daily limit of 50,000. The bank staff were dumbfounded when they saw her countless account balances, and the manager even urged her to invest in financial management. But Lu Fei was thinking about buying supplies, so she declined and went straight to the wholesale market. She first tried to rent a factory, but the embarrassing thing was that the lease term was 3 years and the annual rent was as high as 760,000. She was calculating how much food she could buy with that money. So, she decided to go directly to the wholesale market to have a look. Zhongsai Wholesale Market is almost the distribution center of supplies for the entire city, selling everything from chicken, duck, fish, meat, rice, flour, grain, oil, vegetables, and seasonings. After parking the car, Lu Fei couldn't help but look back at the baby in the space. Seeing him sleeping soundly in the cradle, breathing gently, she smiled with satisfaction. She gently covered the baby with a small blanket and resolutely walked towards the door of the wholesale market. The Zhongsai Wholesale Market has always been bustling with people and cars, and Lu Fei's tram seems insignificant in this busy scene. She put on a mask and sunglasses, put on her bag, and quickly blended into the crowd. With a space that is in a constant state, she can stock up on seasonal vegetables and fresh meat indefinitely, making her the god of wealth in this apocalypse. How much meat do you want? Chun Fong was stunned. This thin girl in front of him actually asked for 10,000 tons of fresh meat. This amount could almost clear out the entire market. What's even more outrageous is that she has detailed requirements for each type of meat she wants, including chicken, duck, fish, pork, sheep, and beef. Lu Fei's move was indeed decisive. Faced with the fluctuating prices of meat, with pork at 12 yuan per pound and beef at 48 yuan per pound, after some bargaining, Chen Fong readily gave up 3 yuan and even promised to cover the transportation costs. Looking at Lu Fei, Chen Fong wanted to kneel down to her immediately, thinking, "This is simply my god of wealth." As the meat transaction was completed, Lu Fei realized that life must be delicious. Natural disasters make people panic, and filling their stomachs is the most important thing. She asked Chen Fong, "Do you know a factory owner? I want to rent a place to store these supplies." Upon hearing this, Chen Fong immediately patted his chest and said, "I have a relative who specializes in renting factories." "No problem. I'll lend it to you." Lu Fei thanked him in surprise. She didn't expect to come across such a good opportunity. Under Chen Fong's leadership, Lu Fei spent money like water in the market, going straight to every stall and bargaining to her heart's content. Every time a deal was made, Chen Fong couldn't stop smiling, thinking that this girl was simply here to clear out her stock. In the end, she stockpiled hundreds of tons of rice and flour, various frozen semi-finished products, and 200 tons of rice, especially her favorite chicken wings, which cost her 50 million. Lu Fei also hired quality inspectors to ensure the quality of each batch of goods. Sellers felt the pressure and raised the standards of their products. She also bought 2,000 boxes of salt to ensure a smooth supply in the future. Condiments were also essential. Lu Fei purchased 500 boxes of light soy sauce and rice wine at one time, and even stockpiled thousands of boxes of hot pot base and hot pot sauce, making all the necessary preparations. "If I want both instant noodles and sausages, I'll just need to buy 10,000 boxes." She calculated in her mind, imagining the future food reserves, and felt extremely satisfied. After a frantic shopping spree, Lu Fei realized that the deposit and consumption amount in this wholesale market might have exceeded 3 billion. But she didn't care because she had more money than she could spend. After leaving the wholesale market, Chen Fong had already contacted the factory and accompanied Lu Fei directly to register. A team of trucks followed behind, and the scene was spectacular, as if it was a buy feast. In less than half an hour, they arrived at Runching Road. Chen Fong pointed to a factory called Jinj Forging and said, "This is it." Coincidentally, Lu Fei wanted to rent this place before, but she gave up because the rent was too high. Unexpectedly, she came back again after going around in circles. At the factory gate, guarded by Uncle Su, a security guard in his 50s, Chen Fong introduced him to Lu Fei while registering. "This is Uncle Su, a decent man. He has been guarding the gate for 10 years, and not a single blade of grass or tree has been lost in the factory. Don't worry." Lu Fei thought that she was not very reassuring with such an upright person. She wanted to secretly put the things into the space at night, but with such a person watching her, she would have no chance at all. Sensing Lu Fei's concern, Chen Fong immediately changed the subject. "Uncle Su, my warehouse is short of people tonight. Can you help me keep an eye on it?" Uncle Su readily agreed. "Sure." With this arrangement, Lu Fei felt relieved. The materials on the truck were quickly unloaded in different categories, and Chen Fong handed her the key to the factory. "I'll lend it to you for half a month, but you only need to borrow it for 7 days." Lu Fei nodded, understanding what he meant. Then Lu Fei asked, "Boss Chen, do you know anyone who makes shelves?" Chen Fong slapped his thigh and said, "I found the right person. I have a buddy who specializes in making shelves. He can make them to order no matter how heavy the load is." Led by Chen Fong, they quickly arrived at Gan Wei's shelf factory. Gan Wei was sleeping on the table. After being woken up by Chen Fong, he saw Lu Fei and asked with a smile, "Is this a guest? I need a batch of shelves, the bigger the better." Lu Fei said directly. Gan Wei's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the product drawings and showed them excitedly. "You can choose. The color and size can be customized." Lu Fei pointed and said, "I want one with blue and orange colors, 2 floors, a load-bearing capacity of 3 tons, 5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 3 meters high. I'll order 100 first." Gan Wei was stunned, thinking this business was too big. "How long will it take to finish?" Lu Fei asked. Gan Wei scratched her head, 1 week at the fastest, but she interrupted immediately. No, 2 days at most. This is too difficult. How can it be so fast? Ganwei said helplessly. Lu Fei thought for a moment and decided not to insist on the shelves. Chun Fong had an idea. I have some recycled shells here, which are larger in size and can be used directly. Her eyes lit up. Take me to have a look. In Ganwei's warehouse, Lu Fei saw a lot of old shelves, some of which were rusty but practical enough. Okay, that's all. She decided to buy them all, at an average of 3,500 each, which was incredibly cheap. Please send it to the Ginge Forge. She immediately arranged it. Chun Fong said happily, I'll go with you later. Ganwei said happily, then I'll treat you to dinner tonight. After solving the shelf problem, Lu Fei hurried home. As soon as she entered the door, she found that ZZ had woken up and was about to cry. She immediately took him out, changed his diaper, and fed him milk powder. The soft little guy calmed down in her arms, and Lu Fei felt an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Go to sleep, my baby. Looking at the sleeping baby, she felt warm in her heart. After putting the baby back in the crib, Lu Fei decided to go buy baby supplies. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, she went out again and took a taxi back to the Zhongsai wholesale market. As the tram drove out, I was secretly anxious. Time was running out, and I had to race against time to spend the money. Once a natural disaster strikes, money becomes waste paper, and the balance in the bank card becomes a meaningless number. Lu Fei parked her car in front of Children's Kingdom, a large maternal and child chain store in the city. The rows of colorful baby products in front of her made her lose her mind in an instant. She rushed into the store without hesitation and bought 4 or 5 sets of various pure cotton monk robes and jumpsuits. She stocked up on diapers and nappies by the box and ordered 120 boxes of each brand of milk powder from stage 1 to stage 3, totaling more than 2,800 cans, an astonishing number, enough for the baby to drink for a long time. In times of natural disasters, all kinds of supplies are in short supply. Anything useful can be redeemed at official exchange points. Lu Fei was calculating in her mind, even thinking that she could exchange leftover milk powder for exchange points. Lu Fei was generous. The salesperson took the initiative to give her the black gold card under her husband's name and finally gave her a 25% discount, and the total bill cost 800,000 yuan. The salesperson excitedly promised to deliver all the goods to her residential address. Thank you for your service. Lu Fei was in a good mood. She left quickly and went straight to the manufacturer of the custom-made water tank. She decided to order 100 of the largest water tanks, each with a diameter of 8 meters and a height of 2 meters, capable of storing 20 tons of water. 100 water tanks can store 2,000 tons of water. Lu Fei knew that a person needs about 40 tons of drinking water in his lifetime and up to 7,000 tons of water for daily use. So she spent 60 million without hesitation to buy up all the inventory of the factory. After the water tank issue was settled, she went to the city's largest pure water supply station. When the manager saw her driving a small electric car, he couldn't help but wonder if she was here to cause trouble. Unexpectedly, Lu Fei directly showed the transfer record, which instantly made the manager respectful, and he took her into the warehouse with a smile. I want them all. Lu Fei pointed at the mountain of drinking water. The manager's face was full of smiles, and he thought he was going to make a fortune this time. After a round of shopping, she cleared out all the daily necessities in the supermarket without hesitation, including toothpaste, shampoo, and paper towels, and took them all away. Other customers looked at her sideways, and even a high school student whispered, "This is simply the protagonist of the opening of a doomsday novel." In order to prepare for the impending natural disaster, Lu Fei also bought fire-generating materials and rushed to the small commodity night market to stock up on 100 boxes of windproof lighters and 1,000 boxes of matches. The bustling night market made her feel deeply moved. I will never see such a lively scene again. A busy day, Lu Fei drove home, fed her baby, and put him in the crib. Just as she was about to take a break, her phone vibrated. Lu Fei, the maternal and infant products you ordered from the Kingdom of Children have arrived. Please sign for them. Her heart tightened. Although there was an elevator, there were too many goods, and it would take a lot of effort to move them by herself. You guys can bring them up. The delivery man said awkwardly. I'm sorry, we don't provide this service. Add money, she responded simply. At this moment, money was meaningless to her. She just wanted to get everything done as soon as possible. In a room piled high with maternal and child supplies, Lu Fei quickly put the supplies into the space. Her plan was clear. Go to the factory in the middle of the night and store those tens of thousands of tons of frozen pork to prevent them from spoiling in the impending disaster. The little cub was sleeping soundly, so she quietly put him into the space, put on sunglasses and a mask, and prepared to act. The benefits of the space are self-evident. Not only can it store things, but it can also keep the cub safe and sound. If there had been this space in her previous life, her child might not have had to go through those horrible days. In the darkness of the night, the forge was pitch black, and Uncle Sue, who was on guard, was called away, which was exactly what Lu Fei wanted. She easily put the materials in the warehouse into the space one by one. The billions of inventory disappeared without a trace, and the empty warehouse made her feel satisfied. Dear Tan, she was awakened by the square dance music in the community and had mixed feelings when she got up. The scar-free face in the mirror seemed to be mocking her embarrassment in her previous life. Decent Tan, she washed her face with cold water, looked at herself in the mirror, and finally couldn't help laughing with tears in her eyes. Next, Lu Fei took her son to stock up on supplies. The fishy smell of the seafood market hit her face, and her eyes lit up when she saw all kinds of seafood, and she immediately started shopping mode. Crucian carp, lobster, king crab, all in her pocket. When she was checking out, the merchants were very happy and equipped each bucket of fish with an oxygenator to ensure that it was still fresh when delivered. Still not satisfied, she feasted at the lobster restaurant. After tasting the food, she directly placed an order for 1,000 kilograms of lobster. The proprietress was so shocked that she was speechless. She took out her mobile phone and paid the deposit. Only then did the boss lady realize that this was a huge job, and she quickly notified her colleagues to prepare the goods. After finishing her meal, she went straight to the pharmacy. Medicines are life-saving treasures in the end times. She gave the clerk a list of medicines, hoping to stock up more, even if she could only buy limited stocks. Just when she was worrying about the supply of medicines, she suddenly had an idea. She saw a young man outside the pharmacy and walked up to him. The young man immediately put out his cigarette and said, "Hello, who are you?" Lu Fei did not answer his question, but asked, "Are you a pharmaceutical representative?" The young man was stunned by her question and didn't know how to answer for a moment. The two looked at each other in silence. Lu Fei further explained, "Don't be nervous. I want to buy medicine in large quantities. The purchase volume online and in pharmacies is too small. Can you find a more convenient channel directly?" The young man looked at her hesitantly and recalled her lavish shopping at the drugstore and was shaken. He whispered, "Actually, there are commercial companies that can directly order and meet large demands." Lu Fei's eyes lit up when she heard it, just as she expected. "Can you help me?" The young man hesitated for a moment, then nodded, but said worriedly, "I can help you place the order, but you have to make sure these drugs are not sold to other people. Otherwise, I will be in trouble if the company finds out." Lu Fei smiled and said calmly, "Don't worry. I have my uses and will never affect your work. As long as you help me get it done, I will pay you an extra 1 million yuan. How about it?" The young man was completely moved by her generosity and finally agreed. In the tea house box, Lu Fei quickly placed an order through his channel, with the total amount of commonly used drugs reaching 50 million yuan, and she transferred 1 million to the young man without delay. After that, her plan got out of control. After purchasing medical supplies, she directly contacted merchants to stock up on masks, insect repellents, and other supplies, which would be delivered to her warehouse within 3 days. On the way back, she passed by a Kentucky Fried Chicken and was attracted by the aroma. She readily ordered thousands of fried chicken and hamburgers to be delivered to her home. However, just as she was preparing to return home after a busy day, her eyes were suddenly caught by a familiar figure. It was Oscar. She couldn't believe it, but she was sure it was him, the boy who had accompanied her for 3 years in the apocalypse. 3 years ago, they met in the danger of the end of the world. They depended on each other, called each other brother and sister, and fought against the darkness together. Oscar was young, but very calm at that time, like a vigilant beast, always able to protect her at critical moments. However, 3 years later, he gave his life to her again without hesitation. It was a tragic night when Lu Fei was besieged by a group of thugs. In order to satisfy their abnormal curiosity psychology, they cut deep wounds on her arms with a knife and roasted her flesh and blood over the campfire. Her screams of pain echoed in the wilderness, while they enjoyed her flesh and blood with smiles on their faces. Oscar had a chance to escape, but he rushed back without hesitation, killing those people one by one like an angry lion, and untied her rope with his own hands. However, He was eventually surrounded, and his thin body was pierced with holes by their blades. Before he died, he used up his last bit of strength to silently lip-sync the two words "go." At that moment, her heart seemed to be torn apart. He gave her a glimmer of hope, but he himself remained in that dark night forever. After her rebirth, she saw Oscar again, and the excitement seemed to take her back to her previous life. She felt fortunate. They had met earlier than in their previous life, and this time, she would not let the tragedy happen again. Her fighting skills were all taught by Oscar, who was a killing machine trained on an isolated island. If he had not saved her in his previous life, he might have become the most cherished ace killer of the base's top brass. When Oscar woke up, Lu Fei just received a call from the delivery man, informing her that the large amount of supplies she ordered had arrived. She hurriedly drove her trolley home and helped the unconscious Oscar into the elevator. The delivery man was relieved to see the delivery boxes piled up in the corridor. After placing Oscar in the room, she signed for the supplies one by one and quickly moved the food into the space after the delivery man left. After finishing her work, she took the baby out, gently wiped his body, and looked at his fair and tender face, and couldn't help but feel pity for him. Then, she returned to Oscar and noticed that the deep cut on his back, which was caused by a sharp weapon, had stained the bed sheet with blood. She took out the first aid kit, disinfected it, and sprinkled hemostatic powder, with skillful techniques but full of nervousness. She knew that Oscar had been abandoned by the organization called Island, and if he was sent to the hospital this time, he would die. While stitching his wound, she whispered, "Oscar, no matter how much pain it is, just bear it. I won't hurt you." Oscar seemed to hear her words in his coma, and his body slowly relaxed. Until the last stitch was done, he was sweating profusely. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, the owner of the lobster restaurant called her to inform her to pick up the goods. Lu Fei had no choice but to drag her tired body out again, pick up the whole truck of crayfish, and make an appointment with the store for subsequent preferential services. After everything was settled, she fed her cub and fell asleep. At noon, she was awakened by the whimpering of her baby. After examination, I found that it was intestinal bloating. I quickly learned the gas-relieving exercises on the internet, rubbed my stomach, and gently stretched my legs until the baby farted a few times, and then I fell asleep sweetly. However, just as she put the baby down, she heard a heavy object fall to the ground from the next room. Oscar had woken up. Lu Fei was delighted and ran over to check. His face was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and he stared at her vigilantly. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he gritted his teeth and endured it because of the severe pain in his wound. "Don't move!" Lu Fei hurried over to hold him down and saw him subconsciously reaching out to defend himself, feeling sad. She approached him step by step, trying to comfort him softly. "Oscar, you are safe now. Don't be afraid." Oscar still stared at her alertly, but there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you," Lu Fei said softly. Seeing Oscar's defensive face, she felt helpless. If he really wanted to attack you yesterday, why did he wait until now? Oscar's back split open again because of his struggle. Blood stained the gauze red, and his face became paler. She ignored his resistance and forcibly helped him back to the bed, saying in a reproachful tone, "Don't move. Do you think you are made of iron?" After untying the gauze, she found that the stitches on the wound had been pulled apart, so she had to sew them up again. Looking at his frown, she soothed him gently. "Be patient. I'll fix it as soon as possible." After the suturing was completed, Lu Fei breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" Oscar looked at the strange but gentle woman in front of him, full of doubts. Why was she so nice to him? At this moment, a baby's cry came from the next room. Lu Fei smiled and said, "Wait a minute. I'll introduce you to a new family member." She brought the baby over, squatted down, and looked Oscar in the eye. "Baby, this is your uncle." Oscar was stunned. Uncle. The woman in front of him actually wanted to treat him as a family member? To him, family was a distant word. Lu Fei smiled and nodded. "Yes, you are my brother, so Zizi naturally has to call you uncle." Looking at Oscar's expression, she continued, "In your previous life, what made you happiest was having a family. Now that we meet again, don't you want to have a real home?" Oscar was silent for a moment, then shook his head and refused. "No, I am not worthy of being your brother, let alone his uncle." Lu Fei sighed slightly, but she knew that the ice in Oscar's heart would take time to melt, so she deliberately said, "Okay, then you owe me a life. You have to pay it back, right?" Oscar nodded, and Lu Fei snapped her fingers in satisfaction. then stay with us for a year as a token of repayment. Oscar wanted to object, but seeing her confident smile, he acquiesced. In the following days, she was busy purchasing a large amount of supplies while taking good care of Oscar and the cubs. When the porridge was ready, she walked into the room carrying the bowl. Oscar wanted to do it himself, but had to accept her feeding him because of his back pain. While eating the sweet red date porridge, he looked at this gentle yet strong woman, and his heart gradually wavered. Seeing Oscar was obedient, Lu Fei nodded with satisfaction. Before leaving, she placed a white rabbit candy on his bedside. You performed well. This is a reward. Oscar glanced at Tang and said angrily, I'm not a child. In my opinion, you are just a child. Eat it if you want or not. Lu Fei left with a smile. Oscar muttered in a low voice, I won't eat it. But 3 minutes later, he quietly tore off the candy wrapper and put it in his mouth. After washing the dishes, she casually opened her phone to check her shopping list, but a news item popped up on the screen. Thousands of whales are stranded and rotting, and fishermen are suffering. When she clicked into the comments section, she saw a lot of shocking remarks. Someone joked, the end of the world is coming. After she left a message saying, prepare for a rainy day, it will never be a waste, she was mocked and responded by several people. Lu Fei shook her head helplessly, thinking that it would be better to mind her own business and just live her own life. Just as her thoughts were wandering, the phone rang and interrupted her train of thought. Hello, Lu Fei. The goods you ordered have arrived. Please come over to sign for them. She put on her coat, put the baby into the space, put on a hat, mask, and sunglasses, and covered herself tightly before going out. When they arrived at the factory, Uncle Sue had already helped her unload boxes of goods into the warehouse. After signing the order, Lu Fei handed Uncle Sue 500 yuan to express her gratitude, but he pushed it back. It's nothing. I'm just sitting around anyway. By the way, are you planning to resell the food you stockpiled? Be careful not to overstock. Food reselling? Lu Fei was stunned, then smiled. This was a good excuse, saving her from having to make up an explanation. Lu Fei saw the name He Miao on the caller ID. Her eyes turned cold. Since her rebirth, she has been focusing on stockpiling goods and almost forgot that the account with that adulterous couple has not yet been settled. Lu Fei answered the phone and heard He Miao's smiling voice. Lu Fei, where are you? Ajay and I are trying on wedding dresses. Come over and help me choose. Lu Fei raised the corners of her lips slightly and sneered in her heart. She knew that He Miao was not picking a wedding dress, but blackmailing her under the guise of borrowing money. In her previous life, she lent a full 100,000 yuan to this good friend, but was eventually abandoned. Now, she wants to make this couple pay the price with her own hands. She responded calmly. Okay, send me the location and I'll help you choose. Not long after, at the entrance of Yongheng Wedding Photography, Lin Jie complained to He Miao impatiently. Will Lu Fei really lend money? He Miao snorted confidently. I am her only friend, so I have to lend her the money even if she doesn't want to. Otherwise, who would care about her, a woman with an illegitimate child? Lu Fei saw the two people from a distance while riding her bike. She suppressed the hatred in her heart, walked up to them, and greeted them with a smile. Meow meow. He Miao immediately pretended to be surprised and introduced. Lu Fei, this is my fiancée Lin Jie. Lu Fei had a smile on her face, but there was a cold, murderous intent in her eyes. Hello, Lin Jie. Lin Jie always felt that there was something wrong with her eyes, but he didn't think much about it. Afterwards, they entered the bridal shop, and while choosing, He Miao hinted at her financial difficulties intentionally or unintentionally. Lu Fei suppressed her disgust and said directly, Meow meow, why didn't you tell me that you were short of money? You are my only friend. Who else can I help if I don't help you? I happen to have some money, and I can lend it to you anytime. When He Miao and Lin Jie heard this, their eyes lit up. They stopped beating around the bush and took Lu Fei directly to their rented apartment. After entering the room, He Miao couldn't help but say, Lu Fei, how about you lend me 800,000 yuan, and we will pay you back immediately after we buy a house. Lu Fei smiled gently, raised her hands to hug He Miao's shoulders, and whispered, Of course, meow meow. Lu Fei in disbelief. Lu Fei looked at her fear coldly, increased the strength of her hands, and blood gushed out instantly, staining He Miao's pink and white dress red. He Miao's struggle gradually stopped, his eyes were filled with fear, and he finally died with his eyes wide open unwillingly. Lu Fei pushed He Miao's body onto the bed and covered it with a quilt, pretending that she was resting. Then, she opened the door and calmly said to Lin Jie in the corridor, Come in, Meow Meow is waiting for you inside. Lin Jie walked into the room with a bowl of fruit, but was stunned for a moment. On the bed, He Meow was covered with a blood-stained quilt, his eyes wide open and dead. He screamed and tried to escape, but Lu Fei stabbed him fiercely. The three-edged military dagger pierced into his abdomen, and then stabbed him 7 or 8 times. Lin Jie finally slid to the ground powerlessly, staring at Lu Fei's cold face in despair, and slowly swallowed his last breath. Lu Fei calmly washed off the bloodstains, put on He Meow's coat to cover the traces, sprinkled insecticide to cover up the smell of blood, closed the door, and turned to leave. Chapter 13. After killing He Meow and Lin Jie, Lu Fei felt that the shadow in her heart was finally removed. She knew that the bodies of this adulterous couple would not be discovered soon. He Meow and Lin Jie didn't have many friends in the city, and after about 7 days to half a month, the stench would fill the entire corridor, and the neighbors would call the police. By then, she would have already left. After returning home, she burned all the bloody clothes and flushed the ashes down the drain. Holding the baby in her arms and looking at the beautiful light blue eyes, Lu Fei's heart was filled with tenderness. These eyes looked very much like his handsome but young deceased father. Even the tenderness in them was exactly the same. In the afternoon, she changed Oscar's dressing again. Oscar suddenly whispered, "You killed someone, right?" Lu Fei was stunned for a moment before she realized that her smell might have given her away. "Can you smell it?" she asked with a smile. Oscar said calmly, "My sense of smell tells me that you smell of blood." Lu Fei smiled and said noncommittally, "Look, you're not the only dangerous person. I also need protection, so I'm relying on you this time." Oscar was slightly stunned and finally nodded and said, "Okay." Later, Lu Fei cooked some red date porridge for Oscar to replenish his blood and took a nap with the child. When night fell, she decided to go to the reservoir to fill water. Several giant water tanks were thrown into the reservoir. When the water was full, even the fat wild Crucian carp and grass carp were collected into the space. The next day, she decided to go to the seed store to replenish supplies and rented a pickup truck to facilitate the delivery of fruit trees and seeds into the space. When she came back in the afternoon, Oscar was able to get out of bed and walk. Seeing that he had recovered well, she decided to leave the city as soon as possible. Upon hearing her proposal, Oscar did not object at all, but only reminded her of the danger of her identity. Lu Fei sighed inwardly, thinking that such a well-behaved and fighting brother would definitely be a great help when natural disasters come. In the evening, she went to the car rental company alone. After some negotiation, she made a decisive move and bought a fully armed bulletproof Audi that could withstand grenade bombings and could continue to run at high speeds even after the tires were blown out. Before driving away, the owner of the car rental company handed over his business card with a smile on his face. "Lu Fei, remember to find me if you need anything." Lu Fei looked at the other party's attentive appearance and thought to himself, "A natural disaster is coming, but no one knows about it." Lu Fei thought for a moment and decided to get a motorhome. The shop owner was delighted when he heard this. "Motorhome? I have one, but it will take a few days to get it here." Lu Fei frowned slightly. "I will leave tonight. I will go directly to wherever it is." The shop owner responded excitedly. "It is in the capital. My buddy bought it and has been idle since then." Lu Fei immediately made a decision and asked the boss to arrange a meeting in the capital. She drove home, and the whole journey was smooth and low-key. As soon as they entered the house, Oscar saw her busy packing up and asked seriously, "Is someone chasing us?" Lu Fei smiled and shook her head. "We should leave." She coaxed the sleeping baby into the space and then cooked a table of sour soup beef, spicy chicken, sugar-mixed tomatoes, and braised pork on the table, full of the flavor of fireworks. Oscar was puzzled, but he also cooperated silently. After dinner, Lu Fei put all the quilts, mattresses, and other supplies in the house into the space. Oscar was stunned and whispered, "This kind of power is only known to you and me." Lu Fei smiled and said, "Don't worry, you are my family. By the way, from now on you will be called Oscar." After a simple wash, Lu Fei dressed lightly, put on a hat and sunglasses, and disguised Oscar tightly, and the two left quietly. She drove Oscar to the factory, parked the car at the guard room, and called softly, "Uncle Sue." Uncle Sue looked out and saw that she had brought 2 large boxes of seafood, so he quickly declined. Lu Fei insisted, "This king crab should be eaten alive. Take it home and try it." Uncle Sue looked at the huge king crab. His eyes lit up. "This is a deheo that costs thousands of dollars." "Okay, I won't be polite. Uncle Sue took it with a smile and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Lu Fei is not only a very honest girl, but also seems like a businessman who is prepared for any eventuality. Lu Fei smiled and urged Uncle Sue to go back. You'll have a day off tonight. Go home and have a rest early. I will leave the key in the guardroom. Although Uncle Sue was a little reluctant, he could not resist Lu Fei's enthusiastic persuasion and finally rode away happily on his tricycle. After confirming that he had left, Lu Fei quickly put all the materials in the factory into the space. In less than half an hour, she locked the door, returned to the car, set the navigation, and headed straight for the capital. Along the way, she took a short rest and breastfed at the service area and arrived at the capital toll station at dawn. Regardless of her tiredness, she went straight to the agency and bought a 200-square-meter high-rise villa in Yujing home with full payment on the same day. The new home is located on the 22nd floor. The environment is private, safe, and luxuriously decorated. Only minor renovations are required when you move in. Settling Oscar and Zai Zai, Lu Fei immediately contacted the workers to install 5 layers of tempered glass and explosion-proof film, replace the anti-theft doors and ceiling strips, and even use cement to block all gaps that might allow water to seep in. Thanks to her generous money power, the workers worked overtime to complete this fortress renovation. When finishing, Lu Fei stretched herself tiredly, finally feeling a sense of security. Oscar held the baby in his arms, frowned, and asked, "Is something going to happen?" Lu Fei smiled and explained, "I have a friend in the Meteorological Bureau who is well informed." Hearing this, Oscar's expression suddenly became solemn. Lu Fei patted his shoulder and said calmly, "We just need to live our own lives. As for those natural disasters, we can't control them." Next, Oscar also learned how to take care of the cub, from making milk, changing diapers, to coaxing him to sleep. Lu Fei even felt like she was raising 2 children herself. In the evening, she cooked a delicious meal, and the 2 of them enjoyed a hearty meal of king crabs. Oscar's face finally showed some color. After dinner, Oscar took the responsibility of washing the dishes. Lu Fei asked in surprise, "You know how to wash dishes?" Oscar nodded. "We all have to learn these on the island." The next day, Lu Fei and Oscar planned to go to the black market to buy weapons. However, on that night, the lights at the Meteorological Bureau were on. The monitoring system was in full emergency. Hundreds of experts worked sleeplessly, their foreheads covered with cold sweat. Underwater volcanoes will erupt frequently. Polar glaciers will melt faster. Tsunamis will sweep the world, and inland cities will not be immune. The monitor's voice trembled with suppression. The flood is expected to submerge most areas and last for 3 to 5 hours. There seems to be no safer shelter except indoors. No, there must be a way. The Dragon Nation will never abandon its citizens, and humans will not give up their lives so easily. The next day was still sunny, but Lu Fei knew clearly that this sunny weather would be swallowed up by a sweeping gale in 3 days. All the money in hand must be spent before the disaster begins. Once the major bases start to use the point system, the money will be useless. Her goal is clear: weapons. Following Oscar to Yincheng, they stopped at the gate of an old residential area. Lu Fei couldn't help but frown. "Is this the place?" Oscar nodded, then took her through several alleys and met a middle-aged man with a simple and honest face. After hearing the name Hage, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he took them into a dark underground bar. In the bar, a tattooed, muscular man leaned against the bar and drank. After Oscar's brief introduction, Lu Fei got straight to the point. "I need a machine gun, the best kind." Lao He raised his eyebrows and led the 2 to the underground armory. He smiled mysteriously and said, "This lock has a password. If you enter the wrong number, it will go away with a bang." As he unlocked the door, Lu Fei watched with bated breath until a heavy metal door slowly opened, revealing a whole wall of munitions: tang swords, grenades, bulletproof vests, machine guns, and more. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons, Lu Fei couldn't help but whisper to Oscar, "Is there any way to buy it all?" "Money is not a problem." Oscar shook his head helplessly. "These weapons are basically pre-ordered." She sighed slightly. It seems that she can only choose. Lao He introduced, "This light machine gun is light, easy to disassemble, and has powerful firepower. This 3-type machine gun has rapid automatic shooting and first-class combat performance. They're all good products." Lu Fei immediately decided, "I want machine guns. Do you have as many as you want?" Lao He shook his head in embarrassment. This batch of goods was ordered by someone else. Lu Fei thought for a moment and threw out the bait. Double the price. Lao Hei smiled and refused. Lu Fei gritted her teeth and said, 3 times. Oscar looked at her in surprise. Sister, are you sure? Leave know that. Lao Hei also became serious at this time. This batch of goods is 30 million, and many customers are already waiting. It's really difficult. Lu Fei's eyes were slightly cold and her tone was calm. Since Brother Hei is in a difficult situation, then forget about this deal. She was not in a hurry to say more. She already had a bottom price in her mind. Since he didn't want to sell, she would just find another channel. Brother Hei said, sell, sell, sell. A friend like Lu Fei is a good friend. He immediately signaled his men to pack the guns and ammunition Lu Fei needed. Lu Fei quickly paid 90 million and transferred it to a Swiss account. After the weapons were loaded onto the truck, she arranged for Oscar to drive his car first, and she drove out slowly in the truck full of arms. However, after Lu Fei left, Hage picked up an anonymous space card and quietly called the police. Hello, someone is illegally holding a large amount of weapons and equipment. He is in Yinqing, heading towards the capital. The license plate number is Yin XX Da. After calling the police, he sneered to himself. He could make another profit after handing over this batch of arms to the police. Lu Fei drove past a bridge, confirmed that there was no one monitoring it, put all the weapons into the space, and then went to the vegetable market to buy a large amount of shellfish, pumpkin, corn, and other food. The journey was smooth until she got off the highway, when she suddenly saw a cordon in front of her and armed police lined up on standby. Hearing the police car broadcast repeating her license plate number, Lu Fei quickly parked the car on the side of the road and got out of the car with a look of astonishment on her face. The police looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Holding a gun, they shouted at her, "Stand still and accept inspection." Lu Fei looked frightened and innocent and raised her hands in cooperation. Then 2 policemen restrained her while others went forward to check the truck. The moment the cargo door opened, a strong smell of the sea wafted into the air, causing several policemen to frown. I thought I would see a lot of guns, but all I saw was a crammed full of various seafood and vegetables. The policeman finished the inspection with a confused look on his face, confirmed that there were no prohibited items, and had to let him go with an apology. Captain Rue Chungang frowned and whispered. Although no physical evidence was found, this woman looked too calm. Check her background and close contacts. His men nodded and said, "We'll arrange for someone to keep an eye on her when we get back." Lu Fei returned to the downstairs of her house. She called Oscar to help carry the things down and whispered to him about Hei's situation. Oscar's face suddenly darkened. "Just wait, I will definitely crush his head." Lu Fei patted his shoulder. "There's a long way to go. Let's not make trouble this time, and stay out of the spotlight first." Oscar gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he was reluctant, he still agreed to Lu Fei's suggestion. Lu Fei picked up the phone and found that it was the owner of the car rental company who had helped her contact the RV before. Hearing that the RV had been contacted, she immediately decided to take Oscar and Zizi to meet the owner, and even didn't care about the stalking that followed them all the way. After all, she was just going to buy a car. Led by the boss, they passed through the high-end villa area on the second ring road. Lu Fei's eyes lit up when she saw the magnificent silver-white RV. This RV is not only huge in size, but also attractive in its silver-white metal exterior and panoramic black glass cockpit. Not long after, the door of the villa opened, and a fat man in a flowered shirt walked out. He looked sleepy and threw the key to the boss. "Look for yourself. If it works, you can take it away today." Lu Fei was stunned and recognized that the man was Brother Lin, who had helped her in the early days of the apocalypse, but he seemed to have no impression of her at this moment. "You know him?" Oscar noticed her surprise. "I've met you once before." Lu Fei shook her head slightly and couldn't help but recall the little things in her past life. In the end of the world, Tang Yuan saved her life. In order to help his teammates and relatives, he left his hometown and became a member of the Southeast Garrison. Now he may not know how fate will overturn the future. The group walked to the RV, and the owner of the rental car company introduced. The interior of this RV is extremely luxurious, equipped with a bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, floor heating, fireplace, and even a rooftop with a bar. The most special thing is that it can clean itself automatically and will not accumulate dust even if it is turned on all day long. Lu Fei nodded with satisfaction. Although the fat man's attitude was distant, this RV was indeed a worthwhile investment. In the apocalypse, a mobile shelter was far more practical than an ordinary house. Lu Fei paid for the car and swiped his card without hesitation. After completing all the transfer formalities, he quickly took the luxury RV away. Rui Qinggang and his colleagues who were driving behind the scene could not help but sigh sourly. We can't even afford this car with our lifetime salary. Rui Qinggang glanced at his colleague coldly and warned, "If you do something illegal, you will go to jail before you drive the car for a few days. Is that fun?" Having said that, his eyes were still fixed on Lu Fei, vowing to uncover the foxtail hidden by this woman. That afternoon, Lu Fei took Oscar and Zizi to buy desserts and snacks, from milk tea to sweets, almost buying out the entire commercial street, and all kinds of delicacies were delivered to their homes. Even Rui Qinggang, who was following him, couldn't help but wonder, is this woman crazy? With such crazy purchases, does she really intend to live a peaceful life? However, a text message from Lu Fei reminded her that she had made an appointment with a black market merchant for a large gasoline transaction, and she knew that she had to prepare this scarce material in advance. After confirming that the police were following him, Lu Fei did not act rashly. Instead, she went home and waited for orders. Then, she and Oscar, dressed in black, climbed over the wall and sneaked out of the community late at night. In order to confuse the spy, the lights in the room were still on. The two took a taxi to the outskirts of Yinqing, an industrial area with few people. Lu Fei deposited the transaction money into the anonymous account of the black market merchant. After obtaining the specific location of the warehouse, he entered the factory and was instantly shocked by the spectacular scene of piles of gasoline and diesel filling the entire space. After receiving this batch of supplies, Lu Fei finally felt relieved. Since her rebirth, her only goal has been to stockpile enough supplies and use guns, ammunition, and energy to survive the coming apocalypse. These reserves are not only a means of survival, but also a promise to the baby, to keep him away from the hellish start in his previous life. After returning to the community, Rui Qinggang's eyes suddenly focused. The two people who were still in the brightly lit room a few hours ago appeared silently at the entrance of the community. He was secretly alert. The more he observed Lu Fei, the more he felt that the mystery hidden in this woman was unusual. At the same time, the police's internal system also received Lu Fei's recent bank transaction records. Rui Qinggang's brows furrowed more and more when he saw the transfer records. Those who transferred money to Lu Fei were all rich or noble, and some were even shareholders of famous foreign companies. How could an ordinary person like Lu Fei make these wealthy people from the consortium send money to him? Rui Qinggang was completely sleepless that night. The information in his hand showed that Lu Fei immediately went on a shopping spree after receiving the 10 billion yuan fund, from rice and noodles to seafood, from vegetables to generators. Her bank records filled more than 20 pages. Millions of tons of rice, flour, grain, and oil, seafood worth hundreds of millions, and even motors were purchased in large quantities. Rui Qinggang had a headache watching. Is this woman crazy? Does she really think the end of the world is coming? No matter how much seafood there is, it won't be able to be stored. The dead ones can't be sold out. A colleague patted him on the shoulder and said, "It's time to get off work. If you don't go home, your sister-in-law won't let you in." Just as we were about to call it a day, the TV suddenly interrupted with an emergency weather forecast. Typhoon Haishan will bring the heaviest rainstorms in a century. It is expected that the rainstorms will backflow and the extreme wind speeds may cause some areas to sink temporarily. Residents along the coast should evacuate immediately. Inland residents, seal your doors and windows. Rui Qinggang's heart sank, and he subconsciously thought of Lu Fei's almost absurd stockpiling. He was distracted for a moment and couldn't help but turn into a nearby supermarket and silently carried a few bags of rice home. His wife was packing up the waterproof tape and oxygen tanks sent by the community with a puzzled look on her face. Rui Qinggang saw the seriousness of the situation and said, "It's just a typhoon. We are really well prepared." At this time, his cell phone kept vibrating. He received a new order from the unit, requiring him to return to work urgently. Before leaving home late at night, he looked back at the piles of supplies at home and felt a little sad in his heart. He hadn't felt this kind of uneasiness for a long time. At this moment, Lu Fei and Oscar are rushing to seal the windows and seal every gap with the waterproof tape sent by the community to extend their stay in the safe zone as much as possible. The TV repeatedly announced that the countdown to the citywide power outage would begin at 10 a.m., reminding residents to keep all valuables safe. Netizens also took to the internet, and the forum became a battlefield for complaints. Has it really become an underwater city? It's like Atlantis. The oxygen tanks will only last for 10 hours. Is the community worried that we will all turn into fish? It will only be submerged for 3 hours. Think big and don't make a fuss about it. Lu Fei couldn't help but smile as she read these comments. If it was really only 3 hours of flooding, why would they even have oxygen? She knew better than anyone that this was just the beginning of a natural disaster. Her rebirth in the previous life made her understand that human beings are still as small as sand in front of the real nature, and the only way out is to store everything in advance. At 5 in the evening, when the sun should have been setting, the sky was already covered by thick clouds. Lightning and thunder roared in the dark clouds, and the raindrops gradually became denser, hitting the window glass and making a crackling sound. The streets were already in chaos, with pedestrians running with their heads in their hands. The roof of the carport was blown up by the strong wind, leaving the ground in a mess. Lu Fei stood in front of the window, quietly staring at the beginning of this disaster, silently clenching the remote control in her hand. Lu Fei looked at the storm outside the window and secretly made up his mind. All of this, the brightly lit windows in the city, the sleeping baby in the quiet cradle, the warm family dinner, this peaceful life may soon be gone forever. While eating the noodles, she recalled the sufferings of her past life and felt sad. The beginning of the doomsday means a worse environment and more dangers. But this time, she will never let herself and her family be helpless again. Lu Fei calmed down and handed Oscar a bowl of noodles. Eat, we still need to conserve our energy for the days ahead. Oscar looked at her and seemed to see the unknown deep tenacity in her eyes. He nodded and buried his head in eating. Outside the window, the wind was still howling, but the warmth in the house made both of them feel a little more at ease. Chapter 22, Global Flooding. In the dark night, officials issued an emergency notice. To prevent the risk of electric shock caused by floods caused by heavy rain, the power will be cut off on time at 10 o'clock. Instantly, the whole city fell into silence, and all communication equipment became ineffective. Mobile phones could not be dialed. The internet was completely paralyzed, and everyone's world was instantly isolated into isolated islands. Heavy rains brought swift and violent floods. In more remote areas, residents secured their boats to old trees with deep roots, hoping that the floods would not sweep away their last support. However, this method of self-rescue is fraught with dangers. The flood carries cars and metal debris, and it can even be fatal if you're not careful. Late at night, Lu Fei and her brother Oscar lay quietly on the sofa in the living room, waiting for the water level to rise rapidly. Outside the window, the water level rose at a rate of 1 meter every 30 seconds. The parking lot downstairs had already been submerged, and fish could even be seen tumbling in the muddy flood. Despair and fear filled the entire city. The pets on the streets below were struggling in the water, letting the flood sweep them away and disappear from sight. As the flood approached layer by layer, Lu Fei put all electrical equipment in a special space to ensure that he was prepared for any eventuality. The house on the 22nd floor was not spared. The flood water slowly seeped into the room. Although the sealed doors and windows did their best to block the flow, the water flow continued to rise. The flood finally submerged their heads. Outside the window, a huge carp was torn apart by a shark that suddenly appeared, and the blood dyed the flood. It was cruel and real. As the world was engulfed in floods, survivors struggled to stay indoors relying on oxygen tanks. The planes in the sky could only take shelter temporarily. As the fuel was running out, everyone's heart was shrouded in invisible despair. Fortunately, the flood came swiftly and receded quickly. In just 3 hours, the flood gradually receded and finally the ground was exposed. Lu Fei saw a wet city and schools of stranded fish all over the ground, and she felt complicated. Chapter 23. The official alarm has not yet been lifted, but the citizens are already getting restless. Seeing the fish, shrimps, and crabs all over the ground after the flood receded, the neighbors picked up buckets and basins, tore off the tape that sealed the door gaps, and rushed out of the house to catch the sea. Seeing this, Oscar's eyes lit up and he asked eagerly, "Sister, are we going too?" "No." Lu Fei responded indifferently while looking at the seafood market downstairs through a telescope. Looking back, I saw Oscar sitting on the sofa in a bad mood, so I smiled and said, "The power is out now. You have to climb the stairs by yourself. If you have the strength to hold on, I won't stop you." As soon as he finished speaking, Oscar excitedly picked up the big bathtub for his baby, put on a hat and mask, and ran downstairs. Even his back showed excitement. The scene outside the window was indeed interesting. Lu Fei looked through the telescope and saw lobsters and tiger crabs running around in the flower bed on the first floor, while large coconut crabs were hiding under the trees. A citizen stepped on it and was ecstatic. He quickly stuffed the crab into a bamboo basket and ran away. However, Lu Fei noticed something strange with her sharp eyes. Those grayish-white, oval eggs scattered on the ground, emitting a foul smell. Her heart tightened. In her previous life, it was these eggs that hatched a terrifying 8-tentacled beast that fed on liquids, pierced directly through the throat, and devoured the internal organs. She no longer hesitated, quickly put away the telescope, dragged out the generator and kettle from the space, and busied herself with boiling water, preparing to take a hot bath for herself and Oscar to restore their strength. At this moment, the door of the unit rang, and Oscar came back panting with a bucket full of harvest. Suddenly, a gray, oval egg rolled out. "Throw it away!" Lu Fei shouted sternly, scaring Oscar so much that he froze. But he still quickly smashed the egg into the toilet. Watching the black and smelly liquid flowing out, Lu Fei gritted her teeth, picked up the eggshell, and placed it on the alcohol lamp to bake. Sure enough, a monster began to struggle. Lu Fei sneered and lit the windproof lighter. As it burned, he said coldly, "If you want to survive, you have to learn how to deal with these monsters." Chapter 24. 8 tiny flaky tentacles gradually curled up under the burning flames, and finally, the monster turned into charcoal without moving. Lu Fei was very careful and didn't feel relieved until it was completely burned to carbonization. She knew very well that the young 8-tentacled beast was extremely tenacious. If there was enough food, it would only take a few hours for it to grow from an egg to an adult. Looking out the window and through the telescope, she saw these gray-white monster eggs everywhere in the city, and their number was even more than that of fish and shrimp. "What the hell is this?" Oscar asked, frowning as he looked at the pile of charred wreckage. Lu Fei crushed them with one foot, wrapped them in a tissue, and threw them into the toilet. 8-tentacled beasts. Kill them when you see them next time, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with them when they grow up. An adult 8-tentacled beast is 2 meters tall, with tentacles all over its mouth parts, making it difficult to escape once it gets stuck. Oscar's expression was a little serious. "Not to mention that this thing is dangerous. It's all over the city now." Lu Fei comforted him. "Don't worry, the country will not sit idly by." In her previous life, she remembered that the country soon discovered the threat of these eggs and issued a reward, 10 yuan per egg. The monster eggs in the streets and alleys became 10 yuan bills and became an opportunity for unemployed people to make a fortune. "Don't think too much, go take a bath first." After Lu Fei said that, she picked up the baby and prepared dinner. She took out seafood and meat slices and filled the table. The spicy hot pot aroma filled the air, making people salivate. Oscar came out of the shower and looked at the delicious food on the table. He was surprised, but he smiled instantly. Lu Fei called out, "What are you daydreaming about? Come and eat." The hot pot was boiling, the aroma was fragrant, the tripe was crispy and tender, the beef had a hint of milky flavor, and paired with a glass of cold Fat House happy water. The two of them ate until they were sweating and enjoying it very much. After enjoying the meal, Lu Fei looked out the window. The fish, shrimps, and crabs that were originally all over the ground had already been picked up, leaving only piles of gray eggs. At this time, a staff member shouted from the street, "Attention, fellow citizens. The government has launched a paid egg collection activity. Each gray egg costs 10 yuan and will be destroyed uniformly. Please go to the community service point to exchange them. 10 yuan each." The monster eggs that had never been in demand before have now become a hot commodity. Residents are eager to get their hands on them and rush to the streets to pick up the eggs. Now the government is willing to spend money to acquire it, which is like a timely rain of money. It is easy and simple to earn tens of thousands of yuan a day. When the first batch of 8-tentacled beasts landed in various parts of the world, only the Dragon Country area was almost wiped out. The Dragon Kingdom responded quickly to the danger. When the first strange egg was discovered, people from the Academy of Sciences went to do research and discovered the huge hidden danger this creature posed to humans. However, they did not expect that this hidden danger would once threaten the survival of the human race. Chapter 25. The floods receded and the world gradually recovered, but the post-disaster cleanup work had just begun. Temporary medical points were set up in the community to disinfect the citizens, but most people did not care about cleanliness. They held buckets and basins in their hands and searched the city for gray monster eggs to exchange for money. The 10 yuan reward for each egg drove the whole city into a frenzy. Some elderly people even walked faster than young people, running to the exchange point with a basket of eggs. A foul stench wafted from the official incinerators that continuously destroyed the monster eggs, and the smell even spread to nearby neighborhoods. In his previous life, Lu Fei knew clearly that this was just the beginning of the natural disaster. Although people were busy cleaning up the mess and seizing the opportunity to make a fortune, they did not expect that the real threat was hatching. At the same time, the community called on everyone to volunteer to clean up the garbage brought by the flood. Every corner was filled with floating plastics, household items, rotten fish and shrimp, etc. Even Oscar joined in the voluntary labor and became the hardest-working cool guy on the street, even attracting the attention of many young girls. Seeing home appliances broken down and clothes moldy, everyone was helpless, and the authorities could only distribute compressed biscuits and bottled water as an emergency measure. On the third day after the flood, the temperature suddenly rose to 40 degrees, and the high temperature made people miserable. The days without air conditioning are unbearable. Clothes are repeatedly soaked with sweat, and prickly heat breaks out on the skin, driving people crazy. A few residents who had stockpiled cooling oil and anti-heat medicine took the opportunity to sell them at high prices, which caused many people to scold them, but they had no choice but to accept it. Chapter 26. On the fifth day after the flood, Longwa's infrastructure construction speed once again demonstrated a miracle. The electricity and drainage systems of some supermarkets have been repaired, and residents have flocked to buy insect repellent and toilet water. The high temperature and swarms of mosquitoes make everyone want to move into the supermarket immediately. It is a rare sanctuary with air conditioning. At this time, the cold drinks area of the supermarket was cleared out, and the saleswomen couldn't keep up with the replenishment. The mountains of mineral water were also emptied in an instant. We were queuing up. After the first two customers got their turn, a fat man wearing gold and silver jewels swaggered in and cut in line. He waved his hand and said, "Take all the water out of the warehouse. I'll take care of it today." The saleswoman was a little embarrassed. "Sir, you bought all the water, so there will be no more for others." The fat man interrupted impatiently. "There is no purchase limit, right? Then sell it to me according to the rules, and everyone can go." The man on the side was so angry that he shouted, "Do you still have a conscience?" The fat man sneered and slapped him to the ground with a wave of his hand. "Don't you agree? The police are busy with disaster relief. Who cares about you?" Just as everyone was cowering, a slender and powerful hand grabbed the fat man's wrist, and the bones made a crackling sound. The fat man was in so much pain that he begged for mercy on the spot. "Brother, don't. I was wrong." Oscar sneered. "I've taken care of all the water. Do you have any objections?" The fat man shook his head repeatedly. No. They are all yours. Please let me go." After the farce ended, Oscar looked at the salesperson calmly. As long as someone was willing to step forward just now, they will have their share now. The surroundings were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop, and everyone looked ashamed. In the end, Oscar paid for all the mineral water and gave a few bottles to the man who had been beaten earlier. On the way home, he and Lu Fei carried the water several times and quietly put the whole batch of water into the space. The power supply of the community elevator had been restored, which just happened to facilitate this carrying team. On the night of the fifth day, mosquitoes were rampant and residents had to rely on emergency lights and candles to survive. Families without insect repellent were tormented by mosquitoes. D27 Zhang. The weather in June was as hot as August, with the ground temperature approaching 50 degrees. The soles of people's shoes would melt after walking outside. Civilian electricity had not yet been restored, and every household was enduring the heat wave and the rampant mosquitoes. Supermarkets have become summer resorts and are packed with people. The government has restricted the purchase of bottled water and limited each person's shopping time, which has helped to slightly control the flow of people. In less than half a month, water and electricity were finally restored, but the air conditioner and refrigerator were flooded, and the repair shop was filled with electrical appliances waiting to be repaired. The entire city has not resumed work, but students have returned to classes. Air conditioners have been installed in the classrooms, and this summer, students are unprecedentedly enthusiastic about reading. Lu Fei's home. The lockers and refrigerator are filled with drinks and snacks, and the kitchen has become a convenience store. On scorching hot days, she and Oscar simply set up the barbecue grill and started a summer barbecue party. Tripe, lamb skewers, chicken wings, and other ingredients were neatly laid out and paired with her unique seasoning, exuding an aromatic aroma. She also took out a large king crab and steamed it until the crab roe was overflowing, making it extremely fresh and fragrant. The windows were open, the breeze carried away the aroma, and the mouth-watering smell of barbecue wafted in from outside the corridor. After eating 50 skewers of beef and mutton, tripe, vegetables, and even king crabs, they still felt hungry. Lu Fei had no choice but to steam some more buns. She couldn't help but sigh. Why do I eat so much? Is there something wrong with my body? The flood came quickly and went away quickly, and the high temperature quickly wiped out all traces. If it weren't for the dried sea and freshwater fish hanging on the streets, one would almost doubt whether the flood really happened. On the 17th day, the signal tower was restored and the mobile phone returned to the network, and everything seemed to be back on track. However, the weather after the disaster became even more outrageous. After the flood, the world fell into drought. Lake and riverbeds cracked. Fish died from the sun on the exposed riverbeds, and the tap water even tasted slightly salty. Every morning at 5 o'clock, when the sun rises and the temperature soars, the elderly stop dancing and practicing swordplay and instead crowd into supermarkets, waving palm leaf fans and talking about the world. Severe drought followed by heavy rain, the global climate seems to have reached a strange critical point. D28 Zhang. Lu Fei finally decided to take the little cub out for a walk after staying at home for more than 10 days. However, as the cub grew up, his little head became smarter. He actually began to hate his mother's behavior of stuffing him into the space casually. He preferred to be held vertically and would cry and make a fuss if he was held horizontally, forcing Lu Fei to compromise. This time, she held her baby in her arms and went downstairs with Oscar in the elevator that had just been restored in the community. As soon as she walked into the community, an aunt with a child came up to her and criticized her for holding the child upright, saying that it would hurt the child. Lu Fei was helpless because the little devil would not listen to her advice. When they got to the car, she conjured up her own Audi, held the baby in her arms, and got into the car. Oscar opened the door and started the car in perfect harmony, and the scene was like a movie. Pedestrians on the road cast envious glances. After all, there are so few cars nowadays that they can become a sight to behold on the road. Arriving at the mall, she decided to do some shopping. In this apocalyptic situation, stockpiling is the only way. Lu Fei swept through the supermarket with Oscar, stuffing drinks, snacks, toiletries, canned food, and even paper towels into the shopping cart. When she reached the dry goods section, she ran into an old acquaintance, Rui Qinggang, a policeman who was stocking up with his wife. Seeing the scale of Lu Fei's shopping, Rui Qinggang's wife immediately joined the grabbing ranks and even whispered to her husband, "Others have stockpiled so much, we have to keep up." When they arrived at the fresh food area, the crowd had a heated argument with the supermarket manager over the vegetables that had been soaked in the flood, complaining that the vegetables were unsafe. Lu Fei looked at this group of old men and women and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Nowadays, everyone is picky and afraid of damaging their health with food, but in the future famine, they will be the ones who can even eat cockroach paste with relish. Chapter 29. Lu Fei stood at the door of the supermarket's temporary warehouse, looking at the trucks of vegetables that had been taken off the shelves due to flooding, with a slight smile on her face. The saleswoman sighed helplessly. People nowadays are very picky when their lives are good, but if it were during the famine of my grandparents' time, they would not even let go of tree bark, let alone vegetables soaked in water. Lu Fei agreed with this. With the end of the world coming, food is precious. She held her baby in her arms and walked towards the supermarket manager. "I want all these vegetables." The person in charge was stunned and quickly advised, "Miss, this is a defective product soaked in floodwater. Customers in the capital are unwilling to touch it. Even if you want to sell it, the relevant departments will check it strictly." "I understand." Lu Fei smiled calmly. "I have my own plans." The person in charge had no choice but to take Lu Fei to find the middle-aged man in charge of transporting vegetables. When the man saw Lu Fei, his eyes were full of suspicion. Lu Fei didn't care at all. She held her baby and said calmly, "Where's the warehouse? Let me see the goods." Seeing her firm attitude, the middle-aged man had to lead the way and took them to a secret warehouse outside the 5th Ring Road. As soon as the warehouse door opened, a wide variety of vegetables came into view, with cabbages, tomatoes, and bean sprouts piled up like mountains. Lu Fei raised her lips in satisfaction. She didn't buy these vegetables for food, but had a more far-reaching plan. During natural disasters, food resources are scarce, and even a leaf of vegetable is a rare resource for survival. As long as they are placed in her space, these vegetables will be available at any time and will never rot. Chapter 30. Lu Fei looked at a warehouse full of vegetables soaked by the flood and had an idea in mind. She decisively signed the agreement and took care of the whole package at a discounted price of $2 million. The cargo weighed more than 20 tons, so she asked the warehouse owner to ship it in batches. The middle-aged owner solved her urgent problem, handed her the warehouse key, and said with a smile, "Take your time, I still have 2 warehouses, no rush." Back at the supermarket, she and Oscar checked out and bought a child safety seat for the baby. Oscar was busy installing it next to the car, and the little guy was sleeping soundly. Unexpectedly, when she went downstairs, she ran into 2 middle-aged women standing by the supplies, and they kept yelling, "Girl, give us a few bags of black fungus. It's so hot, and we're too lazy to go to the supermarket." Lu Fei smiled calmly. Of course, a bag of black fungus is $38 plus shipping and labor costs. When the 2 aunts heard the price, they immediately walked away cursing as they walked. "You are so black-hearted at such a young age. How can anyone be so stingy?" Lu Fei looked at the departing figure coldly, sneering in her heart. If she thought it was too expensive now, she might not be able to buy it in the future. After moving the materials, she returned home and immediately turned on the air conditioner, and the cool air rushed to her face. Oscar handed over a glass of water, and Lu Fei drank it down in a gulp. She breathed a sigh of relief and put all the supplies into the space. She handed Oscar a bag filled with guns, medicines, and wilderness survival supplies. "This is for emergency use. If something happens, you can handle it on your own." That night, the temperature dropped slightly, and the 2 prepared to drive to the warehouse to store the vegetables. But when getting in the car, Oscar suddenly pointed to a small triangle symbol on the back door, and Lu Fei instantly understood. This was the mark left by a thief, and it was obvious that someone had set his sights on her car. She nodded silently and decided to put the car into the space immediately after turning back. After all, this armored vehicle was one of her life-saving artifacts in the apocalypse. Along the way, the night breeze was cool. Oscar stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped like an arrow, heading straight for the warehouse. Chapter 31. It was dark at night, and Lu Fei and Oscar walked quietly in the darkness of the industrial zone. Since the power of the 4th and 5th rings had not yet been restored, the area was pitch black, which became their natural cover. They turned on their flashlights and walked through the quiet warehouse area to find their target for the night, a warehouse full of fresh vegetables. After skillfully opening the warehouse door, Lu Fei easily put all the supplies into the space. The whole process was quick and smooth, and the 2 left immediately after completing the task. The car drove to an alley 500 meters away from the community. Lu Fei put the car in the space and walked home with Oscar. When they returned to the downstairs of the community, it was late at night, but they unexpectedly caught a glimpse of 2 men wandering stealthily in the parking lot, as if looking for something. Oscar clenched his fists, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and he was about to teach these 2 guys a lesson, but was stopped by Lu Fei. "It's better to have less trouble than more, don't make trouble." She understood that what they did now could not attract any attention. At the same time, a stench filled the corridor of a building in the city, so strong that the residents upstairs and downstairs could not help vomiting and had to call the police. In the chaos after the flood, the police were exhausted from dealing with various incidents, but the continuous complaints forced them to send people to check. When the landlord and the police arrived and opened the door, the scene inside the house horrified everyone. There were 2 corpses in the house, covered with huge and strange mushrooms. These mushrooms covered the corpses like tentacles and gave off a pungent stench. The news spread quickly, the community was blocked, and the police and researchers arrived one after another. The 2 bodies had been washed away by the flood, and all evidence was lost in the water, leaving only the bodies and those strange mushrooms. The forensic doctor found that the roots of these mushrooms took root in the bodies, filling the abdominal cavity, and seemed to be absorbing nutrients from the bodies. The researchers were full of doubts about this plant because there was no similar species in the world. Lu Fei, who was in the capital, was sleeping peacefully at this moment, completely unaware that the bodies of Lin Jie and Yi Miao had been found. But even so, she was not afraid, as everything was already in her plan. The flood covered up all traces and evidence, and future natural disasters would make it impossible for the police to take care of the case. For her, clearing the dirt from society was her mission, and whether the world cared about the deaths of these two people was irrelevant. Chapter 32. In this summer, when the temperature soared to 60 degrees, Lu Fei stood on a high building and looked down at the people in the city rushing to the supermarket like a tide, as if the end of the world had come. People downstairs rode bicycles and pushed tricycles, dragging their families to buy all the food they could eat. The shelves in the supermarket were swept clean: instant noodles, canned food, rice bags, frozen food. Even hot pot base and oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar were all swept away, and the air was filled with a tense atmosphere. Oscar held the baby in his arms, rocking him and laughing. "Sister, these people are really exaggerating." Lu Fei just smiled slightly, but her heart was very calm. Her warehouse was already full, and she didn't worry about any shortage of supplies at all. At this moment, the phone rang, and the caller was a familiar number. "Ms. Liu, this is Wang Lin, who sold you that batch of vegetables last time." Wang Lin's somewhat embarrassed voice came from the other end of the phone. He stammered, "Can I return the vegetables I sold you before? I can return the money to you." Lu Fei sneered. "Sorry, the money and goods have been settled. Can I take back the things I sold?" She knew that Wang Lin was stimulated by the current high vegetable prices. The value of that batch of vegetables has increased tenfold. He was obviously envious. But he didn't know that the vegetables in that warehouse had long been transferred away by Lu Fei using his spatial ability. Wang Lin on the other end of the phone said arrogantly, "Ms. Liu, it's useless even if you call the police. I have connections. Don't think you can beat me." Lu Fei smiled even more deeply and put down the phone. "Humph, what a pity if you go to see the warehouse now. I'm afraid it's already empty." Chapter 33. "Oh, okay then." Lu Fei hung up the phone indifferently. Wang Lin wanted to continue on the other end of the phone, but when he heard the phone was disconnected, he cursed several times in anger. The employee next to him asked cautiously, "Boss, are you still going to the warehouse?" "Of course I'll go." Wang Lin snorted coldly. He thought to himself that the goods in the warehouse were originally his, and he had the key, so there was nothing to worry about. But when he opened the warehouse door and looked at the empty shelves, Wang Lin was stunned. Where were his warehouse of vegetables? How could his vegetables, whose value had skyrocketed, disappear out of thin air? At the same time, the city was in a panic over water shortage. The government issued a water restriction order, limiting each person to 4 liters of water per day. Lu Fei stood at the window, watching the residents queuing downstairs to get water, and smiled slightly. She had already stockpiled water, but she knew she had to keep a low profile. So she took Oscar and Zai Zai to queue up for water. Oscar asked in confusion, "Are we not short of water?" Lu Fei smiled and said, "Having water is our business. The key is not letting anyone know about it." She had already learned this from the cruelty of the end of the world. While waiting in line, Lu Fei could hear complaints from residents. "There are only 4 liters of water, which is not even enough to wash our hair. We don't even dare to flush the toilet after the water supply was cut off." The residents next to Lu Fei even began to discuss in a low voice, buying water at a high price. The price of a bottle of water soared from 20 to 50. Lu Fei's turn. She swiped her ID card, and water flowed out of the tap. But not far away, a man who tried to swipe his card again was warned by the community, and the red light flashed, causing everyone to look over. After fetching water, Lu Fei took a bucket of water and Oscar home. Looking at the warm scene of the small family around her, she secretly felt lucky that she had been prepared in advance, so that she could be safe and sound in this chaotic world. Chapter 34. Liu Fei loving most. The first is eating, the second is cooking. This morning, she cooked a pot of seafood porridge without hesitation. Abalone, scallops, shrimps, and swimming crabs are fresh and fragrant, accompanied by beef patties baked in the air fryer, cheese sticks, steamed buns, and siumai in the steamer. The breakfast of the siblings filled the table and was swept away. Having experienced famine after natural disasters, she knows the preciousness of food. On this day, the scorching heat drove mosquitoes into the house. Lu Fei could even hear the bang-bang sound of mosquitoes hitting the glass outside the window. She took out a mosquito net from the space and covered the baby's cradle. She and Oscar used electric mosquito swatters to vigorously remove the mosquitoes. After the busy work, Oscar held the baby to sleep while Lu Fei browsed the forum. In the post-disaster era, material goods became king, luxury houses and luxury cars were ignored, and material exchange became a new trend. Suddenly, She felt something falling from the ceiling. She looked down and saw a gray-brown insect with serrated hind legs clinging to her bedsheet. Killer locust. Lu Fei's pupils shrank. This mutant locust not only eats plants, but also attacks human flesh and blood. It is almost invulnerable. Lu Fei calmly picked up the electric mosquito swatter, but the locust's defense was too high, and she finally stepped on it to death. Disgusted, she hurriedly washed the bedsheet and searched every gap with Oscar, and even found a few in the toilet pipe in the bathroom. Lu Fei couldn't help but feel a chill, imagining what would happen if a locust suddenly jumped out while she was using the toilet. She took a deep breath and thought about what would happen if the locust crawled onto her, but while she was squatting on the toilet. She couldn't even imagine it. Chapter 35. In order to prevent these killer locusts from coming in through the sewers again, Lu Fei and Oscar took tools and blocked all the sewer pipes in the house tightly. That night, the whole city became a sea of locusts. They swarmed out of cracks in homes, corridors, and even basements, biting people wherever they went. The agricultural department sent out pest control teams, but these locusts were not afraid of pesticides at all. After flying in swarms, the land, trees, and food were all turned into dust. Even supermarkets had to close for fear that these locusts would reproduce in supplies and sweep away all the stored food. Residents of old residential areas suffered the most, as wooden doors and ordinary glass could not stop the locusts. Many people were so scared that they fled from their homes to their neighbors' homes, but locusts continued to fly in from the ceilings and cracks, occupying the food in the room, especially the grains. A few locusts could eat a bag of rice in a moment, and their stomachs swelled like balloons, but they still ate greedily. People could only watch in despair as their reserves were eaten up. Lu Fei's window. Gray locusts covered the glass, their greedy compound eyes staring at the house. The world is suffering from this round of locust plague, and the livestock industry in more than 30 states in the United States has been destroyed. Wherever the locusts pass, no grass grows. And this mutant locust will also produce toxic hydrocyanic acid during flight, making them a deadly natural enemy. Pest control propaganda was broadcast on television. In turn, the whole country was mobilized, and everyone was called upon to catch locusts. Even citizen points were introduced. Residents who met the insect catching standards could not only receive material subsidies, but also accumulate points, which could be used to exchange for various resources or even special genetic drugs in the future. Lu Fei's eyes lit up, and she immediately signed up with Oscar, feeling secretly happy. She knew that citizen points would become a passport for the future, especially those powerful genetic drugs, which would be enough to keep humans strong when facing mutant creatures. Chapter 36. In order to resist the bites of the gray locusts, Lu Fei put the baby directly into the space after feeding him, regardless of the little guy's pouting face. She and Oscar put on thick protective clothing, and although they were sweating profusely, safety was the most important thing. They went out with insect nets and rubber buckets. The streets were full of people catching insects, all wrapped up like dumplings, fearing being bitten by locusts. It is said that the toxicity of this insect has a mortality rate of 20%. As long as the leaves and food are lightly touched, the army of locusts will eat them cleanly. The two people waved the net and filled a bucket with locusts without any effort. The official insect collection vehicle slowly patrolled the streets, constantly changing the full bucket. Lu Fei's citizen points were also recorded when he swiped his ID card, with the goal of exchanging points for the far from enough genetic medicine. After returning home, the two were so tired that they could not even stand up straight, but Lu Fei still made them a simple but delicious dinner of beef with coriander and scallion chicken, which smelled delicious. While they were enjoying their meal, the WeChat group on their mobile phone exploded. After catching bugs all day, I get this little rice and bread. It's really not worth it. Neighbors are so cold-blooded. If anyone has rice or flour, lend me some. It smells so good. Is someone cooking in building number 1? It smells so good that it makes me hungry. Everyone started to suggest that Lu Fei share air conditioning and food, and some people in the group even accused her of being too stingy. Lu Fei looked at these unreasonable requests, sneered, and typed in the group, "No, I refuse." She put down her phone and ate her meal with Oscar, ignoring the complaints that were gradually filling the group. Oscar couldn't help but ask, "Sister, are we going to catch insects tonight?" Lu Fei nodded firmly. "Yes, but tell me if you're tired." Chapter 37. Oscar nodded and answered simply, "No problem." After breakfast, Lu Fei carefully put the sleeping cub into the space. This little guy seemed to be here to repay his gratitude. At only 2 months old, he had adapted to the difficult environment during the natural disaster. He even overcame the flatulence and could sleep peacefully all night. Then, she and Oscar helped each other put on thick protective clothing. This was not ordinary equipment, but Lu Fei had already stockpiled it for future acid rain. Now it was used to fight locusts, which was foolproof. The night insect catching operation officially began. They were assigned to the southern part of the city. The warm lights mobilized by the state were lined up on the roadside, and the whole street seemed to be immersed in a strange sea of light. Sure enough, locusts swarmed towards the lights. Lu Fei and Oscar only needed to cast a net, and the rubber bucket was full. While they were busy, Su Anping, the team leader of the agricultural department, smiled and joked. "You catch insects during the day. You are really diligent." Lu Fei smiled and half-jokingly said, "This is a contribution to the country." She knew in her heart that she was doing this for the precious citizen points that could be exchanged for genetic medicines in the future. These points would be hard currency in the future era of natural disasters. They worked until 3 in the morning. Locusts were easier to catch at night than during the day. They both got 100 points and collapsed on the sofa. After the baby woke up, Oscar fed him and burped him skillfully. The little guy had bright eyes and lay on the sofa with his head raised high. His blue eyes looked at Lu Fei, making her very happy. "Oscar, look, the baby seems to know that I am his mother." After breakfast, Zizi fell asleep again, and Lu Fei gently put him into the small nest in the space. Every time she used the space, she would think of her ex-husband Lin Lu, who had long gone. She thought he had disappeared with everything, but she didn't expect that he left her not only a huge fortune, but also this incredible space ability. It can store, protect her family, and even survive natural disasters. Now this legacy has become her confidence and reliance in the end times, which makes her secretly happy, but also a little sad. Chapter 38. Oscar, let's not catch bugs for now. Lu Fei put down her phone. Her eyes lit up. "I heard that all the major supermarkets are open for shopping today. Let's spend the tens of thousands of dollars left in our bank card." The two drove to the nearest supermarket, but the entrance was already crowded, with a line several hundred meters long. Because of the purchase restrictions, many people hid things on their bodies to try to get through, but when they arrived at the security check, the alarm sounded one after another, and the security guards took people directly into a small room for body searches. Nowadays, the price of vegetables and fruits has risen to 100 yuan per kilogram, so it is not surprising that some people still steal. An hour later, Lu Fei and Oscar finally entered the supermarket. Lu Fei was stubborn and insisted on spending every penny. She had a clear goal and didn't waste time in the vegetable area. Those wilted fruits and vegetables were not attractive to her. She went straight to the daily necessities area and swept paper towels, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and books into the shopping cart. After the end of the world, these books are precious knowledge and can even be used to keep warm in extreme cold. When it was her turn to pay, Lu Fei accidentally saw the condoms next to the counter, and her mind suddenly moved. Water storage, water isolation, and fire starter, all of which are excellent survival tools. She bought them all without hesitation, causing the people behind her to cast surprised glances. Oscar noticed the strange look, blushed rarely, lowered his head, and moved his feet, not daring to look directly at her. After shopping, the two stuffed the supplies into the space and drove home. On the way, they saw the community water tank reappear downstairs in the community and immediately joined the long queue. The crowd was talking and complaining about the outrageous prices. Even the vegetables soaked in the flood are now more expensive than gold, and they can't afford to eat them. Another shook his head and sighed. Everything has increased in price, but money is the least valuable. Lu Fei listened silently. She knew that the whole city was short of water and food. Those scalpers who hoarded goods and raised prices would only accelerate the chaos of the end of the world. Sure enough, the news came out in the afternoon. Several suppliers had their supplies confiscated and were detained for 1 month for reselling hoarded goods. After reading the news, Lu Fei smiled in her heart. This was just the beginning. Lu Fei returned home and opened the window for some fresh air. She was attacked by a swarm of mosquitoes. In just a few minutes, all the exposed skin was covered with bites. Chapter 39. Lu Fei looked at her arms covered with red spots from mosquito bites and couldn't help itching. She took out fenjiujing and mosquito repellent and smeared them all over herself and Oscar, becoming a walking source of insect repellent. Oscar was calm. After all, he grew up on an island and had seen many harsh environments. The community group chat was also in an uproar. Neighbor Lin Suichin sent a message asking for help. Who is Finjiujing or insect repellent? I'll exchange it with food, but no one responded. She refused to pay because the price was too high, and the neighbors stopped paying attention. Instead, some people mocked her. Now, insect repellent costs 2 or 300 yuan a bottle. Who are you going to give these tens of dollars to? Feng Rue said in the group, and others echoed him. Lin Suichin relentlessly accused the other party of being cold-blooded, but was directly rebuked by He Wanwan. Every family is short of money. Don't think of yourself as a savior. Lu Fei watched the show with a smile. She was not in a hurry to exchange for supplies. She had already planned to exchange her points for genetic medicine in the future. She was not interested in these small favors. Now, every time she went out, the unconcealable odor in the air made her frown. In the days of water shortage, washing hair and taking a bath has become a luxury. Even rice is not washed before cooking. The whole community, except for her home, almost exudes a strong smell of mold and sweat. When the gym opened, Oscar finally dragged Lu Fei to learn self-defense. The boss and his wife accepted the exchange of goods for fees, and she used a bag of rice and 2 liters of water as the venue fee, and even got the air conditioner. Oscar is indeed a martial artist, and he can do all kinds of swordsmanship and sanda with ease. Lu Fei followed him to review the moves she learned in her previous life, constantly improving, and her moves were deadly, killing people without being seen. When they returned to the community at night, they saw their neighbors wrapped tightly and rushing to the supermarket with red pimples on their heads. Lu Fei and Oscar smiled at each other and sighed in their hearts. This mosquito plague is more terrible than locusts. I'm afraid we still have a long way to go. Chapter 40. In a city with high temperatures and shortage of supplies, Lu Fei sighed as she read the news. The situation in various countries is already in chaos. Under the global natural disasters, Manhwa is considered a pure land that is orderly and steadfast. The plummeting housing prices have become a joke, and even luxury houses are no longer in demand. Everyone is just struggling to get enough food and drink. So who cares about real estate? She and Oscar no longer go out. The prices of materials continue to soar. Summer medicines, wind oil, and insect repellents are driven up to sky-high prices. Supermarkets are emptied, and citizens can't even afford water for showers. A neighbor in the group posted 3 photos of dehydrated vegetables, feeling distressed, but attracted Fong Chong's ridicule. Eat them quickly if you have them. You deserve it if you are still hoarding them. Upon inquiry, the eldest sister's family actually hoarded a mountain of them. Then she fell silent and dared not show off again. Everyone knows it tacitly. The more critical the moment of scarcity of materials, the more prey the hoarders will become in the eyes of everyone. Lu Fei smiled secretly in her heart. She was not one of those people who showed off casually, so she decided to hide her cards. To conceal her identity, she simply took out a few black fish and Oscar and started to work. I'm going to make pickled fish today. It smells so good that the neighbors will envy me. Oscar skillfully wielded the knife, the dagger flashing like an afterimage, and quickly cut the fish fillet into paper-thin slices. Lu Fei prepared pickled sauerkraut and spices, and when she opened the pot, the aroma spread, instantly covering up all the hidden worries. Chapter 41. Lu Fei was amazed by the delicious fish in the reservoir. 1 black fish was enough to make 7 or 8 individual meals. So she decided to go big and prepare the ingredients for the pickled fish with 4 fish in 1 pot. The pickled cabbage was cut into sections. The fish fillets were marinated, the fish bones were sautéed, and the pickled cabbage and chili were put into the pot together. A domineering and delicious aroma quickly spread. Finally, minced garlic and hot oil were poured, and the pickled fish was out of the pot. Looking at the large pot of pickled fish on the table, Lu Fei unceremoniously handed the packaging work to Oscar. Oscar put down his knife and gun, replaced it with the canteen and spoon, and carefully ensured that each portion of fish fillets had the same amount. Next came the luxurious version of snail noodles, with fried chicken feet, fried bean curd, flower intestines, and king crab legs. In order to enjoy the meal, Lu Fei took out a larger batch of ingredients from the space, such as big plate chicken, sour soup beef, sweet and sour spare ribs, soup shrimp balls, seafood, and vegetarian dishes that almost filled the entire living room. Even Zai Zai's stroller was pushed into the room to prevent him from accidentally entering the battlefield. The two spent 3 hours skewering, and even Oscar, as hands were numb, and he had long forgotten the names of the ingredients. In the pot, thick soup was bubbling instead of chicken soup, and the aroma was even more overwhelming when the red oil was poured. Oscar couldn't help but eat secretly while packing, and Lu Fei couldn't help but shake her head with laughter. Braised pork, steamed buns, rice with crab sauce, and the newly created salmon rice balls. Each dish was cooked in large portions, enough to store for more than half a month. When the last portion was packed, Lu Fei slumped on the sofa. Her hands were too sore to lift, and Oscar breathed a sigh of relief. The baby beside him was swinging in the automatic cradle, like a little boss witnessing the whole day's food war. Late at night, Lu Fei finished cleaning up and carried her baby back to her room. Smelling the aroma of food in the air, she finally fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 42. Lu Fei slept until noon, and when she woke up, she saw that Oscar had brought back a liter of rationed water and stored it in the kitchen. She had a big meal yesterday, but today she wanted to have some light porridge and side dishes to clear her stomach, so she and Oscar agreed and cooked a pot of white rice porridge with sour cowpeas to satisfy her. Just after finishing the meal, Oscar reminded, "Sister, your phone kept ringing just now. Is someone looking for you?" Lu Fei was stunned. After changing her number, she hardly contacted her former colleagues. When she opened her phone, she saw that it was indeed a group of community owners. It was as lively as a vegetable market. Wow, whose family is cooking this? It smells so good that I can't help it. Yang Tian, aren't you afraid of being dizzy from the smell? Did the food fall from the sky? Luo, Dagong, I smell pickled fish and seafood. Whose family is this? Such a rich meal. Fong Chong, I am so hungry that I am crying. Whose family is this? At this time, someone kindly at Liu Fei her Oscar, and rumors quickly spread that she had hoarded a large amount of food and cooked a variety of delicacies every day lavishly. Some people even began to suggest in the group, "The price is negotiable. I'm willing to pay for the leftovers." Lu Fei stared at the messages in the group and sneered. She knew that the troublemakers were gossipers like Lu De and Lin Suichin, who always pried into other people's privacy. Sure enough, the rumors in the group became more and more outrageous. Even her relatives were speculated, and she was even accused of hoarding goods to make money from the national crisis. Lu Fei responded calmly. "Most of them are milk powder and seasonings for children, but there are some dry goods. If anyone has suitable supplies, I can consider exchanging them." But the group immediately went wild. Lin Sichin and Zhang Lifen both insisted that she had stockpiled rice, flour, and even larger quantities of supplies. Lu Fei shook her head and said to Oscar, "It seems that it's time to find an opportunity to talk to some people about community harmony." Chapter 43. Lu Fei clenched her phone tightly. Murderous intent surged in her mind. This gossipy woman should be killed immediately. She turned around and found Oscar had put on his coat with a cold face, holding a dagger in his hand, ready to go out. She grabbed him and whispered, "Where are you going? Go cut off their tongues and chop off their fingers." Oscar's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and he did not hide it. Lu Fei suppressed his anger and patted his shoulder gently. "Don't be impatient. Wait for a better opportunity to deal with them." Although he said so, the chill in his heart had already spread. Pacifying Oscar, the two took their son to the gym. After the afternoon training, they went home, took out the fresh pickled fish and crab fried rice stored in the space, and sat down to eat. However, the tranquility of the night was just an illusion. Oscar and Lu Fei exchanged glances and agreed to act at midnight. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Yang Tian was lying on the sofa applying a facial mask. When she heard a slight noise at the door, she nervously grabbed a fruit knife and walked over. The door was locked, but the next second it was kicked open, and she fell to the ground. Her screams were instantly strangled by a hand wearing a black glove. "I wanted to cut off your tongue." Oscar's narrow eyes flashed coldly in the darkness, but I was afraid of trouble. Before he finished speaking, he flipped his hand and broke her fingers one by one, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Oscar pinched her chin and said coldly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Then, he smashed her phone, leaving her trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Lu Fei was not idle either. She sneaked into Lu Da's house and beat him up, taking a few photos of his family's stockpiled goods, including mountains of rice and flour, and an aerated fish pond filled with seafood. After uploading the photos to the community group, they went viral instantly. Zhao Chao, "If this gets stolen, just blink, buddy." Lin Suichin, "That's too much. Who has so many supplies?" Feng Rui, "Take care, bro." Lu Fei sneered and closed the group chat. She returned home contentedly and nodded to Oscar tacitly. This is the best way to communicate. Chapter 44. Lu Fei clenched her phone and smiled coldly. Luda exposed all her cards to the people in the group. This behavior was tantamount to murder. In this doomsday where everyone is hungry, exposing resources means putting your life at the center of the storm. At this moment, the community group owner issued a new notice. Due to high temperatures and severe water shortages, the daily water supply has been reduced again, from 1 liter per day to 1 liter every 2 days. Everyone vented their dissatisfaction in the group, but more people have become accustomed to it and no longer say much. The shortage of supplies has reached an extreme point. The limited purchase of meat and vegetables in supermarkets has long been sold out, and the freezers can no longer withstand such large-scale consumption. The once luxurious enjoyment has now become a life-saving material that everyone desires. The internet is full of cruel reality, with some people showing off their wealth and others groaning. The most eye-catching thing is that some bloggers deliberately show wasteful pictures, bathtubs filled with purified water, oysters and king crabs that are thrown away after being eaten halfway, which arouse the anger and condemnation of netizens, while the actual lives of ordinary people are trapped in suffocating heat and scarce supplies. They are lucky to find a sip of water or a bite of food. Lu Fei watched the world situation, on her phone with a cold look in her eyes, sneering in her heart. She had to hide her resources well. Otherwise, once these people knew her inventory, no matter who they were, they would tear apart their moral bottom line and rob her by any means. Thinking of the stinking mushroom in his previous life, the life-saving mushroom that grew from a corpse, Lu Fei frowned. It smelled terrible, but it became the people's hope for survival. The country then launched an edible, non-toxic version of the stinking mushroom. Although the smell was unbearable, it became a lifeline for many people to barely survive. Even though it was disgustingly smelly, Lu Fei still forced herself to eat it. At that time, being able to survive was enough. Chapter 45. Lu Fei and Oscar went to fetch water early in the morning. Although Lu Fei's family was well-stocked, she didn't want to appear to be rich and powerful, especially since she had been targeted by the troublemaker Luda before, so she had to act cautiously. The community water point was crowded with people, and everyone complained that the drought had made water resources increasingly scarce. Soldiers were standing guard nearby, holding real guns and bullets, so people didn't dare to act rashly. The water quality today is particularly bad, turbid, and even muddy sediment can be seen. The dispatcher explained helplessly. This is water close to the mud bed, and there may not be even this in the future. After hearing this, everyone could only silently carry the muddy water home. Lu Fei was in a heavy mood. She knew that after the storm came, the crisis of these water sources would be replaced by the hatching 8-tentacled beasts. Those monsters would devour the world like a nightmare, just as seen in the previous life. When she was lost in thought, Oscar reminded her to pay attention. Ruda was seen bruised and swollen, looking embarrassed and wandering in the crowd. When someone asked him about it, Ruda hesitated awkwardly and said that he had fallen, but he caught a glimpse of Lu Fei's sneer in his peripheral vision and immediately kept silent. On the other side, a bald fat man was arguing with the water pump, saying that he wanted to pick up water for his girlfriend, but was blocked by the strict identity verification. The fat man was so angry that he pushed the employee, but was neatly subdued and dragged away by the soldiers. After fetching water, Lu Fei and Oscar witnessed all this. Then, a large truck drove outside the community, and 2 men shouted the slogan, "Canned meat, first come, first served," causing a commotion. Residents flocked to the scene, and even community workers ran to watch. Lu Fei recognized the man selling goods, Wang Lin, who was once a vegetable supplier. When he saw Lu Fei, his face changed, and he wanted to step forward angrily, but was frightened by the shining saber in Oscar's hand and stopped. Lu Fei fiercely and then returned to the car, shouting out to sell canned meat for 500 yuan a bottle. Some people questioned the high price, and Wang Lin retorted impatiently. Go and see the last batch of vegetables in the supermarket. They can be sold for 300 yuan a pound. This is meat. Don't buy it. Although the residents complained, they finally paid obediently. Chapter 46. Wang Lin sneered complacently and said, "I've been doing business in the capital for so long. Of course I have the channels. Old Chun, open a few cans for everyone to try, so that they won't say we are black-hearted." Old Chun agreed and immediately opened 10 cans of meat, cut them into small pieces, and shared them with everyone to taste. "Try it. The meat is very firm," Wang Lin said confidently. The onlookers could not wait to grab a piece. Although the taste was average, They could not help but nod their heads repeatedly, reluctant to swallow it. For a while, the shouts of buying came one after another. I want 20 cans. Give me 30 cans. Pay with WeChat. I'll buy 8 cans first, then go home and get my phone to buy more. Wang Lin smiled and reminded them, hurry up, who knows if there will be more later. In less than half an hour, the whole truck of canned meat was sold out. Before leaving, Wang Lin waved goodbye to the crowd and said meaningfully, it's hard to say when we will come next time, so everyone should eat and cherish it. When the truck drove away, Wang Lin accidentally glanced under the shade of the tree and found that Lu Fei and Oscar had already left. He was very angry. In the car, Lao Chen couldn't help laughing and said, boss, we made a lot of money today. But before he finished speaking, Wang Lin's cold eyes swept over, and he was scared to shut up immediately. On the other side, Lu Fei picked up the crying baby, absent-minded. Oscar asked worriedly, sister, what's wrong with you? Lu Fei frowned and thought, always feeling that this canned meat reminded her of something in her past life. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to her mind, and she remembered the fatal food poisoning incident. Hundreds of people died from eating canned meat made from diseased pork, and the mastermind behind it had long disappeared. Thinking of this, Lu Fei decisively dialed the reporting hotline. Someone in Eugene Garden is selling canned pork with disease, which can cause serious food poisoning. We need to investigate immediately. But when the operator asked her for her identity information, she quickly hung up the phone. In the end times, exposing one's identity is equivalent to inviting trouble, and she clearly knows her limits. In the police station, Zhao Gang was having a headache because the police force was not enough to cope with the surge in criminal cases. When the operator reported the information about canned meat, Zhao Gang's expression changed instantly, and he said seriously, this must be investigated. He knew very well that the harm of canned pork with disease was more devastating than ordinary crimes. Once an outbreak occurred, the consequences would be disastrous. Chapter 47: Food Poisoning. After receiving the report, the police immediately sent police officers to visit the residents who bought the canned meat, and even bought 2 cans of meat out of their own pockets to send for testing. Although they were unable to contact the reporter, the police did not relax their vigilance. When Zhao Gang returned to the community, the neighbors were cleaning up the traces left by the flood and greeted him one after another. Captain Rue is back. He nodded in response, still thinking about the incident. When he got home, his wife Su Ying greeted him with 2 bowls of rice and a dish of pork and Chinese sausage mixed with coriander on the table. The two lived frugally and tried to save as much as possible on every meal. During the meal, Su Ying mentioned what happened at work today. Someone brought a truck of canned meat to sell, 500 yuan per can, which was ridiculously expensive, but it was still sold out. I was lucky, and the director gave me 4 cans. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of pork and gave it to Zhao Gang. Hearing the word canned meat, Zhao Gang's expression changed suddenly, and he immediately pulled Su Ying to the yard. Hurry, vomit out what's in your stomach. Su Ying was stunned, and Zhao Gang explained seriously. Someone reported that this canned food is made of diseased pork and it carries viruses. Eating it will cause poisoning. When Su Ying heard this, he was so scared that he quickly bent down and dug his throat and vomited out everything he had just eaten. They managed to escape, but others were not so lucky. At 6 p.m., the official account released a notice, revealing the truth about the canned meat. The news spread quickly, but many families had already finished their dinners. Some elderly people and children were rushed to the hospital due to poisoning, and many of the children were in critical condition because they ate too much. At this time, Lu Fei was leisurely eating bobo chicken at home, and she smiled when she saw the push message. Although she did not show up in person, she successfully exposed the crisis, which was considered a good deed. On the other side, Wang Lin, who was in the meat canning factory, smashed his phone in anger after reading the report. Damn it! How could it be discovered so quickly? Lao Chun carefully comforted him. Brother Wang, we made a lot of money this time, so it's not a loss. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. Earning 5 million is not enough. Originally, I could have made at least 10 million. This batch of canned meat was originally made by Wang Lin, who bribed the insiders of the breeding farm to secretly transport dead pork out and added additives to cover up the stench. Unexpectedly, it was exposed so quickly, and his plan was ruined. Wang Lin's vegetable business was hampered by drought, and he was eager to make money, so he took this crooked path. But now, all the trucks are being targeted by the police, and the way to continue selling vegetables is completely cut off. Wang Lin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth secretly. This time, someone must have deliberately reported me. No matter who it is, I will make him pay the price. Chapter 48. At dinner, Lu Fei and Oscar had a few bites. The baby was surprisingly energetic and kept tossing and turning in the room until 9 o'clock. In desperation, Lu Fei had to take out the pacifier to make the little guy fall asleep. She sighed and thought, this child is like a little monster that charges for 2 hours and plays all day. Oscar meticulously checked the seals of every door and window and the seals of the sewer, and was relieved only after confirming that they were correct. The rain outside the window was getting heavier and heavier, and the raindrops hit the window, making a rapid sound. 10 days of continuous heavy rain caused the city's drainage system to completely collapse, and the flooded streets and buildings became a breeding ground for the 8-tentacled beasts. In a stinking sewer, a torrent of water washed over gray eggs. Along with the water flow, a gray tentacle slowly emerged from the eggshell, and then 8 tentacles tore the eggshell apart, revealing a palm-sized gray monster. They flexibly clung to the wall of the sewer and crawled along the pipe into the depths of the city. Meanwhile, in the flooded stadium, people were sleeping quietly in a temporary shelter. No one noticed that a tentacle of an 8-tentacled beast was quietly reaching into a man's mouth. The man waved his hand unconsciously, but the 8-tentacled beast quickly got in. The next second, the man's eyes widened. He grabbed his throat frantically and shouted with difficulty, "Something got into my stomach." The lights of the stadium were awakened, and the crowd gathered uneasily. The man's face gradually turned pale, and he bent over in pain to vomit, but he could not force the monster out. Suddenly, his face twisted, and a strange sound came out of his throat. People watched helplessly as his mouth strangely split open, and with a crisp sound of broken bones, a blood-red monster slowly crawled out of his mouth. The monster sucked the man's flesh and blood, becoming stronger. Its tentacles were thick and powerful, and its black blood vessels were clearly visible. The crowd screamed in fear at the scene before them, and more 8-tentacled beasts jumped out of the darkness and quickly pounced on those who had not yet reacted. They used their slippery tentacles and blade-like mouthparts to drill into the human body and turn humans into their nests. Soon, the entire stadium became a feast for the 8-tentacled beasts. The screams and struggles of humans were useless, as the parasitic monsters tore apart every life that fell. That night, the stadium in the capital became the first battlefield for the monsters to hunt. The brutality and bloodiness of the 8-tentacled beasts announced the official arrival of the first level of monsters under the natural disaster. Chapter 49. At dinner, Lu Fei and Oscar simply ate something, but the baby seemed very energetic and kept making noise until 9 o'clock without feeling sleepy. Lu Fei had to use a pacifier to barely calm the little guy down and let him sleep. She sighed helplessly. This child is like a perpetual motion machine. After Oscar checked the doors, windows, and seals and confirmed that there were no gaps, the two prepared to go out to collect the rations. When they arrived at the distribution point, Lu Fei noticed that many people vomited after smelling the smell of stinking mushrooms. Some people even covered their mouths and tried to endure it, but their faces still turned pale because of the stench. Lu Fei and Oscar calmly swiped their ID cards and received the stinking mushrooms, but the residents next to them were retching from the pungent stench. Seeing this, the two did not dare to stay and quickly avoided the crowd. When they reached the door, they heard hurried footsteps behind them. Oscar protected Lu Fei and ZZ and hid to the side. The man who was behind them ran to the outer wall with his mouth covered and vomited. "It's over. There will probably be a chain reaction among the people waiting in line." Lu Fei's heart tightened, and he left quickly to avoid being affected. Back in the car, the two tied the bag of stinking mushrooms to the rearview mirror and dared not put it in the car. The stinking mushrooms were indeed the notorious food in the era of natural disasters. Lu Fei and Oscar didn't care about the smell of the stinking mushrooms and put them directly into the space for storage when they got home. For dinner, they decided to treat themselves to a feast of hamburgers and fries. They had a family bucket, beef cheeseburgers, chicken steak burgers, and Coke and Sprite. Despite the feast, the two never gained weight because they trained intensively in the gym every day. Lu Fei was like a sponge absorbing hunting techniques, and Oscar imparted all his experience to her without reservation. She knew very well that if she could not forge herself into a true warrior before the monster tide came, no amount of supplies would be able to guarantee the safety of Oscar and her cubs. Half a month later, the controversy over the stinky mushroom has not subsided. In the forum, people complained about the stinky mushroom. If I am guilty, please punish me with the law, not the stinky mushroom. What is the difference between eating stinky mushrooms and eating shit? Warriors have the courage to eat it raw. There were also complaints in the community group, and someone couldn't help complaining. I cover my nose every day when I eat it. I feel sick when I see it. Despite the constant complaints, the authorities have no plans to replace this highly nutritious, hardcore food. The latest news in the group also makes people feel cold. Multiple robberies and vicious fights have occurred frequently, and the shortage of supplies is gradually making humanity out of control. Lu Fei felt uneasy when she read the information. Although her community was close to the power center and was not threatened for the time being, she understood that this fragile sense of security could collapse at any time. As the notice implicitly warned, the shortage of police force is an indisputable fact, and the future will be even more difficult. Chapter 50. At night, Lu Fei and her baby had just fallen asleep when her keen hearing caught the sound of an ambulance downstairs. She immediately became alert. Ambulances no longer save people, but more often come to deal with corpses. Could it be that someone in the community had an accident again? She turned on her phone to check the community group, which was already buzzing with excitement. Several important messages immediately popped up. Grandma Zhua and Grandpa Feng from Building 5 were hacked to death. Grandpa Feng was still clutching a bag of biscuits in his hand. I used to think these things were far away from us, but now they are right next to us. It's so scary. Where are the police? Why is there no one to protect the community? The community's electronic eyes didn't capture any strangers last night, which means the murderer may still be in the community, or he may be a resident. Lu Fei's heart tightened. A vicious home invasion and robbery had occurred in the community, and the signs of the collapse of public security were becoming more and more obvious. All the property staff had fled, garbage was piled up like a mountain, and flies were flying everywhere. In order to avoid danger, she and Oscar tried not to go out as much as possible, and spent all their time on training and hoarding food. Now, as 1.5 months after the natural disaster, the society is in turmoil, and the prices have skyrocketed. Vegetables have risen from a few yuan to hundreds or even thousands, and meat has risen to 5,000 yuan per kilogram. Ordinary people can't afford it at all. Faced with such a situation, those who live paycheck to paycheck and those who are short of money can only survive through violence. Lu Fei and Oscar insisted on collecting stinking mushrooms every day. Although the smell was unbearable, she never wasted a single bit of food. She knew that in the future, these disgusting stinking mushrooms would become the most sought-after resource. Time was running out, so Lu Fei and Oscar decided to make some portable rice balls while the power was still on. She used all the pots and pans in the kitchen to make more than 200 giant rice balls at once, and put all the sashimi, crab legs, cucumbers, and other ingredients into the rice balls one by one. Oscar's technique was skillful, and with a flash of the knife, the side dishes were cut neatly, making people forget that he was once a killer. After the rice balls were ready, Lu Fei used a large pot to cook chicken feet with pickled peppers and pickled radish and bamboo shoots, and sealed them all for storage. Looking at the increasingly abundant food in the space, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 51. Screaming late at night means that police resources are too tight. Even when such a vicious incident happened in Yujing home, only 2 criminal police officers were sent there to collect evidence. As a result, before midnight, they were called by the police team to go somewhere else to deal with an incident of a more serious nature. The residents of Yujing home kept the lights on at night and blocked all the doors, windows, and vents in their homes with thick materials, for fear that the murderer who killed the elderly couple in Building 5 would come out to cause trouble tonight. Many people stayed up most of the night and were drowsy. Lu Fei, her child, and Oscar slept soundly in their respective rooms. She had considered this issue before, so she used the most advanced interlocking system in the world when installing the explosion-proof door. There was also a row of latches behind the door, which could be said to be fully armed. The group of thieves committed a crime last night. Although everyone is on guard, they probably think they won't dare to come out tonight. Those who had been working hard in the first half of the night were exhausted. When they were about to lie down to sleep in the second half of the night, a scream was heard from somewhere in the building in the community, and then the scream disappeared immediately. The sound appeared so suddenly that no one could be sure which floor it came from. At this moment, there was a message suddenly in the quiet community group. Wan from building number 1. A voice clip. Lu Fei clicked on it. She heard her shouting for help, followed by a scream and the sound of a phone falling to the ground. The group was quiet at this time. I didn't know if everyone was really asleep or if someone was peeking at the screen and watching what happened next. Feng Rue, Building Number 1. Official Building Number 1. Lu Fei, Building Number 1. Luo Dagon. The thieves are in He Wanwan's house upstairs from my house. I ask everyone to come together to rescue us. If we don't join forces, we will definitely be looted by these people as if we were food reserves. Zhang Lifan from Building Number 1. How can you be sure it was a robbery? I don't think He Wanwan is serious. Her skirt is so tight that her thighs are exposed. Otherwise, why would the criminals choose her instead of someone else? Lin Suichin from Building Number 1. Yes, it was her own fault. She deserved it. Who knows how many criminals there are? What if they have knives or guns? I don't want to lose my life for her. Zhao Chao from Building Number 1. I came here with a machete. We can't allow any more deaths in our community. I must help. Everyone must remember the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Lu Fei was awakened by the frantic sound of messages on her cell phone, and her baby was also startled. She coaxed him gently until he fell asleep again and put him in the small cradle in the space. Now she was like a kangaroo mother, and the space was her pouch, which was even safer than a pouch. She immediately changed her clothes and took a knife with her. In case of any inconvenience, she also took a pistol with her. When I walked into the living room, I saw Oscar coming out of the room. He zipped up his black windbreaker, and the brother and sister wrapped themselves tightly at the same time. Oscar looked at her and said, "Sister and I are thinking the same thing." Lu Fei smiled and nodded. It's better to fight than to learn more. If we can't even deal with these scum, how can we deal with the endless monsters that will emerge in natural disasters in the future? Oscar might be targeted one day. Zhao Chao was right, the lips and teeth are cold. And she had a habit since her rebirth to nip all dangers in the bud, whether it was Lin Jie and He Miao or this incident. He Wanwan was beaten so hard that she lay on the coffee table, dizzy and dazed. The colorful darkness in front of her eyes made it difficult for her to focus. She didn't know why the tightly locked door of her house opened, and then more than a dozen men came in. She wanted to scream for help, but they snatched her cell phone, punched her in the face one after another, and then threw her on the ground near the coffee table. A dozen men laughed strangely as they rummaged through He Wanwan's kitchen and storage room and found a large amount of supplies. He Wanwan wanted to stop it, as she had spent a lot of effort and money to stockpile these things. But as soon as she moved, blood immediately flowed from her nose, which showed how badly she had been beaten. Spanish ham. This woman really knows how to enjoy herself. Quickly cut a few slices and taste them. The instant noodles in my mouth don't taste good anymore. Oh, there are also Coke and juice. These imported biscuits taste really good. It's true that rich people know how to enjoy life. The criminals placed the knives they had used to commit the crime on the table and held the food they had looted from He Wanwan's house in their hands. Although food was incredibly expensive during this period, this group of people had no intention of cherishing the things they had robbed. Biscuit pieces and biscuit crumbs were thrown all over the floor. They thought it was too troublesome to use a blade to eat the Spanish ham, so they simply held it in their arms and chewed it. The smell of their saliva mixed with the stench made the ham emit a strange smell. Brother Chong, Brother Lei, you are really smart. You have done such a big business with your brothers. The younger brothers below did not forget to flatter Fong Chong and Gan Lei, who were also eating with big mouthfuls. Fong Chong and Gan Lei both came from the same county town. They had been idle since childhood, but when they saw the bosses coming back from big cities wearing gold and silver, they had the idea of going to big cities to make a living. However, they were used to being lazy and ate for 3 days and dried their nets for 2 days, and it was common for them to sleep in parks and under bridges. He almost starved to death at one point, so he had no choice but to learn bricklaying and join a work team to take jobs for wealthy families. Yujing home was not their house, but their workplace. It happened to be flooded, and the owner could not come back temporarily, so the two of them each occupied the owner's 2 houses. I have a house, but no food. The 2 men had no money on them, but they thought they couldn't let a living person be suffocated to death by his urine, so they gathered some idle thugs like them and came here. They slept at home during the day and came out to rob at night. Yesterday, the elderly couple living in Building 5 died at the hands of this group of people. After Fong Chong finished his instant noodles, he smoked a cigarette and said with a smile, "What we got today is much better than yesterday." Gan Lei was eating a self-heating hot pot, sweating from the spiciness, and exclaimed, "That's right, yesterday those 2 old guys couldn't get more than 3 ounces of oil, even if they were beaten to death, and they also made us get into trouble." Fong Chong said, "Let the brothers pack up the things and leave. There is enough food here for us to eat for a few days. Also, we have to leave this community today. We have committed 2 crimes in a row, and this is in the capital. The police will definitely find a way to arrest us. Okay. Big brother, just watch us. We promise to clean it up thoroughly. These burly men who were good at eating responded one after another. Hiwanwan didn't want to pursue these supplies at this time. She just wanted these criminals to leave here as soon as possible. Just now, she heard these people call the mastermind Brother Chong and Brother Lei. Recalling that the police had said before that the criminals might still be in the Ujinjuan community, she matched the nicknames of these 2 people with Gon Lei in Building 6 and Fong Chong in Building 2. Could it be them? Chapter 52, Desperate. Suddenly, a pair of hands touched Hiwanwan's calves. She was frightened and wanted to break free, but because of the beating, she felt weak all over. Not only was she dizzy, but she also felt nauseous and wretched if she moved the slightest. Boss, this woman is pretty. Do you want to taste her first? Gonlei looked at Fong Chong with a flattering smile and made a polite gesture. Brother Chong, you go first. Fong Chong also felt bored, especially Hiwanwan, who was really pretty, like a little star. He had been to the hair salon so many times, but had never played a little star. Just thinking about it made his whole body hot. Hiwanwan works as a food anchor. She likes to stock up on groceries and cook at home on weekdays. She is a typical socially anxious person and would rather stay at home than go out. But because of her peculiarity, Gonlei and Fong Chong found out that she lived alone. After killing the elderly couple in Building 5, they set their sights on her. Fong Chong stood up, loosened his belt, and walked forward with a lewd smile. Hiwanwan widened her eyes in horror, looking at the approaching wretched man with despair and disgust. With a snap, 5 clear palm prints appeared on Hiwanwan's cheek. Bitch, who allowed you to look at me like that? He picked up Hiwanwan from the ground with both hands and threw her onto the sofa, with her back facing him, and was about to do something indecent. Stop! At this moment, 3 or 4 people suddenly jumped out from outside the door, attracting the attention of more than a dozen men in the room. Even Fong Chong temporarily forgot about violating Hiwanwan. Hiwanwan opened her eyes wide again, with hope in her eyes. Is she saved? Ha ha! A dozen men led by Fong Chong and Gon Lei couldn't help laughing when they saw 3 thin men and a middle-aged woman. Gon Lei had a smile on his face. Catch them. It seems that they are here to deliver food to us tonight. Feng Rui, Luo Dagong, and Zhao Chao were very brave and rushed forward to fight with those thugs. Although Rao Zhen was a middle-aged woman, her nails were long enough and she scratched several people's faces in a row, but that was all. 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, not to mention that people like Fong Chong were used to doing this kind of thing. In the end, Feng Rui, Luo Dagong, Zhao Chao, and Rao Zhen were knocked to the ground. Gonlei even stepped on Luo Dagong, who had just punched him. It seemed that this was not enough, and the younger brothers around him immediately handed him a hammer and a towel. The other men crossed their arms and prepared to watch the torture. Gonlei did not disappoint them. He wrapped Luo Dagong's right hand, which was the hand that hit him just now, with a towel, and raised the hammer to hit his fingers hard. Luo Dagong screamed in pain, and his right hand trembled from being hit. Rao Zhen was frightened and screamed. Feng Rui and Zhao Chao would be lying if they said they were not afraid. They could only hope that other residents would come. Their community had a high floor area ratio because of its good location. Apart from those who were stranded in other places due to the flood or were temporarily requisitioned for flood prevention work, there were at least several thousand households. It was impossible for this group of bandits to run rampant. Gon Lei tapped Feng Rui and Zhao Chao's faces with his dagger and laughed. Why? You still expect someone to come and save you? He pointed at the wide-open door and said, the door is right there. Let's see who dares to come and save you. The towel wrapped around Luo Dagong's right hand was already stained red with blood. The murderer was still not satisfied and smashed the hammer a few more times before throwing it to the ground. He pulled Hiwanwan's coat that was placed on the sofa and wiped the sweat off his head. He even sniffed it perversely. She is worthy of being a little star. Even her clothes have a fragrance. Perfume, I guess. These perfumes are very expensive, costing several thousand per bottle. Damn it, we work so hard and can't even earn 200 yuan a day, but this woman is so generous when it comes to spending money. She really deserves to be robbed by us. I want to be third in line later. Why are you third? I said I was third. Just let him be third. I don't know him yet. 3 minutes at most. Luo Dagong had just managed to pull his right hand back, his face pale with pain and his whole body shaking. It was Feng Rui's turn next, and another gangster hit him with an electric baton. The electric current hit him as densely as an embroidery needle, making him scream. Zhao Chao was not much better. He was being beaten like a sandbag, and his cries for help became weaker and weaker. Help, help! Rao Jun screamed heartbreakingly, hoping that a neighbor would hear her and come to save them. But the gangster thought she was noisy and punched her so hard that blood gushed out of her nose and mouth. Now the five of them were surrounded by the villain. Not to mention escaping, it was even a question whether they could survive until dawn. The place where Zhao Chao fell was facing the gate. The blood on his forehead flowed into his eyes, covering his entire vision with a layer of red veil. Who can come to save them? Who can come to save them? Suddenly, Zhao Chao's eyes widened. What did he see? Lu Fei and Oscar, one tall and one short, appeared at the door. They still wore masks on their mouths, and their jackets were zipped up to the top. Both of them had sabers in their hands. Even in the dim room, the cold metallic luster of the sabers could be seen. Fong Chong, Gan Lei, and the others were startled by the sudden appearance of Lu Fei, and then laughed strangely. Look, here come two more people delivering food. Before he could finish his words, Lu Fei and Oscar ran over with knives and started slashing. The authorities have already issued a final arrest warrant for these evildoers. They will not be held criminally responsible if they kill someone during a home robbery, so it would be best to give Lu Fei a chance to practice. Lu Fei will show no mercy to these scums. After the natural disaster, some people are human beings, and some are beasts. And today she encountered this group of human-shaped beasts. While practicing, she also considered it as doing a good deed for the people. The moves she learned from Oscar during this period of time were more flexible in actual combat. In addition, she ate a lot of food and got enough nutrition, so she even had enough strength to arm wrestle with men. The brother and sister wielded their swords to kill the criminals easily and neatly, and blood splattered all over the walls of Yuanwan's house. Ah, go, go! Knowing that Lu Fei and Oscar were tough guys, they hit a wall and shouted to run away, especially since 8 of the 16 brothers had died and the blood was still spurting from the bodies. The one who was chatting with them the previous second would die the next second. This group of people were very cunning when they fled. They ran in different directions, with people running separately on each floor. Lu Fei and Oscar chased and killed 2 of them respectively, and then saw that the rest of the people had disappeared, so they turned back. Rao Jun, a middle-aged woman in Building 1, was the least injured. She was hit in the nose by a fist and bled a little. She fainted for a while and then recovered. When Lu Fei and Oscar came to the room again, she had already called the police. Chapter 53, It's None of My Business. How are you? Lu Fei asked, her voice sounding muffled by the mask. The middle-aged woman Raojan shook her head and said, I'm fine, eh? Luo Dagong, Feng Rue, and Zhao Chao were in very bad condition. Luo Dagong's right hand was beaten bloody by the gangsters with hammers and was almost shattered. At this time, he was holding his injured hand and shivering in pain. Feng Rue's whole body is still paralyzed because of the electric shock. Zhao Chao, who was being beaten like a sandbag, had blood all over his face from his nose. He leaned against the wall, looking particularly hideous. Yuanwan was still lying on the coffee table, her life or death unknown. The first rescue attempt ended in failure. No one thought of calling everyone in the entire community, and in the end, only 4 of them came to the rescue. It was really heartbreaking. Raojan looked at Lu Fei and said, Girl, which building are you from? Thank you so much for today. Otherwise, we would be in danger of survival. Rao Jun is an ordinary housewife. After what just happened, she was able to talk to Lu Fei calmly, even though 8 corpses were still spewing blood not far from her. Can a ghost be more scary than a living person? Now she can only feel at ease when a dead person is around her. Rao Jun thought so in her heart. Luo Dagong and others wanted to express their gratitude, but the pain on their hands was so severe that they couldn't even speak. Lu Fei looked at them with a complicated expression and said, The situation is different now. People are indifferent. Everyone should mind their own business. This is the way to survive. I can save you once, but if you encounter such a dangerous situation next time, I may not be able to save you again. Before leaving, he said, In times of natural disasters like this, good people may not necessarily be rewarded, but will die faster. After Lu Fei finished speaking, she and Oscar left immediately without any intention of taking care of the aftermath. The police responded quickly this time because the incident involved 10 lives and 4 people were seriously injured, and the nature of the incident was particularly serious. A wanted warrant was also issued for the 6 criminals who escaped. Zhao Gang frowned tightly when he brought his men here. The living room of this house of about 200 square meters was almost soaked in blood. The 8 bodies had their throats cut neatly with a knife and died. He is so professional and skilled in this method of killing. I don't know how many lives he has killed. His men looked at the bodies of the criminals and asked him, Captain Rouet, what should we do now? There are endless cases of vandalism, theft, and robbery in the city, and the police force of the Public Security Bureau is already overloaded. Zhao Gang wanted to smoke a cigarette, but suddenly remembered that he had quit smoking for 2 months. He said irritably, let the forensic doctor perform the autopsy first, and then take statements after all the victims are awake. Autopsy? These bastards? The team member asked with a frown as he looked at the dead gangsters. Zhao Gang nodded. In this situation, the one who can kill the criminals so cleanly and neatly is essentially a more difficult existence than the criminals. The next morning, Zhao Gang finished taking the statement with a tired look on his face. His colleague who was supposed to send the body to the stinking mushroom cultivation base had to ask Zhao Gang to do it instead because his son suddenly had a high fever. Zhao Gang had no choice but to drive the van and pull the body into the stinking mushroom base. More and more cars have been repaired on the streets of the capital, and the roadbed that was previously destroyed by the flood has also been repaired. Such a speed of recovery makes people feel that the flood some time ago was just a dream. Maybe it was because he worked an overnight shift. Zhao Gang looked a little dazed and his body was light. After the 5 victims were rushed to the hospital, they interrogated the 3 with less serious injuries. Their words were the same. A young man and woman saved them, but they refused to show up or tell their contact information. The morgues and hospitals and police stations are no longer sufficient, so the corpses are now taken to the base as soon as possible to be used as fertilizer for growing stink mushrooms, which can be considered as recycling. After arriving at the base, Zhao Gang drove the car to the unloading area, where people were already waiting. Where is Director Xiao? Zhao Gang asked. The man pointed in the direction of the base and said, it's inside the base. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Gang went to where Xiao Yuanfeng was. The two had been friends for many years. This time, they had a connection in work, and since they had come here, he had to say hello no matter what. Zhao Gang entered the base room. He was knocked back by the stench of the stinking mushrooms. Even though he had been getting these stinking mushrooms for more than half a month, he still couldn't accept the smell. Seeing his repulsive look, Xiao Yuanfeng said with a smile, Captain Rouet is here. What a rare guest. Zhao Gang smiled, looked at the various glass-cultured dishes that were illuminated as bright as day, and said, did you cultivate this disgusting thing? As long as it's edible, why bother about the taste? Xiao Yuanfeng led Zhao Gang to the office, took off his protective suit, poured Zhao Gang a glass of water, looked at the dark circles under his eyes and the tired look on his face, and asked, are you staying up all night again? Zhao Gang smiled bitterly. You know how bad the security situation in the city is now. Xiao Yuanfeng snorted coldly. These bastards are so bold. They dare to mess around even though this is the capital. They think they can't die quickly enough. Zhao Gang shook his head. When people are pushed into a corner, they can do anything. Vegetables are sold by the piece now. Can you afford to pay hundreds of yuan for each piece? If Su Ying and I didn't have some savings, we would only be able to eat stinky mushrooms now. Xiao Yuanfeng had no way to answer this. If the country had taken countermeasures when the flood backflowed, it did not expect that there would be a drought after the flood. The drought and locust plague that lasted for almost 2.5 months, as well as the previous flood, caused large-scale deaths of crops and poultry. Wouldn't the prices of these 2 categories skyrocket? Zhao Gang asked again. Didn't the news say that the country's grain reserves were enough for the entire nation to eat for a year or 2? It's only been 2 months. How come people have to eat stinky mushrooms? Xiao Yuanfeng stood up and looked outside the door. When he was sure that no one was there, he walked over to Zhao Gang and said, the weather station's monitoring is too abnormal. There is still no sign of rain in the short term. It's a good thing that the temperature doesn't continue to rise. If we take out 2 years of reserve grain so quickly, what about the 3rd year? What if it's the same as this year? We really have nothing to hope for. Zhao Gang's face fell. No way. That's impossible. The high temperature after the flood only lasted for 2 months, and people couldn't stand it. If it lasted for 2 years, they would have to endure it. Looking at Xiao Yuanfeng with a bitter face, he said, it's impossible for us to be as hungry as the Great Famine decades ago, eating guanine soil and tree bark, right? Xiao Yuanfeng raised his chin, very arrogantly. It would be dereliction of duty and a sin to let the people live like that while I am here. Stinky mushrooms are the first type of food after natural disasters, and definitely not the last. Look at how well they are growing. Now there are stinky mushroom cultivation bases all over the country, with large quantities to satisfy your hunger. Chapter 54 Hang High. Zhao Gang was speechless. What's the difference between this and eating shit-flavored chocolate and chocolate-flavored shit? Next time you make new types of food, please consider the taste. Zhao Gang said after thinking for a while. Suddenly, his mind made a sharp turn, and he looked at Xiao Yuanfeng. You haven't eaten stinky mushrooms yet, have you? Xiao Yuanfeng was honest. Why would I eat that? Our unit has started to popularize stinky mushrooms. Every day, no matter whether you like it or not, you're forced to eat a spoonful of it as a dish. Doesn't your unit's canteen have such a rule? Zhao Gang asked in surprise. Xiao Yuanfeng sneered. We are stinking mushroom breeders. We deal with stinking mushrooms all day long. How can we survive if we eat stinking mushrooms for 3 meals a day? It is a huge contribution to be able to cultivate this kind of edible fungus. Manhwa has always given priority to the treatment of scientific researchers. The standard 3 meals a day are 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Zhao Gang felt jealous. Seeing that it was almost time for lunch, he decided to stay here and said, I have to eat at a big restaurant for lunch today. Xiao Yuanfeng laughed loudly and nodded. Okay. When it was time for lunch, the two of them went to the cafeteria. Just as Xiao Yuanfeng said, there were 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. Although the vegetable dish was a bit wilted lettuce leaves, it was very good as it could ensure the absorption of dietary fiber. It was many times better than eating compressed biscuits and stinky mushrooms outside all day. Before leaving, Zhao Gang packed a portion to take home to his wife. Lu Fei and Oscar were eating cold noodles at the dining table in the living room. Lu Fei had stocked up on a lot of condiments, one of which was chili oil and sauce specifically used for mixing cold noodles and cold skin. Cook a big pot of cold noodles and pour it into ice water, then take it out to make the noodles more chewy and elastic. Add barbecued pork, braised beef, shredded cucumber, and shredded carrot, and mix them together. It makes you feel refreshed after eating it. Fat House Happy Water, delicious with anything. The two of them poured a large cup, ate and drank, and had a very pleasant life. The air-conditioned room was pleasant, and the 3-month-old cub could already roll over, and the little guy rolled over and over on the crawling mat, very flexible. This kind of life is as comfortable as it was in the civilized era. 2 hours after they finished eating the noodles, they cut a large watermelon and each ate half. The red flesh of the watermelon was crispy, tender, and juicy in the mouth. Lu Fei was too lazy to even buy the seedless kind of watermelon. She scooped it with a big spoon, and the brother and sister ate it bite by bite. After finishing half of the watermelon, Lu Fei leaned back in the chair, holding her stomach. She was really full. Oscar, like a good housewife, began to clean up the mess, putting the watermelon peels and other garbage by the door and throwing them into the big trash can on the road when she went downstairs. The property management of the community has given up the task, and residents can only solve the garbage problem by themselves. Everyone's choice is to throw the garbage into the large trash cans on the street that are cleaned by sanitation workers. Lu Fei opened her phone to check the news. There was a food shortage, but the research and development of stinky mushrooms had been a huge success, and she was currently planning to start an export business. Residents in the community group who did not help last night are now starting to make comments afterwards. Chinwan from building number 1. I slept so soundly last night that I didn't see it. Missy Wanwan from building number 1. Are you okay? Lin Suichin from building number 1. Who knew they would come so late at night? Even if we went there would be nothing we could do since they're so old. Luo Dagong from building number 1. I am Luo Dagong's wife. Last night, my husband's right hand was smashed and fractured by criminals while he was trying to save Yuanwan. Feng Rue, Zhao Chao, and Rao Zhen, who went to rescue him, also suffered varying degrees of injuries. All this should have been avoided. If only we had united. How could those criminals have taken advantage of the opportunity? There are thousands of people in our community, but only 4 of them went to rescue. Luo Dagong from building number 1. We were wrong and too self-righteous. After we recover from our injuries, we will close the door and live our own lives. If you are targeted by criminals and beaten to death again, you deserve it. All this is caused by your indifferent attitude of not caring about anything. Luo Dagong in building number 1. From now on, we will only receive messages in this community group and no longer speak up. Zhang Lifin from building number 1. Look at what you said. We just fell asleep and didn't hear it. It wasn't intentional. Luo Dagong's wife said she would not speak and did not say a word no matter how nice their explanations were. Lu Fei put down her phone and began to sit on the sofa to count the supplies in the space. Although she and Oscar had eaten so hard, the food they consumed was not even the tip of the iceberg. The food in the space was still piled up like a mountain, giving Lu Fei a great sense of security. The sense of security in the apocalypse is not given by men, but by mountains of supplies. She really likes to be a hoarding hamster. It was just that she felt a little sorry for using up the water in the space. Although she didn't know how many lifetimes she had stored, she felt very sorry when she saw the gurgling water being wasted after returning from the apocalypse. This was fresh water, and it would be a hard currency that could be used for barter between countries and between people in the future. Don't underestimate the fresh water stored in Lu Fei's space now. In the future survivor base, 1 liter of water can be exchanged for corresponding guns and ammunition. For ordinary people, weapons are the best life-saving tools. If you encounter monsters like the 8-tentacled beast and the pterosaur, you can't expect to fight them in a one-on-one fight with your bare hands. So she decided to start stockpiling cat litter to reduce water usage. Nowadays, shops in the city are opening one after another. Except for the major supermarkets selling grain, which are guarded by soldiers with real guns, other similar clothing stores and department stores are also opening one after another. We have to open the store. The price of food is soaring now. If we don't make money, we may not even be able to eat stinky mushrooms after the limited time tasting privilege is canceled. There were only a few pet shops open. After all, when the flood came, more than half of the cats and dogs in the city were let out outdoors and were washed away to unknown places by the flood. Lu Fei hung a small baby blanket on her chest. Oscar drove the car, and the two used their mobile phones to navigate to the nearest pet store. What is gratifying is that the nearest pet shop is closed, so we have to go to a specialized pet market 20 kilometers away. The pet market is in a slump. All pets are gone, and the cages are empty. Only a few shops are open, doing sporadic business. Lu Fei parked the car and walked to the pet shop. The owner didn't even look up and said, "I'm sorry, customer, we don't have any cats or dogs in stock right now. I'll buy some cat litter," Lu Fei said. The shop owner raised his head, looked at Lu Fei and Oscar, who was carrying a mountaineering bag behind him, and immediately smiled so hard that wrinkles appeared on his face. Oscar is back without blinking. With the skyrocketing prices of various commodities, people are gradually becoming less interested in using money to trade, and are instead using barter, which is both economical and affordable, especially since food has always been popular in the market. Chapter 55. The edibility of cat and dog food. Most people would use a small bag to carry a handful of rice, noodles, or a small portion of vegetables when doing business. If someone can carry a huge mountaineering bag like Oscar, he must be a big customer. The pet shop owner came over enthusiastically. Oscar saw the sore on the shop owner's mouth and immediately stopped Lu Fei and Zizi behind him and put a sheathed knife in front of him. "Don't come over." Seeing Oscar like this, the shop owner smiled awkwardly and pointed at the wound on his mouth and said, "Don't be afraid, it's just a mouth ulcer." "What do you two need?" Lu Fei asked. "Is there any cat litter?" The shop owner nodded. Yes. "What size do you want?" "I have 20 kilograms and 40 kilograms packages." "What's the price?" A 20 kilograms bag is now 100 yuan a bag, and a 40 kilograms bag is 200 yuan a bag. Lu Fei frowned. It was so expensive. She had raised a rural cat and bought cat litter before. At that time, a 10 kilograms bag of cat litter only cost a little over 8 yuan. Now the price has increased many times. The shop owner saw Lu Fei's expression and immediately said, "The prices outside are soaring now. If we don't raise the prices, we can't even afford to eat. If you want to buy, we can negotiate the price." Pet shops are in a slump, but building materials markets are booming, especially ordinary sand, which is cheap and many people bring back truckloads of it to dispose of their excrement. Cat litter, which is expensive and in small quantities, is inconvenient. Now that a customer has finally come, he can't just let him go. When Lu Fei had not spent all the 10 billion yuan, she liked to buy things at low prices, but now that the money is gone, she is much smarter when it comes to exchanging materials. "I don't have any money. Can I trade something for it?" she asked. The shop owner nodded repeatedly. Okay. That's more convenient than using money. It saves him from having to go outside to exchange for supplies after getting the money. Ever since the floods and high temperatures came one after another, he feels that using money is more exaggerated than using paper money for the dead. Hasn't he seen how the prices have risen now? Finally, after some bargaining by Lu Fei, Oscar exchanged a mountaineering bag of various foods for all the stock of the store owner, and also exchanged the cat litter stock of other pet shops that had opened. Even so, Lu Fei and Oscar still had a premium on their supplies. The shop owner wanted every item in the backpack. His eyes lit up when he saw the vacuum-packed sausages, Harbin red sausages, 20 jean bags of northeastern rice, canned fruits, and bags of compressed biscuits. Other pet shop owners were scratching their heads in a hurry, but there was really no extra stock in the warehouse. This batch of cat litter is waterproof because the cat litter bags themselves are compressed, but other brands of cat litter are made of the same material as the snakeskin bags used to hold chemical fertilizers in fields, and they will be ruined once soaked in water. Sister. The shop owner was so anxious that she called Lu Fei sister. Just take whatever you see in my shop. If it doesn't work, I'll give you the shop and you can keep the food. The other pet shop owners were looking closely at the bag of supplies that Oscar had unloaded, nodding their heads repeatedly. You can take whatever you want from our store. We won't hesitate to ask. Are you kidding? As long as they can get this package of supplies today, their business will be a huge profit. In a word, you can lose your life, but this bag of food cannot be taken away. The shop owner's eyes lit up. Sister, we also have canned pet food and dried fish here, all imported brands. Metafood and ProPlan are the best-selling ones. Cats and dogs can eat them, and humans can eat them. To be honest, our lives are saved by canned pet food. The other shop owners nodded repeatedly. Yes, it tastes good, especially the dried fish. I eat it as food. Oscar looked at the flattering looks of the few people and said, If you can eat it, why don't you keep it for yourself? The shop owner smiled awkwardly, pointed at the wound at the corner of his mouth, and said, Humans and cats and dogs need different nutrients. These can fill your stomach, but the nutritional intake is not comprehensive. Eating them for a long time can easily lead to malnutrition and cause oral ulcers. That's how I got the wound on my mouth. Don't miss it. Anything that is edible will be sold at a sky-high price in the safe zone. She would hoard these things now if she could exchange them for supplies. When the official Citizen Point system and Task Hall were launched in the future, she would send these batches of canned food to the material exchange points to exchange for points. No matter what, she wanted to be the first to try the genetic medicine. In order to prevent Lu Fei and Oscar from not believing him, the shop owner first opened a bag of dried fish and let them taste it. Oscar frowned and was in confusion. His mouth was spoiled by Lu Fei. Lu Fei found it funny. In their previous life, when they lived together and depended on each other, Oscar even wolfed down the insect biscuits. Lu Fei held Zai Zai in one hand and took one from the package with the other hand and put it in her mouth to taste. The dried fish had its own fresh fragrance with a slight fishy smell. In short, the taste was not bad and was within the acceptable range. If it has those strange flavors, Lu Fei is afraid that when she sells it to the material exchange point in the future, the people will also lower the price. Oscar drove the car to the doorstep of their stores and let the store owners load the goods into the car themselves. They made full use of every space and filled the trunk and back seat. So many things could actually be loaded into a car. Wow, this car can't be a bulletproof car. Suddenly, a knowledgeable pet shop owner pointed at Lu Fei's car and exclaimed, Wow, this car must be worth tens of millions. He couldn't help but give Lu Fei and Oscar a thumbs up. Awesome. After Lu Fei and Oscar drove away, only 5 or 6 pet shop owners were left. They began to divide the supplies that Oscar had poured out of the bag according to the amount of cat litter, cat food, and dog food. Today is a big business. One of the female pet shop owners had a smile on her face, holding a 500 milliliters can of fruit in her arms. One can imagine how happy her child will be when she gets home. Who says it isn't? We haven't been open for 3 years, but we'll make a living for 3 years after we reopen. The shop owner with mouth ulcers first took a sausage for himself. The 5 people divided the 20 kilograms of rice equally, with each family getting 4 kilograms. They closed the store early and carefully took the supplies back home. Lu Fei put these things into the space halfway, so as to avoid having to carry them upstairs one by one to hide from others when she returned home. Now that she had the space, she could stock up as she pleased. Nowadays, supplies are becoming increasingly scarce. Factories and schools have stopped working in classes, and there is a serious water shortage. It is okay in the morning and evening, but the temperature at noon is so high that people sweat all the time. Drinking water becomes a problem, let alone taking a shower. The biggest reason why Lu Fei doesn't like to be in a crowd is that there is no water to take a shower and the strange smell of oil coming from people's bodies. Now she also hated that the city surveillance was restored too quickly, causing her plan to hide the car in the space to fail. Every day, She felt sad to see her valuables parked in the parking space. No matter how many alarm systems there were, they were not as safe as her space. Fortunately, those flooded luxury cars were still parked in the parking space to protect her. Even so, every time she drove out, Lu Fei could always see other people's envious eyes in the rearview mirror. Chapter 56, Zhao Chao, is dead. When passing by the entrance of the community, Lu Fei saw Rao Jun and He Wanwan walking on the side of the road. Both of them had gauze wrapped around their heads, especially He Wanwan, whose face was still pale. "Drive slower," Lu Fei whispered. It happened that at this moment, a woman was running out of the community in a hurry with a lunchbox. Seeing He Wanwan and Rao Jun, she asked in surprise, "Why are you discharged from the hospital?" He Wanwan covered her head and didn't want to talk. Now she felt a dull pain in her head when she blinked faster. It was the sequelae of being beaten by those gangsters yesterday. Rao Jun's condition was less serious. She said to the visitor, "Are you going to deliver food to Mr. Luo?" The hurried woman was Luo Dagong's wife. Her husband was hospitalized for treatment, so she prepared meals and sent them over after get off work. She cooked the only meat in the house to provide him with nutrition. The woman nodded, frowned at Wanwan's pale face, and said, "This is too unreasonable. Why is she discharged from the hospital when she is not well yet?" Rao Jun said, "The doctor prescribed some medicine. There is nothing we can do. All the beds in the hospital are full now. Those of us whose conditions are not serious were forced to leave the hospital." Luo Dagong's wife asked again, "How are Feng Rue and Zhao Chao?" Rao Jun's face changed, and she replied, "Feng Rue was rescued, but Zhao Chao suffered internal bleeding from the beating, and his broken bones pierced his lungs. He died last night." He Wanwan's throat was hoarse and tears flowed down. "It's all because of me. It's all because of me." Rao Jun patted her hands and said, "No one wants this to happen. If you want to blame someone, blame those unscrupulous beasts. The young man who saved the two of us yesterday hasn't shown up yet. He must be from our community. He wanted to save people, but didn't want to get into trouble. We were lucky to have him last night." Rao Jun said ramblingly. Lu Fei and Oscar heard her words. Zhao Chao is dead. Lu Fei let out a breath slowly. In the apocalypse, good people won't live long, so everyone in the apocalypse seems selfish and hypocritical. All they do is just to survive. Zhao Chao's lesson sounded a wake-up call to everyone involved in last night's incident. All kindness comes at a price, and Zhao Chao's price was his life. "Let's go," Lu Fei said, and Oscar. Car passed by them and drove to his own parking space. After Oscar got out of the driver's seat, he immediately ran to the passenger seat and opened the door for Lu Fei. Zai Zai was sleeping soundly at the moment, so Lu Fei carefully carried him out of the car and got into the elevator with Oscar. Lu Fei felt that it was a good idea for the two siblings to eat and drink every day, practice their killing skills, and enjoy the last calm before the storm. Once the storm comes, those gray eggs will hatch into 8-touch beasts. From then on, the social phenomenon of people fighting each other turns into fighting between people and monsters. Due to the powerful attack power of the monsters, the number of humans in the early stage of the hatching of the 8-touch beasts dropped sharply because they were eaten by a large number of 8-touch beasts because they did not establish a closed base. After all, no one knew that this egg that emerged from the deep sea would have such a strong attack power, which once caused a sharp drop in the global population. And this was only the first monster surprise brought by the natural disaster. Zhao Gang was following the case of Yu Jinghome. He had checked the criminal records of the deceased gangsters from the Public Security Bureau's internal network. They had been robbing, raping, and stealing people after they were released. They had been idle in society until this organized and premeditated robbery plan was carried out in Yu Jinghome. The front photos of the two men in the computer are the criminal suspects Fong Chong and Gan Lei mentioned by He Wanwan, who have not yet been arrested. There are two portraits on the same two sides, one of a man and one of a woman wearing masks. These portraits were drawn based on the victims' oral statements, and they are the benefactors who saved their lives. Benefactor? Having been a policeman for a long time, he has seen all kinds of strange cases, so he has doubts about the value of this benefactor. At this moment, a colleague came and handed over all the household information of Eugene Garden. "Captain Rue, this is what you want." Zhao Gang nodded. "Okay, put it there first." After his colleague left, he opened the household records and looked through them one by one. When he saw one of the owners, his eyes fixed. "Xiao Zhu, come here." A colleague walked in. "What's wrong, Captain He?" Zhao Gang pointed at Lu Fei and said, Check where she went that night. A man and a woman, wearing masks covering their faces, matched Lu Fei's Oscar situation, and Zhao Gang had a guess in his mind. Especially Oscar. Zhao Gang felt that the boy was very dangerous the first time he saw him. He subconsciously wanted to draw his gun when he saw him in the supermarket last time. He also paid attention to the boy's actions and actually touched his lower back. All signs indicate that this boy, who should be in high school at this age, is actually a dangerous person. Maybe this burglary is not right. Zhao Gang felt a headache again. When Lu Fei was reported for illegal possession of firearms, they investigated Lu Fei. Her life in the first 20 years was uneventful, except that she suddenly had a son, and then she received a mysterious inheritance one day 2 months ago, which was worth at least tens of billions. Otherwise, she would not be able to afford the consumption flow on her bank card. What she bought were all food and drinks. The two of them were siblings, so they should not be short of food and drink, so there was no need for them to participate in the robbery. Or, are you really going to do something brave and righteous? Captain Rue, water. The colleague brought another glass of water to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang took a sip and spit it out. He looked into the cup and found it was turbid. Xiao Zhu, what is this? Can I drink it? Xiao Zhu walked in again. Looking at Zhao Gang's expression, he disagreed. Captain Rue, it's already late now, it's good to have water to drink. The water delivery worker hasn't come for a long time, and we have been drinking the spare bottled water during this period. The day before yesterday, the bottled water ran out, and we started drinking this muddy water. Fortunately, you were not here the day before yesterday, and yesterday. Otherwise, we would have adapted to it by now. Zhao Gang then remembered that he had been out on a business trip the day before yesterday, and had gone to his good friend Xiao Yuanfeng's stinky mushroom breeding base to eat yesterday. He wiped his muddy lips with a tissue and waved the document in his hand. All right, I don't want to drink this water anymore. Pack up and come with me. Xiao Zhu's back was sweating as he looked at the scorching sun outside. He was reluctant and said, Captain Rue, I haven't finished my report yet. Do you want to? Zhao Gang frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense to me. Pack up now and follow me to Eugene Garden. Xiao Zhu was stunned. Why are you going there? The colleagues from the Criminal Investigation Department just came back this morning. Zhao Gang said, Let's go visit our old friend. Chapter 57, Taking Lu Fei's Statement. Oh, Xiao Zhu was even more confused. Zhao Gang glanced at him. Lu Fei. Xiao Zhu immediately thought of the rich lady. She, after others became rich, they bought luxury houses, luxury cars, branded bags, and traveled abroad. But she went to the wholesale market to buy fish, meat, and vegetables after getting the 10 billion. At that time, he even joked with Captain Rue, saying that this was a unique rich man. Thinking of this, Xiao Zhu's expression suddenly tensed up, and he looked at Zhao Gang with a stern look. Captain Rue, do you think she had foreseen this situation when she was desperately stockpiling goods before? Zhao Gang's heart tightened for a moment, and he looked at his colleague and said, Don't talk nonsense to me. I'll wait for you in the car. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'm coming. Xiao Zhu didn't dare to make a joke and quickly packed up his things and followed. Lu Fei mopped the tiles at home twice. Due to the high temperature, dust in the air penetrated everywhere and fell on furniture and floor tiles. The situation became more serious after the flood receded. Lu Fei mopped the tiles at least once every 2 days, using 2 buckets of water. Her living environment could be a little worse, but there were young kids here, and she was afraid that some bacteria would cause him to catch a cold or have a fever. Nowadays, hospitals throughout the city are overcrowded and children's vaccinations have been temporarily suspended. Zai received hepatitis B vaccine and BCG vaccine after he was born, and Lu Fei usually does more protective work for him. Oscar, the homely man, was wiping the dust off the table with a rag. The brother and sister worked together and quickly cleaned up the house. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, the video doorbell rang. Lu Fei wondered who would come to see her since she and Oscar had no relatives in this place. She went to the video doorbell and saw 2 men, one of whom they were very familiar with, Zhao Gang. What is he doing here? Because of the rampant criminals in the community, each resident has locked the stairwell door that leads directly to their back door with several locks. Now the only way in and out is the elevator. Every owner of the elevator has an access card. Without the access card, you cannot get in even if you reach the elevator. Lu Fei's stairwell was also locked, but not as exaggerated as having multiple locks. Otherwise, it would take an hour to open the lock in the event of a fire. She pressed the call button. Hello? Zhao Gang looked at the camera and said, Hello, Miss Lu. We are from the Criminal Police Brigade of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. We want to find you to understand the situation. Xiao Zhu followed Zhao Gang and felt a cool breeze when he entered Lu Fei's house. He turned on the air conditioner. I finally feel alive again. The air conditioner in their unit was sometimes not working properly because it was soaked in the flood. Sometimes it could freeze people to death in the morning, but it started to malfunction during the hottest time of the day at noon, and no cool air came out. My colleagues all complained that the air conditioner in the unit had become a spirit, and they were all so good at slacking off. The air conditioning opened up every pore on the body. Lu Fei's home was different from the other suspects' homes, which were dirty and messy after the flood. The windows were clean, the tiles on the floor reflected light, the air conditioner was blowing cold air, and there was a wooden cradle in the living room with red, green, and colorful toys hanging on it, and a baby's little hand was trying to grasp it. This residence is so comfortable. Even his home has not been so comfortable since the flood. It's great to have money. When Xiao Zhu saw Oscar leaning against the wall of the living room with his arms folded and looking at them, the detective who had been dealing with criminals for many years suddenly felt something was wrong, and his whole body tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. Zhao Gang patted Xiao Zhu on the shoulder and signaled him to relax. Xiao Zhu really wanted to relax, but before he could even breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the young man walking straight towards them, and Xiao Zhu immediately became alert again. Oscar was not looking for trouble at all, but picked up his nephew, who was playing happily in the cradle, and brought him back to the room. The baby was wearing a thin, light blue jumpsuit and was held in the boy's arms. When he turned around, Xiao Zhu seemed to see the baby's light blue eyes looking at them curiously. Lu Fei poured them 2 glasses of purified water and placed them on the table. Transparent, clean water without a speck of dust was placed in front of the two of them. Zhao Gang and Xiao Zhu swallowed their saliva at the same time. Zhao Gang, who couldn't drink the muddy water in the unit. Even Xiao Zhu would only take a sip when he was so thirsty that his throat was smoking. At other times, he would not drink it if he could avoid it. Now that the two saw the 2 glasses of purified water, they couldn't help but imagine how refreshing it would be if they could drink them all in one breath without sore throats at all. Lu Fei saw the 2 people staring at the purified water in a daze. She knew that water resources were in short supply, and she had a good impression of the police officers who maintained public order. She pushed the 2 glasses of water in front of them and said, "Drink some water. I don't have any tea to treat you." In fact, there was tea. There was a lot of it in Lu Fei's space, but making tea required hot water, and she was too lazy to go through so much trouble. Zhao Gang sat on the sofa in Lu Fei's house, and Xiao Zhu sat next to him. When the two saw the white patent leather sofa, and then looked at themselves covered in dust, they couldn't help but move their bodies towards the edge of the sofa, for fear of dirtying Lu Fei's sofa. Lu Fei said, "It's okay. This kind of sofa is easy to take care of. Just wipe it with a wet wipe." Wet wipes? To be honest, their family is having trouble getting paper towels. Zhao Gang thought that if he hadn't stocked up some before, there would be no paper towels left at home. His wife Suing now stipulates that small-sized wipes should be used in one compartment and large-sized wipes should be used in 2 compartments. This is too little. He asked what to do if the wipes are too thin and get rubbed. Suing told him meaningfully that he just needed to wash his hands twice more. The place to wash hands is even shabbier. It is a large barrel that collects all the domestic sewage in the house, and there is oily food residue floating on it. Thinking further ahead, Zhao Gang sat up straight and began to ask questions. Xiao Zhu also took out a recorder and a notebook. "Ms. Liu, where were you and your brother between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. this morning? Go to sleep. Didn't you see He Wanwan's message for help in the group? We set the message to be do not disturb, and I only saw it after I woke up this morning. Can anyone prove that what you said above is true?" No one. Nowadays, the residents of Eugene Garden don't interact much. Besides, we have elevators for each household, so there are even fewer people to interact with. Do you know He Wanwan, Feng Rue, and the others? I'm not familiar with him. We've only chatted in the community group. Lu Fei was too slippery. Zhao Gang secretly inquired about her several times, and her answers were always flawless, completely eliminating both her and Oscar. Since she was cleared of all charges for the home robbery last night, Zhao Gang planned to ask her directly about the case. "Ms. Liu, can you tell me why you purchased billions of supplies before the flood?" Chapter 58, Mysterious Blue Technology. When asked this, even Xiao Zhu looked up at her and was particularly interested in her answer. Lu Fei looked at Zhao Gang. "Is this also what I must answer today?" Zhao Gang nodded silently. Lu Fei was not surprised at all that they found out her purchase records. Citizens' information is connected to the national network. If the country wants to check, it can find out what color autumn johns you are wearing today in minutes. She explained, "My biggest hobby is stockpiling. You know, I came from an orphanage and was short of food and drink when I was young. When I grew up, I became a senior office worker. I finally became rich, and my goal was to stockpile enough food and drink to last a lifetime." Xiaozhu couldn't help but ask, "I can understand if you're stockpiling rice and noodles, but why are there seafood and vegetables in your shopping history? They're all seasonal foods, and their shelf life is only 3 or 4 days." Zhao Gonghu stared at Lu Fei and asked, "And the things you stockpiled are not just enough for 1 lifetime, but for 10 lifetimes. Lu Fei, what on earth are you playing at? And what about the supplies you bought? Where did you take them from the Jinj Forge in the city? Why is the surveillance video there broken too?" Lu Fei didn't expect that they would investigate so thoroughly that they even found the transfer station where the city once temporarily stored supplies. But she had already dealt with this. Poor people like to spend money when they get rich. I don't like cars, houses, or bags, but I like to buy food. I eat half and throw away the other half. I take the rest to the buildings in the demolition area of the city that have not been demolished yet. Are the supplies still there? Lu Fei shrugged. "I don't know. When the flood comes, all the food will be washed away. Besides, I have been in the capital for so many days, and the food there is out of my reach." Xiao Zhu was so distressed that his heart was bleeding. "You just left all that food in that building." Lu Fei was helpless. "I can't take it with me. What can I do?" Questioning the truthfulness of her words, Zhao Gang felt that there were suspicious points everywhere about this woman Lu Fei. But the strange thing was that although you knew there was something wrong with her, you couldn't find out what the problem was, and you couldn't find any evidence. Zhao Gang asked again, "What about your money? Where does your money come from? Your account has received multiple transfers of hundreds of millions of yuan from domestic accounts. Why did they give you this money? You have had nothing to do with these people in the past 20 years of your life." Lu Fei answered this question honestly. After all, her ex-husband was dead. My ex-husband's inheritance. Xiao Zhu found it unbelievable. He stared at her with wide eyes, then looked at Zhao Gang with an urgent look. Zhao Gang strangely understood what Xiao Zhu wanted to say. "Your ex-husband's estate is worth 10 billion? Who is your ex-husband? Why is there no marriage information in your record?" Lu Fei, don't talk nonsense and hinder judicial justice. Lu Fei was a little embarrassed to say it. She couldn't say that she had a one-night stand with Lin Lu because of his good looks. If they were poor, they would just live together. If they were rich, they would leave the father and keep the son. Who knew that Lin Lu would disappear so suddenly before she could have a few days of good life? He didn't even process his identity information in Manhwa. She felt that the two of them were just a fleeting love affair and then had a child. Lin Lu helped an orphan like her to have a baby, an obedient and sensible kid, which was a fortune created by her. However, she did not expect that the wealth created by Lin Lu for her was much more than that. If it were not for the natural disaster, the hundreds of billions of assets would have been enough for her to live comfortably with her baby. "My ex-husband's name is Lin Lu. We've been separated for a long time. 2 months ago, two people suddenly brought his will, which transferred all his properties to me." Xiao Zhu wrote very quickly with the pen in his hand. Zhao Gang asked, "What kind of inheritance can reach tens of billions?" Lu Fei said, "They are the original shares of Weilon Technology Company. I didn't want them. I cashed them all out." Xiao Zhu paused while writing and looked at Zhao Gang. "Is it the Azure Technology? One no?" Zhao Gang belongs is also a big family in the capital. They know that now big countries, such as Dragon Country and the United States, are contacting Blue Technology, hoping to become a strategic partner with it. The technological power of Blue Technology far exceeds that of the current market. The idea of artificial biological armor proposed last year alone attracted crazy investment from countless capitalists. Such an awesome technology company is actually related to an orphan girl like Lu Fei. Listen to what vicious words she says. The original shares of Blue Technology. Mastering the original shares is equivalent to mastering the absolute control of Azure Technology. This can simply pull Azure Technology to the Dragon Country camp, achieve strategic cooperation with Dragon Country, increase Dragon Country's military strength, and defeat the United States, Kamita Country, and the United States to become the overlord of the Blue Water Star. How many original shares do you have? From what those two said, it seems to be 60%. The documents proving the inheritance were in Lu Fei's hands. She took them out without hesitation and explained to Zhao Gang the source of her huge wealth. Zhao Gang also felt his throat dry. Did you sell all the original shares? Lu Fei nodded without hesitation. Previously, Zhao Gang and Xiao Zhu thought that Lu Fei had so many huge, unknown sources of wealth. But now they think that if he really sold the original shares of Blue Technology Company to exchange for 10 billion yuan of funds, it would be a huge loss. Everything has to give way to national interests. Zhao Gang put the criminal case on hold on his hands on hold. He couldn't wait to report this shocking news to his superiors. Both of them were in a daze and left Lu Fei with each other, leaving their WeChat accounts. When they were about to get on the elevator, Lu Fei stuffed each of them with a bottle of water, thinking of it as a little consideration for them to go out on field work in such a hot day. She is an excellent citizen. Xiao Zhu was reluctant to push the purified water Lu Fei gave him back. He glanced at Captain Rue, who was still immersed in the affairs of Blue Technology. Well, taking a bottle of purified water shouldn't be called embezzlement or bribery, right? Zhao Gang was brought back to his senses by the leather seats in the car that were as hot as iron. Xiao Zhu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, grimaced because of the heat. It's cooked, damn, it's so hot. There is no way to deal with the heat. The impact of the flood on crude oil has caused oil prices to soar. The police station has a target for refueling every month. When everyone is on duty in the field, they open the windows for ventilation and do not turn on the air conditioner. The car drove onto the main road, and the scorching wind blew in, which at least lowered the temperature a little. Xiao Zhu finally had the strength to speak. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Captain Rue, I really can't believe it. Who would have thought that such an ordinary girl would be related to Weilon technology? Xiao Zhu only has a vague understanding of Blue Technology. In fact, even Zhao Gang is not familiar with this mysterious Blue Technology. Most of the information he has heard from the family's senior leaders is from the little information they have revealed. Outsiders only know that the foreign Blue Technology Company became famous overnight and its stock price skyrocketed. As long as you have money, you can make money when you buy it, and it is in short supply. What on earth is attracting capitalists to join this capital arena is not something their class can know, so they must report the matter to the higher-ups. Chapter 59, Headless Larvae equals Maggots? Chapter 59, Headless Larva Maggots? Xiao Zhu flipped through his notebook and suddenly said, Hey, Captain Rue, you forgot to ask her about the incident when she was reported for possessing prohibited firearms last time. If it was a legitimate transaction, why did her 90 million go to a foreign bank? Zhao Gang calmed down his anxiety and looked at Xiao Zhu. You really know how to grasp the key points. Xiao Zhu didn't understand, but he chose to keep silent. After a while, he thought about Lu Fei's spending style and couldn't help but ask, could it be that after the poor suddenly become rich, there are still people like her who are simple and unpretentious and only know how to hoard supplies? No one answered him. Xiao Zhu nodded and answered himself. Yeah, it really is true. After returning to the Public Security Bureau, Zhao Gang reported today's news to his superiors for verification and continued to follow up on the case of Yu Jinghome. The electronic eyes in the city have not been fully restored, which has caused difficulties in the arrest operation. Because the police crackdown has caught 2 of the escaped people, but during the interrogation, apart from confessing their own crimes, they knew nothing about the 2 leaders Fong Chong and Gan Lei. The 2 habitual criminals have a very high anti-reconnaissance awareness and have only one way to contact these accomplices. We checked all the places where the 2 people usually like to hang out, but we didn't see them during this period. It seems that it has found a place to hide. If this sewer rat is not caught and killed, innocent citizens will continue to suffer. Zhao Gang slammed his hand on the desk. Investigate. I will find out the truth no matter how deep the ground is. After work, Zhao Gang sat in the car. He couldn't digest the blow Lu Fei's wealth experience gave him today. The leader said that the matter had been reported to the organization and someone would be assigned to investigate. He just had to do his job well and bring to justice those criminals who were doing evil and taking advantage of the situation in the capital. When he thought of the 2 clueless gang leaders, he was so angry that he pounded his fist on the steering wheel. When he hit them, all the flies in the car were startled and flew up, flying around his face and body. Oh, one of them almost flew into his mouth. Why were there so many flies? He saw a gnawed chicken thigh bone in the passenger seat, which might have been dropped by a colleague who had used the car before. The weather was hot, and the car windows were half open to cool the car, which gave flies and mosquitoes an opportunity to fly in. It's true, the more depressed a person is, the worse he feels. Zhao Gang doesn't plan to go home. and is going to the stinking mushroom breeding base to get a piece of Xiao Yuanfeng's work meal. He took off his work badge and put it in his pocket, then rode his wife's women's bicycle to the stinky mushroom base. Since the flood, bicycle sales have increased dramatically, and were even out of stock at one point. Now most people travel by bike, which has greatly reduced the probability of traffic accidents and reduced the burden on the busy traffic police brigade. Zhao Gang's wife Suing walked to work because the hospital was close to home and left her bicycle to him. When he arrived at the stinking mushroom cultivation base, he told the security guard at the door. The security guard called Xiao Yuanfeng for instructions and then let Zhao Gang in. Zhao Gang discovered that Xiao Yuanfeng was not in the place where he cultivated stinking mushrooms last time. According to the staff's instructions, he was doing research in a cultivation plant called Headless Larvae. Headless larva? What a strange name. What kind of larva has no head? When we arrived at Xiao Yuanfeng's base, we saw fat maggots slightly larger than rice grains wriggling in the wheat bran in the oversized glass window. There were piles of maggots wriggling continuously like hills. Zhao Gang had been a criminal policeman for so many years, but his face just turned pale. Zhao Gang, who was also wearing protective clothing and disinfected, and said, "Why are you here again?" Zhao Gang didn't feel comfortable saying he was here for a free meal, so he said, "I came to see you and relieve some stress." Xiao Yuanfeng glanced at the clock hanging on the cultivation plant and said, "It's only an hour before get-off work ends. If you're not in a hurry, stay here with me." Zhao Gang nodded. "Okay." Xiao Yuanfeng held the recording board and filled in and drew on it with a pen from time to time. Zhao Gang also noticed that the maggots in different glass display cases were of different sizes, not hatched in the same batch, and their size also varied depending on their feeding status. There was also a metal sieve in the display case that automatically sorted out the maggots, and each mesh was the same size, but he hadn't figured out how it worked. Xiao Yuanfeng gave him the answer. After recording the data, Xiao Yuanfeng pressed a red button on the operation panel, and the sieve began to work, screening out maggots of different sizes. Small maggots that did not meet the size standards would leak through the mesh, and the rest were fat, big maggots that fell through the open channel, and then the metal plate closed again. Huh? Why did he use the word fat and beautiful? Zhao Gang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After his friend had finished sifting all the maggots in the glass windows, he asked the question, "What are these maggots for?" When Xiao Yuanfeng wanted to answer, he asked with a sad face, "Is it food again?" Xiao Yuanfeng laughed and patted him on the shoulder. "Not bad. Not bad. You have learned how to answer quickly. If you answer correctly, I will take you to the company cafeteria tonight as a reward." Seeing these maggots that were usually seen in cesspools or on rotting corpses, and now about to become human food, Zhao Gang really started to vomit. Hey, don't vomit." Seeing this, Xiao Yuanfeng was no longer in the mood to joke and quickly pulled him out of the base and stood in the open air. Zhao Gang hurriedly took off his hood and took deep breaths to suppress the feeling of nausea. My old friend was already comforting me. "Oh, don't be prejudiced against them. These are fly larvae hatched from wheat bran. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences has long been promoting this product. Can they be eaten? Can they be eaten? They are the larvae of scavengers. If people eat them, wouldn't it be the same as eating a belly full of bacteria? You're comparing the slutty bitches out there with the ones in our base. The maggots out there are hatched in manure pits, but ours are hatched in clean and disinfected wheat bran. They can be eaten after being fried at 100 degrees. Fly maggots are rich in antimicrobial peptides, which are natural antibiotics. More than 55% is high-quality protein. Now, the technology of breeding fly maggots is mature. They can also be used in medicine to eat rotten meat on skin diseases caused by drug resistance. Maggots are valuable all over. After high-temperature drying, wheat bran maggots have been tested and found to be free of pathogens. Put away your tinted glasses. You've made the maggots unhappy." Zhao Gang felt desperate. He shouldn't have come here. Every time there was food that challenged his limits. Even though Xiao Yuanfeng praised the maggots to the sky, he just couldn't accept them. They were maggots. Chapter 60, A Mistake. Relatively speaking, it seems that stinking mushrooms are not so difficult to accept. After all, they're just food. I would rather eat stinky mushrooms, so why don't I continue to raise them? Zhao Gang asked. Xiao Yuanfeng spread his hands and said, "I thought so too. It's so easy to raise stink mushrooms. Just prepare some potions to kill some bacteria on the decaying corpses and then let the spores reproduce. But the source of corpses is not fixed. The dead cats, dogs, and human corpses in the capital that were hit by floods are sent here to be fermented as fertilizer to raise stink mushrooms. But the population base of our capital is so large. You can't just kill them after all the corpses are used up. Zhao Gang originally wanted to find Xiao Yuanfeng to relax, but ended up suffering 3 consecutive blows today. He ate in the cafeteria of the stinking mushroom base in a daze, rode his bike back, and secretly decided not to come to this damn place next time. Every time he dances wildly on his bottom line, Zhao Gang reported caused an uproar. Blue Technology was a genuine technology company that had risen overseas. Ever since its first military biological weapon was launched on the market, the beautiful national flower won it at a high price, which made the company famous internationally. Later, large numbers of capitalists came to invest with money, but they still had to look at the mood of the person in charge of Blue Technology. That is the golden hen that keeps laying golden eggs. As long as they agree to the investment from investors, their money can grow unlimitedly. 100 million beautiful dollars can become 300 million, 600 million, or 1.2 billion, increasing exponentially. It is so terrifying. This is the power that even capital is chasing after, especially the idea of artificial biological armor. What an absurd idea. Scientists from various countries are still in the babbling stage of research in this area, but he shamelessly said this. But something even more absurd happened. Just because the day after he proposed the idea, investors from all over the world began to compete to invest, chasing him with money and almost kneeling down to beg him to accept it. For others, financing in the startup stage is a hard job, and the capitalists are eager to skin and suck blood to drain all the profits. But for him, it is as easy as child's play. Just because he is a god who creates a new era of biological weapons. It's not that Longwood didn't send people to contact him, but his security force was too strong, so strong that they didn't even see the face of the person in charge. When asked about the domestic business tycoons who used various means to buy the original shares, they all knew nothing about anything, because after buying the shares, all they had to do was lie down and count the money. They were so willful after clinging to such a powerful sponsor. But even if the top leaders of Dragon Country racked their brains, they really couldn't understand how such a nearly deified man could have any intersection with the citizens of their country, and even have a child with him. Zhao Gang took photos of the inheritance documents with Lu Fei's permission, and now they were all clearly projected on the screen. It's just a cover. How is it possible? Yes, the two are completely opposite. The documents can be forged, and so can this news. Was it done by infiltrating foreign forces? The members of the investigation team, specially set up by the Dragon Country Central Committee, were discussing the matter. Hong Jie and Lu Lang, who were sitting on the left and right of the main seat, glanced at the boss calmly. The handsome man with a buzz cut, a thin body, and a fitted suit frowned as he looked at the quarreling team members below and knocked on the table. What do you think? Xia Changyuan was impatient to deal with these trivial matters, but the organization insisted on transferring him from the special forces to take charge here. The old man also used the excuse of tempering his will and teaching him how to deal with people. He thought it would be more exciting to guard the border of Dragon Country and fight those scoundrels. It would be so exciting to see those bastards from the neighboring country sneaking across the border and being blown up. Thinking of this, Xia Changyuan couldn't help but pull at the tie around his neck. This formal suit hindered his wildness. Director Xia, what do you think about this? Sit and watch. Xia Changyuan's tone of reply was indeed not good. He didn't understand why he had to argue over this matter. Let's put aside the truth of the matter and sort out the logic first. Weilon Technology Company was established 3 years ago, right? You can all find out the identity information of this person in charge. He is a branch of the Ross family of the United States. He once attended the election ceremony of the President of the United States. 3 years ago, Azure Technology was still a little-known company. It really rose to prominence on September 3, 2031, when it disclosed the existence of military biological weapons and attracted global attention. Before that, he was in charge of the company throughout the entire process and never missed a day. You want me to believe that such a gifted person would come to Dragon Country and have a child with an ordinary person before that? Even fairy tales don't dare to tell that story. But if not, how do we explain why this lady named Lu Fei received a 10 billion inheritance? She could have controlled 20% of the world's wealth just by signing this original stock agreement. Xia Changyuan snorted coldly. She has to live up to this fate. Selling it is the safest way. Although I don't know how this woman got the money from the shareholders of Weilon Technology, I don't believe a word about the inheritance. A meeting about Lu Fei ended in a bad mood. Women with huge assets like this are not uncommon in Manhwa, but they are either from famous families or business rookies. It is rare to see someone like her sitting at home and making money from the sky. After the meeting, Hong Jie and Lu Lang sat next to Xia Changyuan and said, "Boss, isn't it a bad idea for us to just give up like this?" Xia Changyuan lit a cigarette for himself, put his long legs directly on the conference table, and leaned back in his chair in a relaxed manner. What's good or bad about it? It's an unreasonable waste of national resources for us to stare at an ordinary woman who got a windfall. Besides, isn't he dead? His body has been cremated. If that's true, all of his inheritance must have been sold by that woman Lu Fei. She bought out this kind of global wealth with just 10 billion. TSK woman. Hong Jie glanced at Xia Changyuan, angry, but not daring to say anything. Xia Changyuan touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. Hong Jie, you are an exception. It doesn't really matter whether it's true or not. If she's not dead, we know this information would be very valuable. But she's dead, and her inheritance and company technology have been divided up by the bandits in the United States. Now even the island where Azure technology was built has sunk to the bottom of the sea because of the tsunami. Don't you think it's a waste of time to keep an eye on a woman who can't bring us any benefits? But this meeting was initiated by Mr. Xia. He transferred me back just to ask me to take over matters related to the capital. It's so annoying. I'll tell him when I get back later. Hong Jie and Lu Lang did not comment, since they were both accompanying the prince to study anyway. And Lu Fei's presence was accidentally eliminated in this meeting without knowing it, which was really a pleasant surprise. Chapter 61. It's hard to refuse such kindness. Lu Fei and Oscar maintain high-intensity training in the gym every day. In order to retain these two big customers, the gym owner spared no effort to provide Lu Fei with various fitness equipment, such as boxing gloves and protective helmets, turning a place with only fitness equipment into half a boxing ring. All Lu Fei needs to do is provide some supplies. The weather is so hot that the speed of air conditioning repair cannot keep up with the needs of the majority of residents. Neighbors will borrow each other's air conditioners, but after so many times of this happening, the homeowners are no longer happy with it, and a new air conditioning fee is generated. What is the air conditioning fee? It is the cost of using someone else's air conditioning. You could bring a bag of biscuits or a handful of rice. Medicines and other rare items are more popular. It is no longer possible to use the air conditioning empty-handed. Community hospitals and major tertiary hospitals are overcrowded, with 7/10 of the population suffering from heat stroke. The incidence of heat stroke has decreased a lot because construction sites and units without air conditioning have been forced to stop work, and the country's medical system can no longer afford more patients. The surface temperature has reached 80 degrees. Lu Fei and Oscar feel like they are in a furnace when they go out. They can't wear short-sleeve shirts to keep cool, otherwise they will get sunburned in a few minutes. Lu Fei remembered a joke on the internet, asking what would happen if the temperature of the Earth reached 120 degrees. A netizen replied that the answer was to jump into boiling water. The boiling point of boiling water is only 100 degrees. Every morning or evening when people go to the streets to collect official subsidies, everyone wears long sleeves and long pants. The beautiful girls who used to wear short skirts and shorts on the streets are nowhere to be seen. The heat waves from the ground outside hit people one after another. The smell of sweat on their bodies made them dizzy. They couldn't touch their hair at all. Once they touched it, their hands would be covered with oil, and there was no way to wash it off. Now, even drinking water is difficult. All the videos that were previously eye-catching on the internet have stopped showing off. Maybe they are running out of stock, or maybe they have truly realized how horrible and unbearable this scorching heat is and how terrible the water resources are. In every community, more and more families line up in the morning waiting for water to be distributed by the community. The standard of 1 liter per person every 2 days is still the same, but the water they get is becoming more and more turbid, and they have to go back for a second filtration before they can barely drink it. Now it is bright at 4 in the morning, and the sun is shining brightly at 8 o'clock, so everyone's schedule has been advanced a lot. Otherwise, if you wait in line until the sun comes out, the chance of getting heat stroke will be greatly increased. Lu Fei and Oscar also fetch water every morning without fail. Like everyone else, they wrap themselves tightly so that others cannot see their high quality of life. Well, the so-called high-quality life now is nothing more than the ordinary life before the natural disaster, keeping the body clean and the body and hair exuding the scent of shower gel and shampoo. Every time the two of them lined up, they brought a faint fragrance with them, which made the people behind them take a step forward and sniff, trying to get rid of the greasy smell of themselves and the people behind them. The cub stayed in the space and fell asleep obediently with his little face rosy. Lu Fei prepared enough milk powder and water for the child and fed him every day. The cub grew very fast and was full of flesh. His little body was strong, and it hurt a little when he kicked with his little feet. Lu Fei has learned more and more tricks from Oscar during this period, but there is a big difference between an apprentice and a master. Even if she has several years of experience in the apocalypse in her previous life, she is no match for Oscar, a killing machine who has been trained on the island since childhood. Every move was fatal, no fancy moves. From the very beginning when she fought him, she was killed with one move, to being able to survive 3 moves in his hands. It was really not easy. Oscar was still not satisfied. The boy frowned and said, "Sister, if you run into a first sequence from the same island, you won't be able to survive until I come to save you." Oscar is located his home to an organization that specializes in training killers, and the first sequence is the number. The prices of killers from the first sequence to the 12th sequence are different. The first sequence is the killer at the top of the pyramid, and the price of hiring them is all over $1 million beautiful dollars. Lu Fei sneered but said nothing. The probability of encountering the killers on the island was extremely small, but there were plenty of humanoid beasts and monsters in the apocalypse. It would be fine as long as she could deal with those things with ease. When I drove back to the community after training, I found that the place where we usually lined up to get water was full of people again. Lu Fei asked a neighbor, "What is this for?" The neighbor pointed to the pile of paper boxes in front of him and said, "The government is distributing Huoxiang Jingqi water. Everyone can buy one by swiping their ID card. This stuff is very popular. All the pharmacies are sold out." It seemed that a bottle of Huoxiang Jingqi water only contained 10 milliliters. Lu Fei remembered that she had stockpiled boxes of them in her space, each with 18 bottles. 10 milliliters is only the size of a thumb, and it's gone in one gulp. Isn't it too little? Lu Fei remembered that when she was in the city in her previous life, the first batch of subsidy materials included Huoxiang Jingqi water in boxes. The neighbor sighed. "Don't complain about the small amount. It's good to have some. I heard that there is Huoxiang Jingqi water. Many people in public institutions have asked for leave in advance to come back and get it." Lu Fei nodded to show that she understood. She originally wanted to take Oscar and the other 2 back together. She had at least several hundred boxes of Huoxiang Jingqi water in her space, and she might not be able to use it all up even after sending them away. As for whether to take this one or not, it was really unnecessary. But when she and Oscar were about to leave, they were stopped by a neighbor. "Hey, little girl, you don't want to take it? Leave and all that." She couldn't say that she had too much and couldn't use it all. That would only cause hatred. He smiled and explained, "There are so many people, and it's so hot, and we can only get one. It's going very fast. Stand in front of me." Seeing that Lu Fei and Oscar looked young and had not experienced the hardships of life, the neighbor quickly asked them to cut in line. Lu Fei felt a little embarrassed. She looked at the people standing behind her and said, "This is not good." The neighbor turned around and explained to the people behind him with an old-fashioned look, "I'm saving a seat for my nephew and niece. Please be accommodating. Little girl, the weather is so hot now, and we don't know how long it will last. Don't underestimate the heat relief medicine. One dose can often save your life. You have seen the current situation in the hospital, where it is difficult to get an appointment, and even the hospital lobby and corridors are filled with wards." Faced with the neighbor's insistence, Lu Fei and Oscar didn't want to let her down, so they could only stand in front of her in the queue. The weather was still very hot at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The heat made the air distorted. Lu Fei was soaked all over after only standing for 5 minutes. Chapter 62. Take a sip of ice Sprite. Oscar's situation wasn't much better. He was sweating all over. Lu Fei said she would never join in the fun again. In the hot summer, the sweat on her body made her like a drowned chicken. She took 2 cans of Sprite soaked in ice and 2 straws from the space. Bang! In order to avoid waking up the baby by opening it in the room, Lu Fei took it directly outside and opened it secretly while hiding it with clothes. The noise from the people in the queue completely drowned out the sound of Lu Fei opening the can. Oscar, who was standing in front of her. Oscar turned around and felt as if something icy cold was stuffed into his open sun protection jacket. Lu Fei stuffed the open Sprite with a straw into Oscar's arms, and then opened her own with a pop. Gudong gulp gulp, 3 gulps of cold, steamy Sprite went down my throat, immediately driving away most of the heat. It was so refreshing that my whole body felt numb. Burp! He burped in a very indecent way. Oscar also hid the cold Sprite in the inner pocket of his sun protection jacket and drank it in small sips. The cold liquid went down his throat and into his stomach, as if the current environment was not unbearable. Everyone was standing in messy postures due to the heat. Sweat was pouring down their heads, and those who were wearing various sun-protective clothing or thin jackets had their clothes soaked with sweat. The place where the community distributes Huaxiang Jingqi water is in the shadow due to the obstruction of the floors and is not directly exposed to the light source. But despite this, the temperature outside is frighteningly high. Lu Fei and Oscar were not feeling well. They were much more comfortable than others with the blessing of Ice Sprite. The joy of owning material things is that I have what others don't, and it can greatly improve my quality of life, which makes me feel great. The weather was too hot, which greatly improved the efficiency of the community workers' distribution. The long line moved quickly. Lu Fei and Oscar waited in line for about 10 minutes, and it was their turn. They each received a bottle of Huaxiang Jingqi water. Lu Fei didn't like to owe favors to others, not even such a small passive favor. When she left, she gave a piece of compressed biscuit to the neighbor who was also covering her head to do sun protection work, as a response to her kindness. Some people received the Huaxiang Jingqi water and then felt symptoms of suspected heat stroke. They immediately drank it with a grim look on their faces as a preventive measure. Seeing the empty medicine bottle in his hand, his expression became even more conflicted. It seemed like he had received it, but also like he had not. Lu Fei and Oscar took 2 bottles of Huaxiang Jingqi water and went home directly, in case there were any enthusiastic neighbors who would force them to queue up to get something else. Thanks for the invitation. These 2 siblings really have everything they need. A can of Sprite is 330 milliliters, and a few minutes of happiness are gone. When he got home, Lu Fei generously took out a 2-liter bottle of Sprite from the refrigerator and took out a food-grade, 1,000 milliliter big-bellied water cup for 2 people, filling it with half a cup of ice cubes. Then he opened the Sprite and poured it down in gulps. White bubbles immediately floated up from the cup. The ice cubes were quickly submerged in the Sprite, and the sound of the ice cubes colliding with each other in the cup brought a hint of coolness to the hot summer weather. "What do you want to eat tonight?" Lu Fei asked as she opened the refrigerator. "Well, the refrigerator is full of fast food, so it's impossible to expect to find leftovers." The 2 of them finish everything after every meal, and leaving even a grain of rice would be disrespectful to the stomach. Thinking about how in her previous life she and Oscar had either insect cakes or stinky mushrooms every day, today they are struggling over whether to have fish or meat for dinner. Life has really undergone a qualitative change across classes. "Beer and crayfish," Oscar said. "Huh." Lu Fei turned around and looked at him strangely. "Are you sure?" Oscar nodded, his handsome face blushing a little. "I want to try it." Lu Fei nodded, agreed to his request, and asked him again, "Can I ask why?" Oscar was trained and raised on the island. He had eaten a lot of seafood such as sea urchins, lobsters, and scallops since he was a child. So after living with her, his favorite staple foods were pork, mutton, beef, or poultry. In short, he was a meat lover. She also disliked all seafood with shells because they were troublesome, tasted mediocre, and were difficult to eat, and were nothing as delicious as her braised pork, tea eggs, and roast chicken. Although crayfish are farmed in freshwater, they are similar to seafood in that they still need to be peeled by hand, except that the shrimp tail has more meat. Lu Fei thought this would not be on Oscar's menu, so it was quite strange to hear him mention this today. Oscar searched for a picture online. Lively. The picture shows a family eating lobsters. There are lobsters piled up like a small mountain on the table, and there is a beer barrel in each corner. Adults and children are eating lobsters happily, and the picture is frozen on their smiling faces. Lu Fei couldn't help feeling a little sad when he heard this. He actually didn't feel much about crayfish. He just liked the lively atmosphere of his family. She once heard him say that every child on the island was a born hunter, and those who were not born had long since become their whetstones, and even their bodies had been thrown into the nearby sea to feed the fish. They are trained together, and when they reach a certain stage, they are thrown into a field to fight each other like raising insects. Only a few out of 100 children can survive in the end. Some of these children were abducted, and some were born in the dark chain. Every year, millions of people mysteriously disappeared from the blue water planet. The missing people were traded on the black market, and adult men, women, children, and babies were all on the trade list. Adult men can be slaves and have their organs dug out, and women can work in the sex industry, draining away all their human value. The island purchased a group of such women. They would be pregnant throughout their lives, and the children they gave birth to would be raised by the island. When they reached training age, they would be trained uniformly, and the unqualified and defective ones would be eliminated. And only those who survived would be the goods the island needed. Oscar is one of the goods. He has no name, and his code name is One. So Lu Fei named him based on the homonym of one, which means easy, so he is called Oscar. He was not a child born on the island, but was trafficked to the island. He survived by relying on the training he received on the island to kill the children on the island, and officially became a tool for the island to make money. If you want to eat lobster, that's easy. When Lu Fei was in the city, she went to a lobster restaurant and ordered a lot of ready-made lobsters. When they were taken out of the space, they still retained the freshness and hotness of the moment they came out of the pot. How can we have crayfish without barbecue? She opened a bag of beef, mutton, and pork skewers that were specially prepared for grilling in the space and roasted them on the grill. Lobster, barbecue, and beer are the standard summer dishes. In a short while, 2 large pots of crayfish and 4 large piles of barbecue were placed on the table, and the beer was opened with foam rolling. The awakened baby was placed on the electric cradle by Lu Fei and coaxed. He watched his mother and uncle eating happily with his eyes obediently. Chapter 63, Giving Advice to the Criminals. Lu Fei has a special liking for crayfish, and she basically doesn't use her hands to peel them when eating them. She can quickly pull the shrimp meat out of the tail shell and eat it with her teeth and tongue. The crayfish restaurant in the city is worthy of its reputation as a time-honored brand. The spicy crayfish they serve is authentically spicy, fresh, and fragrant, and the shrimp is chewy and very delicious. Oscar and Lu Fei are both big eaters, but Lu Fei knows Oscar best. Sure enough, he gave up on this food after eating just a little and instead finished off the barbecue. She knew best that he had little patience for shelled food. If it was king crab, emperor crab, or coconut crab, which he could eat in big mouthfuls, he might still buy it, but food like crayfish, which had little meat and was troublesome to eat, would be immediately relegated to the sidelines. Finally, Lu Fei finished eating the crayfish. Oscar finished all the barbecue skewers, and they each made a bucket of instant noodles to fill the last space in their stomachs. Satisfied. Although they now live together in Eugene Garden, their quality of life is completely different. Lu Fei and Oscar call it living, while most people just call it being alive. After returning home, Raojin took off her sun protection jacket and hung it up. Although the clothes were wet and smelled of sweat, she could still use it next time she went out. She wanted to wash it, but now even drinking water became a problem. Wan, with gauze wrapped around her head, walked out of the room with a pale face. "Andy, you're back?" Raojin quickly helped her sit on the sofa. "Why did you get up? You're not fully recovered yet." Wan smiled and said, "Everyone who has been lying in bed has developed a rash. It's much better today. Let's go get some water together tomorrow morning." "Okay." Raojin agreed. Water is in short supply nowadays, so they had to make long-term plans. A murder occurred in Wan's house, and so many people died. She didn't dare to go back to live in the haunted house because she thought it was unlucky. In addition, she was seriously injured and needed someone to take care of her. Coincidentally, Rao Jun, who had suffered the same misfortune with her, was also a kind-hearted person. She and Wan decided to live together. Wan lives alone, while Rao Jun is alone at home as her husband is on a business trip abroad and her son works in the city. The things in Wan's house that were not destroyed by the gangsters were moved to Rao Jun's house, and they lived together temporarily. Rao Jun took out another bag of compressed biscuits from her pocket and carefully hid it in the large locked drawer under her bed. This was where quilts and sheets were stored before, but now it was emptied for Rao Jun to put vacuum-packed food. The theft situation is so serious nowadays that we have to be on guard. "Where did this come from?" Wan asked curiously. After locking the door, Rao Jun said, "A little girl gave it to everyone today. Everyone wanted to get some medicine to cool off the heat. She and her brother thought there were too many people and planned not to get any. I persuaded them to come down and join the queue. How can children understand the hardships of life? If they don't get it today, they may need it tomorrow." Wan understood, so this was the girl's expression of gratitude. So not everyone is so bad, and she felt a little warm in her heart. Wan and Rao Jun had southern black sesame paste dissolved in boiling water for dinner, and they opened 2 bags of vacuum-packed vegetarian snacks. Because Wan was a patient, she added a vacuum-packed chicken leg, and that was how they made up their meal. The sesame paste was bought by Rao Jun for hair growth when she was troubled by hair loss. She ate it for 3 days and then put it away. The chicken legs were a snack that Wan had stockpiled before, but now, with the flood and the scorching heat, Everyone wanted to dig out everything from the rat holes in their homes and eat it. Zhang Lifan from Building 1 didn't have enough for dinner, and she tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. Her husband, who was lying next to her, said impatiently, "If you toss and turn again, get out." Zhang Lifan stopped talking immediately. After a while, she heard her husband's stomach growling. "Are you not full either?" My wife snorted. "If you eat porridge every day, you'll never feel full. There's a can of fruit in the refrigerator. Can I get it and eat some?" Zhang Lifan asked. The old man was silent for a while. "My wife said she would give it to the children to eat at night, but you scolded her. Do you have the nerve to go get it now?" Zhang Lifan said, as if it was a matter of course. "Why should she be embarrassed? The house, car, and money in our family were all earned by my son. What right does she have to say that?" My wife paused for a moment and said, "Let's just eat half." Zhang Lifan knew that her husband agreed, and she smiled and nodded repeatedly. She quietly opened the door and walked to the kitchen refrigerator to take out the canned food. But when she closed the door, she saw a tall, dark shadow looking at her sinisterly. Ah! The fruit can broke into pieces accompanied by a scream, waking up the other people in the house. Ganlei ordered his men to tie up Zhang Lifan's family of 5 and slapped a dagger in Zhang Lifan's face. Zhang Lifan was so scared that she begged for mercy. Don't kill me, take all my things. And I know who has the most stuff. Go to the brother and sister's house on the 22nd floor of Building 1. They have hoarded so many things. I saw it with my own eyes. I'm not lying to you. Go find them now. We really have nothing at home. There is only a can of fruit in the refrigerator, and it's broken." Fang Xiangcai, who was sitting in the shadow and smoking, stepped out his cigarette, but and came over, not caring at all about the supplies that Zhang Lifan revealed. If this incident had not happened, he might have targeted Building 1, but now they have lost 10 brothers, and they must make those 2 meddling people pay with blood. He disappeared for a few days because he was avoiding the police and secretly purchasing guns. He was determined to avenge his brother. Otherwise, he would not be able to stay in the underworld. Fang Chong kicked Zhang Lifan's son to the ground, scaring him so much that he screamed. His wife quickly covered her son's mouth to prevent him from angering the group of people and starting a killing spree. Who was the person who rescued people that day? I don't know. Fang Chong kicked Zhang Lifan to the ground again. Zhang Lifan cried out in pain, and someone stepped on her face and crushed her on the ground. Zhang Lifan's husband was so scared that he peed himself and begged for mercy. "We didn't go to rescue anyone that day, and we didn't provoke you. We really didn't know." Zhang Lifan stopped howling now and nodded quickly. "Please, we really don't know." Seeing that the criminal still showed no signs of leaving, Zhang Lifan, who was extremely afraid of being killed, rolled her eyes and immediately said excitedly, "If you want to find them, as long as you don't kill me, I have a way." Fang Chong ordered his men to lift the foot that was stepping on Zhang Lifan. "Tell me what you want to say. If you tell me what you want to say, I won't kill you." One of the people who went to help that day died, Zhao Chao, so there are 3 left. With Yiwanwan, there are 4 in total. Can't you just capture them all and use them to threaten your opponents? How do I know if those 2 people are from your community? Ganlei asked. Chapter 64 Provocative Video. Zhang Lifan became more and more excited as she spoke. "This is easy. All you need to do is make a threatening video and post it in our community group, saying that if they don't show up by the specified time, you'll kill them. Isn't that how it's played out in the movies?" Ganlei felt that this was not a good idea. "Wouldn't it be possible for the police to know our movements if we did this?" Fang Chong reached out to stop Ganlei. "I think it's possible. Didn't our group of brothers discuss doing something big tonight? It's just that the police phone is busy and ordinary people can't get through. We have weapons in our hands, so there is nothing we dare not do." He looked at Zhang Lifan and asked, "Do you know where those people live?" I know. Zhang Lifan immediately turned on her phone and opened the photo album, which showed the registration information of the owners of the community. It has detailed information, and you can find it with just a search. It was past 11 o'clock in the evening. Zizi was too excited to sleep. He lay on the bed, making noises and wanting to talk to Lu Fei. Lu Fei held him in her arms and sang along with him, which made Zizi's eyes narrowed with joy. Oscar knocked on her door. "Sister, can you come in?" Lu Fei looked at the long, well-dressed pajamas she was wearing and shouted, "Convenient." Oscar handed his phone to Lu Fei with a cold face. "Sister, look." Lu Fei found that it was a community group in which a video was posted from the account of Zhang Lifan from Building 9. Lu Fei clicked on the video and his face immediately sank. The video shows Wan with a pale face and gauze wrapped around her head. At this moment, the gauze is reflected with bright red blood. She is tied to the sofa, with purple pinch marks all over her body and many cigarette burns on her chest. There's also an invisible woman in the video crying and shouting, "Let her go, let her go!" The video then turned to Rao Jun, who was not unfamiliar to Lu Fei, and Luo Dagong and Feng Rue, who had just been discharged from the hospital. What else is there that she doesn't understand? This was a provocation. Revenge from these gangsters. Revenge for the man she killed last time who saved these residents. The last video turned to Fong Chong's dark and fleshy face. Don't you like to meddle in other people's business? If you don't come in 10 minutes, these people will all die. The video goes black and ends. Oscar looked at Lu Fei, waiting for her decision. Lu Fei got up and went to the bathroom to change into black combat clothes and put on a mask. Bring guns. These people are well prepared. Lu Fei carried the baby into the space. The baby, who had always been averse to space, seemed to sense his mother's anger and now lay in the small cradle in the space, very well behaved. This group of people posted an address after the video, which was Zhang Lifen's home in Building 9. Zhang Lifen lived on the second floor. No matter what, they would not be allowed to escape this time. Fong Chong sent several people to guard the door. There were more than 20 people in total this time. Lu Fei and Oscar slowly approached Building 9 in the dark. They saw a lot of red dots flickering and overlapping, which meant someone was smoking. We really didn't lose out today. TSK Tisk, it's okay. Just a little better figure, but it's half dead and boring. You two really don't know how lucky you are. She's an internet celebrity, at least better than the ones we found in the hair salon before. Brother Chong really doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Teske, it makes me feel sad when I see this. Why are you feeling so bad? If she's saved, you can call the police to arrest you without saying a word. Then you'll regret not killing her today in jail. Lu Fei approached. He heard these people's discussions. His face became even uglier, and his hand holding the saber turned pale. In the apocalypse, women and children have become vulnerable groups. Some bases sell women. Some bases have humanoid beasts that eat children. And some bases take pleasure in torturing women and children, and their bodies are used as monster bait after they die. No matter how the environment changes, the hostility towards women and children remains as great. In this case, for the sake of her and her baby's safety, as well as the safety of all women and children in the future, it would be good if we can reduce their risk by even 1 in a million. Kill all these scumbags. The discussion over there continued. Brother Chong and Brother Lei are really afraid of death. I heard that they spent a lot of supplies to buy pistols and grenades. Are they planning to fight to the death with those two? Why do you care about them? If a fight breaks out, we can just gather the numbers and get the supplies. You are so stupid as to work for him. For people were standing or squatting, smoking and chatting, until one of them fell down silently. This sudden change immediately made the other 3 people stand up in surprise, and saw a tall figure that was darker than the darkness, and blood was dripping from the photosensitive metal knife. Before the person you were talking to could finish his words, the knife thrown by Oscar pierced his mouth. He groaned in pain, but couldn't make any louder sound. He rolled from side to side on the ground, trembling in pain at the slightest touch. The remaining 2 were so frightened that they dropped their cigarettes and hurried upstairs to report the news. Oscar tied one of them around the neck with a heavy steel wire and pulled him back. Lu Fei wielded the saber in his hand, just like he did to kill He Miao and Lin Jie. Only this time he was even faster. He grabbed the man's arm without blinking, and when he saw the man turn around in surprise and exposed his abdomen, he stabbed him more than a dozen times, letting the blood spurt out of the wound like a fountain. There are many ways to kill people, but Lu Fei feels that this stabbing method is the most exhilarating way to kill animals, letting them die slowly in extreme pain. If he had a sharp and big enough axe, Lu Fei would even want to chop these scums in half. He Wan's breath became weaker and weaker. Her face was as pale as gold paper. Her eyes were half closed, and her chest, which was tied to the sofa, gradually stopped rising and falling. A living life died in front of everyone. Wan. Raojin screamed in pain. This sensible and shy girl had made an appointment with her to fetch water tomorrow in the afternoon. Why did she leave today? Gon Lei patted He Wan's face with his hand and said to Fong Chong, "He's dead." How boring. He died before he could have enough fun. Fong Chong had just come out of the bathroom and said indifferently, "Dead? So what? Leave it to the cops to collect the body. It's been so long. Maybe those 2 don't dare to come?" Gan Lei said as he looked at Zhang Lifan. Zhang Lifan shook her head repeatedly. No, she will definitely come. Just wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. If they really said they would not come, they would definitely be killed. Now they just hoped they could hold on a little longer until the police came to rescue them. Sirens suddenly sounded on the street. Zhang Lifan was delighted. Here they come. We are saved. Gan Lei spit out the cigarette in his mouth and said, Damn it, these stinky policemen are like dogs that smell blood. They come so fast. Chapter 65, Mass Killing. He turned around and looked at Fong Chong. Brother Chong, what should we do? Fong Chong looked at the people in the room with some regret. If they were just 2 people away, we could all be sent to the West Heaven together. Let's kill them all and go. Gan Lei pulled out a pistol from his waist and was about to shoot, but was stopped by Fong Chong. How much is a bullet? Are you going to use it to deal with these pigs? Use a knife. Gan Lei put away his gun, pulled out his saber from the scabbard, and walked towards Feng Rui and others. Luo Dagong couldn't use any strength at all because of the comminuted fracture of his right hand. Even the slightest movement of his body was excruciating. His wife protected him and said, Come on, kill me first if you want to kill someone. Feng Rui's hands and feet were tied tightly. Rao Zhen's nose was twisted and collapsed by the beating. Except for Zhang Lifan's family and Lin Suiqin, who was later arrested and continued to provide information to the criminals. Everyone else was seriously injured, especially He Wanwan. Gan Lei looked at Luo Dagong's wife and said, Don't worry, none of you can escape. Just as he was about to take action, there was a knock on the unit door. Gan Lei paused and looked at Fong Chong. Brother Chong, are they here? The criminals all knew who they were. It could also be He Si and his gang, said one of the criminals. Fong Chong winked at him, and the man immediately stood up to open the door. Through the peephole, he saw a familiar figure with his head lowered. He smiled and said, I said it was he. The moment the door opened, he was kicked 2 meters away by a huge force and hit the wall heavily. The incident happened suddenly. The criminals were frightened and tried to stand up immediately. Oscar raised his gun and shot all the gangsters to death immediately, leaving only Fong Chong, Gan Lei, and 2 minions in panic. They are all a group of desperate criminals, but the ruthless ones are afraid of the powerful ones. When they meet a ruthless person like Oscar, they can only admit defeat. Gun, 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 Gan Lei roared. They brought guns today. This served as a reminder to Lu Fei. When Gan Lei's hand reached toward his lower back, Lu Fei shot him through the palm. He screamed in pain, covering his bloody hand and shaking. This reminded Fong Chong, and he immediately pulled out his gun. Before he could confront Oscar, Oscar knocked Fong Chong's gun away with his gun, causing Fong Chong to feel numb in the palm of his hand. When the 2 minions saw that Fong Chong and Gan Lei were beaten so badly and all their brothers who came out were killed, they immediately tried to escape. But one of them was pushed hard by Luo Dagong's wife and fell onto the coffee table. Another one was tripped by Feng Rui's bound feet and fell forward with stars on his head. Fong Chong wanted to pick up the gun that fell on the ground, but Oscar kicked him away and pulled his right hand, breaking it. Fong Chong screamed in pain, but Lu Fei punched him twice hard under the armpit. Fong Chong immediately felt that he was having difficulty breathing and couldn't catch his breath. Oscar took out a dagger, and the dagger obediently circled around his fingers. Then he cut the tendons of Fong Chong's hands and feet with a sharp move, and blood gushed out immediately. Gan Lei was hit repeatedly by Lu Fei with the trophy base on the TV cabinet. His head was covered in blood. He was able to ask for help at the beginning, but now he couldn't even speak. Fong Chong screamed in pain on the ground, completely losing the ability to move. Lu Fei went to the corner to untie the hostages. Feng Rui, without saying a word, grabbed the hair of one of the minions who fell to the ground with red eyes and slammed his head violently to the ground. Rao Zhen rushed to the still-tied He Wanwan and said, Wanwan, answer me, don't scare me. But He Wanwan still followed Rao Zhen's fiddling silently. Lu Fei glanced at Oscar, who walked to He Wanwan and put his hand on her neck, shaking his head, indicating that there was no hope. Lu Fei lifted Fong Chong's hair and pulled him to the living room. Looking at He Wanwan's closed eyes and the gauze completely stained with blood, she suddenly felt furious. Knowing that he was the leader, Fong Chong, who was particularly arrogant in the video, said, You challenged me, and I came, but this is all you can do. You only vent your anger on the vulnerable, right? You don't even let such a poor girl go, do you? Lu Fei raised her foot and stepped heavily between his legs. Ah! Fong Chong's eyes widened in pain, but this was far from over. She kicked him again and again until Fong Chong's lower body was bleeding. The blood flowed out from the severed tendons in his hands and feet, as if all the blood in his body had been drained. Lu Fei's face broke during the violent movement. Raojin saw the girl's pretty face. Not only her, but also Luo Dagong, Feng Rue, and others were the same. Raojin took a deep breath. Wasn't she the little girl she saw today? Although she also covered her face during the day, her eyes were exactly the same. Fong Chong's legs completely disappeared due to Lu Fei stepping on them, and he closed his eyes with a ferocious face, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. In the living room, there was Gan Lei, who was shaking with fear at the scene, and two minions whose heads were smashed to pieces. Don't kill me, Gan Lei pleaded in vain, trembling all over. That poor dead girl must have begged them in the same way before she died. Lu Fei picked up the gun and pointed it at him. Don't be ridiculous, buddy. How could I not kill you? Bang, 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 bang. In order to prevent them from surviving, after killing Gan Lei, Lu Fei, the only three scumbags whose life or death was unknown, including Fong Chong, were all shot again, leaving them no chance to live. Zhang Lifan and Lin Siqing also saw Lu Fei's face and pointed at her and were about to scream. Lu Fei put on her mask again and turned around to see Zhang Lifan and Lin Siqing being stabbed into pieces by Luo Dagong's wife and Raojin using the knives in the hands of the dead henchmen. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. First you stood by and watched. Now you sell me out to survive. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Feng Rue looked at Lu Fei and said, You guys go quickly. Leave this to us. We won't let anyone find you. Lu Fei looked at Zhang Lifan and Lin Suiqing's family, who were squatting in the corner and didn't even dare to open their eyes, and nodded. When they were about to leave, Luo Dagong reminded them, Take off your shoes and throw them away, otherwise there will be footprints left at the scene. Lu Fei paused, thought about it, and decided not to let them down. So she took off her shoes and cleaned up everything she touched. The police are coming soon. We will take care of the aftermath for you, Luo Dagong's wife said, and then looked at Zhang Lifan's family and said, If they dare to talk nonsense, I will kill them too. Lu Fei held up her shoes. Oscar carried her on his back and left here quickly. On the way back, I almost ran into the police head-on, but luckily Oscar hid cleverly and was not discovered. He waited for the police car to whiz past and drive to the corner of Building 9 before appearing and running away. That pair of blood-stained shoes would be safer if thrown into space than anywhere else. It is physical evidence that the police will never find. Chapter 66. Beasts don't deserve to live. Zhang Lifan's husband pointed at Luo Dagong and the others and yelled, You are shielding the murderer. Feng Rue stretched his hands and feet, which had little blood circulation due to being tied up, and said, Don't forget, it was your wife who betrayed the information of so many of us. She is an accomplice. I don't care. The police are coming. The police will be here soon. Zhang Lifan's husband shouted. Dad, be quiet. Zhang Lifan's daughter-in-law tried to dissuade him immediately after seeing this. But Zhang Lifan's husband punched her in the eye and said, You're so talkative. When the daughter-in-law saw her husband's disapproving look, her eyebrows moved slightly. And then she took off her clothes to cover her son, who had fainted from fright. He picked up the saber that had fallen on the ground and stabbed it into Zhang Lifan's husband's heart. The mean old man immediately widened his eyes and made a hoarse sound in disbelief. Su Li, are you crazy? Zhang Lifan's son, Su Li's husband, screamed and was so scared that he vomited out the filth in his stomach, which was undigested meat and vegetables. Su Li was stunned, then burst out laughing. Every day, my child, and I eat coarse food, but your deformed and horrible parents leave all the good things for you, and you watch your child starve to this point. Are you still a human being? Are you still a father? Su Li was so stimulated that she went crazy. When she came to her senses, she found that her husband had already been killed by her knife. She was in a trance for a moment, looking at Luo Dagong, Feng Rue, and others who were looking at her, and then she paused and raised her head. Don't worry, I know what to say. When the police arrived, the room was already a sea of blood and corpses. The people led by Zhao Gang were a step late, and this was the scene they saw. Captain Rue, they're all survivors. Zhao Gang looked at the familiar people and the dead girl tied to the sofa, closed his eyes, and then paused, protect the scene, collect evidence, and bring them back to the police station for interrogation. Xiao Zhu looked at the messy scene nearby. The bloody footprints on the floor had long been covered and destroyed by the domestic sewage in the house. The living room area was the worst hit. Lu Fei was carried back home by Oscar, who quickly boiled several pots of water to thoroughly wash the blood stains on her body, removing the bloody smell. Lu Fei threw all the clothes she had taken off into the space and waited until the wind died down before throwing them away. If you ask her if she regrets killing those people, of course she didn't regret it. She wasn't a bodhisattva and couldn't control the people of the world. But danger was right beside her. If she provoked her this time, maybe they would run away again, and next time they would go directly to her house to retaliate. The intuition I developed during the apocalypse tells me that whenever I'm in any danger of being exposed, I have to first identify the source of the danger. Killing people is terrible, but killing these beasts in human skin is stress-free because they and humans are two different species. After killing all those people, she slept very soundly with her baby at night. She would only be so relaxed after eliminating all the dangerous factors around her. Beasts don't deserve to live. If she kills one more person now, there will be one less person who will be harmed by them in the future. She can be considered to be doing a good thing for the society. The incident at Yujing home caused a big stir, and the situation was extremely bad. The only thing to be thankful for is that all the criminals were killed, and no one will be threatened anymore. Even the people who fetched water in the community were secretly inquiring about what happened here early in the morning. The video that the criminal posted in the group has been deleted, and more than 20 bodies, including He Wan and the criminals, are now in the morgue. After the forensic doctor opened Fong Chang's clothes, he found that the trampled flesh and blood had turned into mud and was stained with the clothes. Zhao Gang knew that the last few survivors must know something, but they all denied it and only explained the relationship between these criminals and Zhang Lifan and Lin Suiqin as the main culprit and accomplice. Even the death of Zhang Lifan's husband and son was the result of the daughter-in-law's sacrifice of her own relatives for the sake of justice. They hid the person behind the scenes who saved their lives twice very well. The character information appearing in the 4 confessions was different. It was obvious that they were deceiving the police. Zhao Gang stood outside the police station, picked up the cigarette he was smoking, and then put it down again. He was trying to quit smoking and couldn't relapse. Xiao Zhu walked up to him with the information in hand. "Captain Rue, what are you thinking about?" Seeing that Zhao Gang was silent, he said, "Are you still worried about the Eugene Garden case? There is no need. The situation is serious all over the country right now. We don't have the police force to waste on this matter. Thanks to the 2 behind-the-scenes heroes for punishing evil and promoting good, the burden on our police department has been reduced. I hope there will be more heroes like this, so that those bugs who took advantage of the country's crisis can roll back into the sewer." Xiao Zhu, what about those witnesses? They are still in the detention room, but they will be released in 24 hours at most. They were acting in self-defense. Moreover, the state stipulated that there is only self-defense for home invasions when there were frequent vandalism incidents. There is no such thing as excessive defense. Several witnesses are still on the basis of being victims. 24 hours is not allowed anymore. Zhao Gang has already guessed who is behind the killing of these criminals, but he has no evidence. However, for now, all they're doing is punishing evil and promoting good, and there is no need to exaggerate during special times. What is wrong with this world? Pushing people to this extent, is this the end of the world? Thinking of the robbery and murder cases that have occurred in various communities and urban villages during this period, Zhao Gang sighed deeply. If Lu Fei knew what he was thinking at this moment, she would definitely advise him to be more positive. The situation is so bad today, it may be even worse tomorrow, and even worse the day after tomorrow. After a long time, you will have to get used to this terrible doomsday. Riots and murders are just the beginning, but they will definitely not be the end. The fighting and wars between people and countries will not stop because of natural disasters, but will become more frequent. There are always many ambitious people, adventurers and capitalists in this world who intervene in such doomsday and secretly promote wars, counting blood-stained money behind their backs. The lives of civilians are the foundation of their pyramid. Even though they are despised and trampled upon, ordinary people can do nothing about it. But it will be soon. The endless stream of doomsday monsters that are about to arrive will reshuffle the entire landscape of the Blue Water Planet. Unlike the police station, which was brightly lit all night, Lu Fei took a shower and lay on the bed, enjoying the comfort of the air conditioner. Her heart was burning with anger, and she urgently needed some coolness to cool down. He took out some apple-flavored soda from the beverage area, added ice cubes, poured it into a big-bellied cup, bit the straw, and drank it. Wow, cool. The anger in her heart that night was finally extinguished. After she finished her soda, she burped contentedly, hugged the baby who was sleeping obediently in the bed, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 67. Catch them all. Lu Fei and Oscar were fetching water. They met Luo Dagong, Rao Jun, Su Li, and others who had just returned. Some familiar people came over to ask what they were talking about. I breathed a sigh of relief when I heard that all the criminals were brought to justice and Luo Dagong and his men were released for acting in self-defense. Originally, they're just an ordinary group at this stage. If criminals break into their homes and rob them, they will have to go to jail to kill them for the safety of their families. That is not worth it. Isn't it advocating that everyone surrender and be caught by the criminals and bullied? Luo Dagong's incident gave everyone a shot of confidence. That's all. It's just a pity that the girl who died last night. Lu Fei was relieved to see this. As long as she was not implicated, she did not regret killing those scums. However, she would feel a little guilty if these people were implicated. Our place is still better. Dozens of people died in Rueli community a few days ago. They were all done by gangs that broke into homes and robbed them. Especially the little girl of that family. She was hacked to pieces by a knife. Really? How come I didn't hear anything? It's not that the situation is too bad. The authorities are afraid that exposure of the matter will make the residents of the city even more panicked, so they suppress the information. These damned beasts, they did such a shameless thing. Aren't they afraid that the evil spirits will come to take their lives at night? What is he afraid of? He is no different from a demon now. This group of people wanted nothing more than to cause chaos in the world. They robbed gold shops and jewelry stores and took away everything inside. Ding, ding, ding. After Lu Fei and Oscar finished fetching water, the sound of sirens kept whistling past the entrance of the community. What's going on? It doesn't feel right. Yeah, how many police cars have been working here since early morning? Lu Fei knew that similar things had happened in the city in his previous life. The situation was much more serious than in the capital, and it took the cooperation of riot police and soldiers to quell the civil riots. Seeing the situation today, it was natural that Lu Fei returned home and looked down from the high building. Gunshots continued to be heard from various areas. 3 men in a community opposite were shot dead on the spot by the police. Their bodies were taken away directly, and their families were taken to the police station for investigation. These people all had murder convictions. It seemed that the police had been keeping an eye on them for several days, collecting related evidence and related personnel. Only after confirming that everything was foolproof did they launch a roundup and catch all these scums in one fell swoop. Lu Fei felt that this was a good idea. Since you have chosen to do bad things, you should be prepared to be shot. Food and water are so precious now. The prison will not keep an extra person like you. The nature of the crimes committed by this group of criminals was particularly vile. Most of the criminals were killed on the spot, and their bodies were directly dragged back to the stinking mushroom breeding base for waste utilization, which also generated income for the general public. The official elimination operation was widely publicized on the internet and on television, which greatly undermined the confidence of the criminals, who thought it was really the end of the world, and it was their turn to do whatever they wanted. They were awakened from their daydreams by the use of guns and ammunition. Nowadays, almost everyone in the capital goes out twice a day. One is to fetch water from the community water distribution point, and the other is to go to the nearest supermarket to use their ID cards to buy stinky mushrooms. Although citizens think that stinky mushrooms are too smelly to eat, they are edible after all, and their dietary fiber content is higher than that of ordinary vegetables. Moreover, they are now sold in limited quantities, and they will be charged after they can be put on the market. In addition, the supplies at home are visibly reduced every day, so people line up every day in the belief that they will waste their time if they don't get them, and the market is crowded. Fortunately, people seem to be more and more accepting of stinking mushrooms, because Lu Fei found that there were fewer and fewer vomits in the supermarket plaza where stinking mushrooms were sold, and everyone seemed to be accustomed to the stench. Habit is a terrible thing. When you wake up every day, you can see the scorching sun hanging in the sky. Wherever there are people at home or outdoors, you can smell their sweat. Even high-class people have to start saving water. Lu Fei also saw news from abroad that the monthly water consumption in the luxurious villa of a socialite family in the United States exceeded 900 tons, which aroused strong condemnation from the public. Even homeless people who were almost dying of thirst on the streets sneaked in groups, lay in the swimming pool to drink water, filled bottles with water, and those who could not take it away simply jumped in to take a shower and urinate. making the transparent swimming pool turbid. As soon as the news was reported, it immediately aroused the anger of the American people. Ordinary people even have problems drinking water, but they can still waste water wantonly. The chaos in the States has become more serious. The American people's trust in the government is almost in jeopardy. The domestic situation is not optimistic either. After catching all the criminals who committed crimes, food and water crises are still plaguing everyone. Although ordinary people now drink muddy water and eat stinky mushrooms, it does not hinder their hope to return to civilized life. As the high temperature continued, some residents' stored food was gradually eaten up. Some online bloggers took pictures of their empty refrigerators and lockers and live-streamed calls to friends and neighbors, trying to ask them to borrow food, but were all rejected. No one has an easy life. It is impossible for us to cooperate with you and pretend to be generous just because you are an anchor. Staple foods such as rice and flour have been requisitioned by the authorities, and the granaries are said to have been moved to a safe place and guarded by soldiers with real guns. Animals in outdoor wildlife parks died in large numbers. Some smaller animals were sunburned to the point of leaving only their skins, while larger animals, which had not yet completely rotted, had their bodies completely eaten by flies and vultures. The water source was dried up and the riverbed was exposed. Groups of crocodiles were sunburned to death on the river beach. Some places where it was said that there were water monsters were stranded as the river and lake water levels dropped sharply. Prehistoric animals really appeared. But no one has time to be curious anymore. The three extreme feelings of heat, thirst, and hunger alternate in the body. No one is clamoring to lose weight all day long. Since the hot summer, the average weight of each person has dropped to about 5 kilograms. If the heat continues, the weight will continue to drop. Hospitals are overcrowded every day, and patients who can't get beds or treatment can only live at home, relying on luck to determine whether they can get help. Otherwise, they will wait to die at home. The transportation of corpses at the stinking mushroom base has been very balanced during this period. The crematoriums and funeral homes have been closed, and the corpses are also used as a resource to generate income. With corpses, it is easier to cultivate stink mushrooms. Stink mushrooms can survive on any rotten and fermented material, but in terms of growth, only corpses can bring a very considerable harvest of stink mushrooms. The high temperature lasted for as long as March. So when the sunny afternoon was covered by large dark clouds, how excited all the town residents were. Everyone brought basins, buckets, and anything else that could be used to hold water from their homes and waited for the rain to come. Chapter 68, The Rainstorm is Coming. Pitch black clouds covered the sky, accompanied by the sound of thunder and lightning rumbling across the sky. The weather, which was sunny a second ago, quickly switched to thunderstorm mode, but every resident had a bright smile on his face. It seemed as if the scorching heat of the previous 3 months was just a dream, and the drizzle falling on people made them feel extremely comfortable. But the drizzle only lasted for a minute, and was replaced by raindrops as big as soybeans that hit people's faces and bodies. The rain hit the tiles and glass, making bang-bang sounds. Suddenly, the raindrops became bigger and denser, pouring down like a bucket. The rain finally came, and everyone was overjoyed. They all took out shampoo and washed their greasy hair directly in the rain to wash away the greasy smell and the dirty smell on their bodies. Only then did they feel like human beings. People were thirsty, and the rainwater filled basins, buckets, and plastic bottles and cups of all sizes. Some people simply open their mouths towards the sky and drink the rainwater, and the next rain is as lively as the new year. Lu Fei didn't feel anything special about this. After all, she had not lacked food and drink for such a long time. Compared with the dry season, the rainy season was full of crises. Because the eggs of the 8 tentacled beasts hidden in other mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, or cold and humid corners have begun to hatch, the water has become their best hunting ground, and the rainy season is their peak period of reproduction. The rain fell for a whole day and a night, as if to make up for the missed rainfall in the previous 3 months. The dried-up lakes and mountains gradually began to store water, and the water storage capacity of the ponds in the community reached roughly the ankles of an adult. The heavy rain still continued. Everyone fell asleep comfortably last night with the sound of rain. When we woke up in the morning, raindrops were still hitting the glass windows. On the 3rd day, the city's water supply was restored. Finally, the water was no longer turbid with silt sediment, and the authorities also removed the water distribution points in each community. The price of grain, which was once sold at sky-high prices, has also begun to slowly fall back, and it seems that everything is moving in a good direction. But in fact, it is not the case. Standing on a high-rise building, Lu Fei watched the road cleaning vehicles constantly checking the sewer holes in various cities, and any signs of being covered with garbage would be cleaned up. As the rainstorm started, the temperature in the city dropped immediately. Lu Fei finally didn't have to turn on the air conditioner anymore. In the evening, the two of them changed their taste and ate hot and sour noodles, which were topped with dry-chopped braised beef and 2 fried crispy eggs on the noodles. The joy of slurping the noodles and drinking iced cola came immediately. Zai Zai is already a 5-month-old baby. He has unlocked the skills of rolling over and crawling, and no longer wants to stay in the cradle. Lu Fei took out the crawling mat she bought for him from the space and placed it in the living room. She and Oscar play with him in their free time. If it is not necessary, the baby will not go to the space. Every time he goes in, he cries loudly, which makes Oscar feel distressed and hesitant to speak. Lu Fei knows what Oscar means, so she just gives the baby to him to hold so that the baby will not cry so pitifully. But there are too many dangers in the end of the world. Before the cub has the ability to protect himself, space is the best place to protect him. There was no room for negotiation on this point. Lu Fei refused to compromise and was determined to be a tiger mom. The heavy rain continued for the 7th day, and there was still no sign of slowing down. The city's drainage system began to have problems due to the downpour, and low-lying areas began to be flooded. We have endured 3 months of drought and almost forgotten the huge shadow cast by the previous flood. Are we going to experience it all over again? How could that be possible? The authorities did not issue a warning this time. The rain continued to fall heavily, and everyone was feeling a little worried. The flooded areas are now being pumped out with water pumps, but the speed is not as fast as rainwater irrigation, so people can only be temporarily moved to higher places. Lu Fei and Oscar didn't go anywhere during this period and just stayed on the 22nd floor. On the 6th day of the heavy rain, the authorities issued a flood warning. The water had reached a part of the first floor of Lu Fei's community, about up to the waist. Some lighter sofas and bedside tables were floating on the water. The vehicles in the community had not been driven away in time due to the previous flood backflow, and now they were completely scrapped due to secondary damage. Lu Fei's RV and car were all neatly stored in the space, so he didn't have to worry about the heavy rain outside. Good fortune never comes alone, and misfortune never comes singly. The moisture brought by the heavy rain caused mold spots to appear in corners of the house. Cockroaches and spiny insects were roaming in the cupboards and on the kitchen counters, and their infestation had reached its peak. As long as you walked into a damp place like the kitchen or bathroom, you would step on at least 2 or 3 of them to death with one step. The most terrifying thing is the red and green beetles brought by the heavy rain. They are about the size of an adult's thumb, and there is powder on their shells. If people catch them with their bare hands, their hands will definitely be contaminated with the powder and will become red and itchy. The appearance of colorful beetles is simply a disaster. They eat almost everything except metal, such as wooden doors on cabinets, wooden tables and chairs, wooden beds, rice, seasonings, and cooking oil in the cabinets are all eaten by them. As long as you open the cupboard, you will definitely see these bugs flying out like a swarm of bees and flying into people's faces and bodies. Some of them will even cling tightly to people's skin and flesh and climb up. These colorful beetles eat both meat and vegetables and are scarier than locusts. Overnight, many people died in the city because of the insect plague. Because humans are also on their prey list, the saliva of these beetles has paralytic properties. They can eat your flesh while numbing the skin around you with saliva, and you will not feel any pain even if you are eaten until you are just a skeleton. The eggs laid are like enlarged versions of worms, white and plump. They burrow in rice buckets, vegetable piles, and meat, eating continuously. Lu Fei's community group, which had not been active for a long time, began to receive news again. Please pay attention to the colorful beetles brought by rainy weather. They are very aggressive and have a strong sense of smell. Please spray your home with strong irritants such as floral water, wind oil, disinfectant, mosquito coils, etc. Colored beetles are omnivores. They will not touch metal, rubber, or items containing chemical raw materials. Other items on their menu include, but are not limited to, wood, rice, flour, fruit, and meat. If you are bitten accidentally, you should clean the wound immediately and use disinfectant alcohol or iodine to clean it again to prevent infection. Currently, experts have found that the powder on the shell of the colored beetle is slightly toxic, and its saliva has a nerve-paralyzing effect. There have been hundreds of deaths in the city due to colored beetles. We hope that everyone will pay attention to this and take protective measures. This news attracted everyone's attention, and everyone was in danger. Such insects came from nowhere overnight and almost destroyed the entire capital. Chapter 69, Colored Beetles. Since the last time the mosquitoes took advantage of the opportunity to bite the baby and left him with lumps all over his body, Lu Fei has been particularly concerned about mosquito control. She used mosquito coils specially made for infants and young children in her room, and mosquito coils specially made for adults in Oscar's room. She lit solid mosquito coils in other places, the kitchen and the bathroom. She opened the windows for ventilation during the day and used the air conditioning system to circulate the air at night. In this way, not only mosquitoes but even cockroaches disappeared without a trace in the house. When the colorful beetles were rampant, Lu Fei didn't see a single insect in her house. The insect plague has boosted the window and door business. Many residents have replaced their screens with solid diamond grip mesh and their wooden doors with anti-theft iron doors. Some people who are afraid of death have even replaced them with steel doors. Because economic transactions have not yet fully recovered and are mostly still in the barter stage, people who replace their windows and doors are willing to pay a lot of money. There was no longer any active communication in the community group, so Lu Fei turned her interest to the forum. She read various posts complaining that the rice was eaten by insects. Some posted photos of their fled homes. Some lamented that they could only rely on stinking mushrooms to fill their stomachs. And some asked for help on how to solve the insect infestation at home. Seeing this, Lu Fei knew that the current difficulties were just appetizers, and the real disaster was far from over. The next day, a new message suddenly appeared in the group, and the authorities asked residents to go to the place where they had fetched water last time to collect the subsidy materials. Lu Fei and Oscar certainly would not miss the opportunity to get some free stuff. The two of them stood out in the crowd in their fitted raincoats. Although the subsidy materials this time were only a small red bag, which contained 10 coils of mosquito coils and 2 bottles of fenjiujing, the residents who received them still felt like they had received a treasure, and they could finally sleep peacefully. As the number of colorful beetles decreased, the number of slugs that were frustrating came in. They emerged from the sewers and crawled all over the toilets and bathrooms. Sometimes you could even find a cold and slimy one in your bed. The community issued another notice, calling on residents to actively eliminate slugs, but this time there was no reward. The official cleaning plan was to send the slugs to the gymnasium, which was the only place that provided salt to kill the insects. Lu Fei found a few fat slugs in the bathroom, which made her feel disgusted. She used disposable chopsticks to pick up the slugs and put them into an empty instant noodle box. Before leaving, she asked Oscar to take good care of the baby, and then went downstairs quickly. The rain was getting heavier, and Lu Fei knew that the power would go out soon. They lived on the 22nd floor, and if the power went out, going up and down the stairs would become a physical training. She walked for 10 minutes to the gymnasium and poured the slugs from the instant noodle box into the iron box prepared by the staff. After the staff sprinkled salt on it, the slugs quickly melted. The scene was weird but also relaxing. After Lu Fei finished registering, she left with satisfaction. Chapter 70, Monster Arrives.